And a warm welcome back to the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel Resort and Casino. Ali Nejad, Randy Liu, with perhaps the most anticipated day of the year. Randy, it's time for the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational. We will be turning our attention to that rather shortly, but why don't we start with the business of the day in terms of reflecting on what happened last night. Such a magical moment. The room buzzing, electric, absolutely. As I don't want to spoil it, but we did crown a fan favorite of a champion here on Triton in an absolutely stacked final table at our 75K event, which took shape once we eliminated Nacho Barbero. Let's flash back.
I mean, that's the rules, like.
Black Queens for Artur Martirosyan would open under the gun, and then a very slippery Soiza would flat with two aces, allowing Nikolai Vaskaboynikov with ace-jack to flop top pair, the over pair for Martirosyan, and the fuse was lit as Nikolai would jam, Martirosyan would jam over the top, and Soiza managed to bust out not one but two players in one fell swoop as the board would pair on the turn. Ace Jack in need of a jack, the two queens in need of a queen. And some broken hearts there as Nikolai, $182,000 for the effort, Martirosyan, $241,000. 7 players would be left behind, and two queens once again getting in the mix on this occasion. It was Dylan Lindy all in against Michael Adamo, who had him drawing the 3 outs on the river for Dylan Lindy. $310,000 as he would bust out with that king-jack offsuit. It was the turn of Matthias Eibinger, who understandably wanted to get his chips into the middle with an ace-king suited. More pocket pair action this time. Soiza with 2 10s would flop the boat. Running kings, running aces were needed. Eibinger knew he was in trouble as Soiza would claim his 3rd victim. Then back at it, 2 10s once more after Eibinger took down $391,000 for that 6th place finish. Vyacheslav Buldigan was the customer with ace-jack. 2 overs.
Red cut's good.
Situation certainly could have been worse. Flop was no good, neither was the turn, and the 6-outer would not come in on the end as the Russian would issue the GGs and be issued a $502,000 payout.
All in.
Down to 4 players, which felt like it lasted quite a while. Dan Smith would finally draw a line in the sand. His 10-8 suited failed to turn into anything meaningful on the flop as Soiza with the queens flopped the set and left Dan drawing dead and collecting $623,000 for the 4th place finish. That would be Soiza's 5th victim as we move forward 3-handed, and he would do his own bidding yet again with 2 jacks up against Michael Adamo's ace-9, an ace in the window, and then a jack nestled behind it. Middle set for Soiza, and a draw-dead situation for the Adominator, who comes out hot in this late arrival here in North Cyprus. $796,000 for the 3rd place effort. Then it was heads up between Soiza and Badziakowski, 4-time title winner. Nikita knows a thing or two about coming from behind.
800.
Here he would have a relatively level stack with Soiza, who would flop middle pair against his gut shot straight draw. Bats barreled.
2.1 million.
Soiza check called once, then check called twice, as none of the straight draws would materialize, but the hearts came in on the river. Soiza would check one last time, and then Mikita would jam in 4.1 million. This was a massive moment. Mike, you could see a very trepidatious and tentative call. He wasn't even sure he had won. But in the end, made that big call, Randy, and left Badziakuski collecting $1.2 million as the lights appear to have gone out a little bit. But from the shadows, we still deliver. $1.2 million going to Makita, and first place, of course, $1.735 million for Soiza, and that much-desired second Triton title. Both of those guys going into that event were 0 here in North Cyprus.
Yeah, you know, it's always tough to go over and, you know, just you're playing your best poker, but sometimes the cards don't fall your way. And, of course, in the 75K, a big prestigious event, it's nice for them to finally get that big score in the form of a first place and a second place finish. It's a 1.7 million score, 1.2. Both of them are going to feel very confident going into this 200K coming up. And, you know, both of them playing this event, it's important.
Worthy of note that the 75K event is the largest of our buy-ins, barring the $100,000 main event, which will come our way on the back end of this LUXON Pay Invitational, which, of course, we'll turn our attention to. But I do want to touch on a moment where it felt like, you know, Michael had this thing tied up. Big, big chip lead.
Yes.
Massive chip lead. Even four-handed, he held over everybody. And then Makita, who, as we know, knows a thing or two about coming from behind, doubled and ended up leveling the stacks. Reminiscent of versus Danny Tang for a second there.
I know. And then Danny Tang was on the railing Michael Soiza, and you saw he came over and says, "Hey, Soiza, don't do a me. I lost to the same exact opponent, you know, in the same heads-up situation. We had a massive chip lead.
It was like 10-1, I think.
It was massive, yeah. In this situation, it was about 5-1, I believe, but it was just Soiza. It was close. There was a point when Makita almost got neck to neck, and then, of course, that big hand to end things.
Yeah.
But Soiza was able to close it out.
Bad swung for the fences, by the way, in that last hand. I mean, credit to him. Not an entirely, you know, modest pay jump between second and first. And so when you talk about the real-world value of that bluff, it was absolutely staggering. And, of course, the value of that fifth title, which he seeks to keep himself connected to Jason Kuhn, who won his sixth already here today. Now, you talked about rails, Randy, an absolutely boisterous one. I kind of touched on the electric atmosphere there. It felt like everyone jammed over here after that Champions League semifinal was done to rail Michael. So much support for him in the community.
Yeah, there was so many people that was on the rail, you know, just all sorts of different pros. And there were some people on the rail from Makita as well.
Sure.
But, you know, it was just our biggest rail to date, and they were celebrating. But, you know, remaining calm at the key moments when players were, you know, thinking about key situations. But it is refreshing to see, and of course, I'm expecting the large rail here on the 200K.
Yeah, it's a different sort of electricity in the air, perhaps. Slightly more tense, as obviously the weight of that $200,000 buy-in is resting upon the shoulders of these VIP and pro partnerships. And of course, this LUXON Pay Invitational, unlike all of our other events, Randy, comes with its own specific set of criteria, sort of ways in which play is distinguished.
Yeah, you know, the main one that comes to mind is that we have so many VIPs that are coming to this tournament, and in order to play the tournament, the VIP needs to invite one of the pros to come along. So you can't just be a pro that shows up that doesn't get invited. And what's different about day one is that we're going to have segregated tables. All of the VIPs will be playing against each other, no pros, and all the pros will be playing against each other. And then when we get to day two, we'll have some sorts of combining. But for now, the day one is the main attraction, I believe, for this event.
What, in terms of the things you've heard regarding these partnerships, are the criteria you feel like the VIPs are looking for when they make a selection? Because one could say if you're not going to have a piece of the pro that you pick, then you might be well served to pick a guy you think isn't going to be the toughest to stick into the field. And conversely, if you are going to have a piece with a swap of some sort, maybe you reach out and touch who you think is the guy best situated to win it from the pro side.
You know, we've seen like many different types of pairings. Some maybe some buddies of them, some of them, you know, fellow countrymen, and some just quite random. You know, like Dao Minfu, I believe he got Justin Bottom on there, didn't take a piece of him at all. Sometimes there's a little tiny arrangement, like, oh, maybe I get a little bit of action here and there. But
maybe a not so tiny arrangement, by the way, from time to time.
It could be definitely a larger arrangement, like because it's a big buy-in. It's a 200K one. But I wouldn't say like, oh, let's pick the weakest pro out there, because every single pro is just phenomenal.
There are no weak pros. Let's be honest with ourselves. Last time coming to mind, Ebony Kenny. What a dream moment for her as she was paired up with Phil Nagy. Phil kind of on the side of the very specific arrangements where maybe it's a pro who doesn't have the role to get in at this level. This time around, he picked Patrick Antonius, and I think Patrick can pony up to 200 on his own. Moving forward, you only have 30 minutes after you bust out to decide whether or not you want to re-enter. So that's also a little bit of a wrinkle.
Yeah, it's a nice wrinkle, right? Because a lot of pros understand that you get more value from registering as late as possible. As more people have been eliminated, your chips are worth a bit more. You do have just 30 minutes from when you eliminate to re-register.
Right.
I think the other big wrinkle also is that everyone has to start playing at the same exact time, 300 big blinds deep. You can't just start. You can register, but you can't just start playing later unless you're going to get blinded out.
Yeah, no late regs whatsoever. We have a total of 31 pairings, total of 62 entries. That's easy enough math. We're going to play 8 levels. They are 50-minute levels, the longest that we've played thus far here in Cyprus for day 1. Let's touch a little bit about a mini bubble. As you mentioned, day 2 is when the field will ultimately combine, and the pros really looking to keep themselves alive, bring a decent stack into that moment where presumably they think the EV goes way up.
The reason the pros really want to play this tournament is because of the sheer amount of VIP ratio to pro. So on day 2 is when their first opportunity to be able to play against the VIPs. So towards the end, if you kind of got a close situation, you might err on the side of caution because your expected value goes way up when you have a softer table. And no knock to the pros, to the VIPs, but you know there is some separation of skill, of course.
And not all of those VIPs are created equal, of course, as we turn our attention to the first of the 2 featured tables that we are going to be bringing you. And the names that jump off the page, quite clear for me, Randy. I'm guessing they will be the same for you. Bossman Paul Pua and Talal Shakurchi, some of the most talented VIPs we've got.
You know, Shakurchi, right? He came off Vietnam, shipping that title, obviously the biggest one over there on that stop, and he's just a phenomenal player. This guy's been playing lots of online poker, lots of live poker, seems to have titles in every scope of the game.
The 100K main, by the way, not just any title that he picked up, as I take us back to that feature table for an added look. How about Hajiev, first-timer to Triton? Involved. I think he may have popped his head up once at North Cyprus earlier, if I'm not mistaken. But certainly Samuel Jew, we know, a first-timer, just jumping into a 200K.
You know, these special tournaments, these VIP invitationals, is when you get these first-timers to come out, get their feet wet. You know, it's quite a large stakes. And, you know, it's inviting to have a situation where you're just going to play VIP versus VIP for a long time, you know, all of day 1. You know, it's a nice spot for them, friendly.
Yeah, well, less friendly, perhaps, will be the experience of being at the red feature table. Randy, I know you've got it up on your tablet over there with the pros. What's sticking out to you? Soiza, obviously, coming off the heels of that victory, and then we've got the newcomer in Duttweiler.
Yeah, you look at this table, you're just thinking, well, it's an extremely tough one. Of course, all pros. Soiza, hot off that win the other day, and you know, he's got tough competition here. We've got multiple German players. We got Vogelsang, we got Fedor Holtz, Duffweiler, but of course we got the American, Petrangelo, Adams, Tang, and Lee. It's just star-studded. It's a tough one. They're going to have to grind it out and just try to get to the end, combined with the rest of the field tomorrow.
There really are no easy tables, as looking in the Triton Poker Plus app. You just scan the room, and it just, you know, obviously the VIP ones could leave the pros salivating relative to the fates that they're going to have at their own tables. But it is challenging, and it is unique insofar as the task at hand isn't simply straightforward as it would be in another tournament. As you mentioned, getting yourself into day 2 when the field combines is the key. Any specific strategy, then, that you would be employing? If I stuck you out there right now on the pro side of the bracket and you were to make an adjustment in an effort to make it into day 2, are you going to look not to play any big pots, play slow, play conservative, because there's so much value to making it there?
There's definitely some value in just playing a little bit slow and getting dealt a little bit less hands just to try to survive, increase your likelihood to surviving, and avoiding big confrontations. Maybe you're not just going to go for a big coin flip for 300 big blinds on the first level. You know, maybe we're near the end of day 1 and, you know, you got this situation where maybe you can press, but it's just worth hanging in there.
Somebody who didn't hang in there and who we haven't seen this time around, I know he's a new dad, Phil Ivey. Didn't go so well for him at our last invitational here in North Cyprus. Didn't really heed what your advice is there, did he?
No, he had a big cooler against Linus. It was a king high flush, I believe, and you know, it is part of the game. Sometimes you will clash and lose 300 big blinds on level 1.
Yeah.
We'll see if that happens today.
Involuntarily. And we are just moments away from sending it down to the arena as we wrap up our pregame festivities. Certainly looking forward to bringing you all of today's coverage in this 3-day LUXON Pay $200,000 Invitational. Our first look at the two features brought to you by Poker Stake in their totality. 300,000 ahead with the blinds of 500 and 1,000. So absolutely mega deep are these guys. And we may be seeing themes emerge in terms of who is willing to deviate from the expected conservative attitude. Maybe looking to exploit everyone else, trying to be snug as a bug. Tony G, not a guy that is afraid of playing big pots and putting in action, as the VIP table is where we cast our eyes to start things off.
Do you want me to try it?
It's okay. I'll ask my guy go.
So this is Tony G's and Shakurchi's first event of this series.
Yeah,
They're like the big
late
one.
comers.
I'm in.
Mm-hmm. Got our first raise from Boss with the ace-king suited. Looks like repairs are needed here for the eyewear. Hopefully he can get that ironed out before we get too deep into this one. Jack-8 suited for Hajiev.
Never a lovely board of ace king, 3 numbers.
Mark. Nice to meet you. Maher.
Boss does not follow through, as you mentioned, not in love with this texture, and so Hajiev with second pair and the wrapping around that 10 of spades decides to fire. Lack of a diamond on the board.
It was just such a small bet on the flop. Felt committed.
Lovely turn card for Hajiev. Is it a 5K bet or a 1K
Oh,
bet?
I thought it was a
Okay,
1K
yeah,
bet. I got a little confused.
I didn't expect a 1K bet to be in there, but one chip. Misidentified
chip
there
rule?
briefly.
A nice pickup here for Hajiev. Backdoor spades incoming.
Aš gerai, būtai išsinuomavau, dabar žaidžiu pokerį. Triton.
Boss gets away from it on the turn. What's the line on whether or not he's going to be able to get these sunglasses repaired? Or if he farms out the task?
I think he's going to farm it out.
He's got an army of help.
He
at the
doesn't.
ready.
He doesn't need to do it himself. He's going to attempt to. I think he's going to fail.
No repairs needed for Sosia Jiang.
哎，我黑眼睛那个眼睛拖出来，你过来滴一点，不是？拿去做一下。
Jiang, thus far, has played 6 total events. She had a 20th place finish in the 30K Mystery Bounty. Has come up empty elsewhere. $500,000 in career Triton earnings, 3 cashes. Boss on the button, at it. Another Jack-8 suited for Ramin.
Different suit. It is expected to see looser play at the VIP tables. Known to splash a bit more. Jack-8 of clubs, 3 bets, 15K.
Azerbaijani rising up.
Yeah.
5x.
I told you he was going to get someone to do it for
It
him.
felt like it was the right move. Let's not struggle. We've got kind of serious matters to attend to. Meanwhile, we flip it back over to the pro side, where we find Christoph Vogelsang, top pair on a 9-6-6 board. Checking it over to Michael Soiza in a blind versus blind confrontation, as Soiza Min bets. Dusty 3-4 offsuit. Would love to just take it here and move on. Not going to happen.
We know that's not going to happen. He's got top pair.
He came third, I think. Third. Linus came second. Linus was playing heads up with that.
3.5.
Lord Vogelsang with the check raise.
I think he gave a free roll 100k.
Yeah, this guy,
Yeah. What? He gave a free roll 100k.
100k free roll to the guy.
Send someone free roll 100k to come here to play.
To support here.
And then the guy pinks out the 85k
Who? KCG.
bounty.
But who did he give the free roll to?
It was like a winner max guy.
Oh, that guy.
The long hair guy.
I
Wow.
don't know what's his
Yeah.
name.
Remember the guy that pulled the bounty?
You
You just
guys
gave
don't-
him like free roll. Like
You guys
free
don't
roll.
use Instagram, huh?
I deleted Instagram last year.
It's on
What?
Instagrams.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just waste
Yeah,
of
it's
time.
probably, yeah, maybe that's why I like you so much better. The hours you spend,
It's just
I spend on Instagram.
It is a rabbit hole.
Twitter, yeah, sorry,
Who
did you
said
say-
they deleted it?
I deleted
Timothy
Twitter.
Adams.
Oh, I can delete
believe.
Twitter now.
Good on him.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I deleted Twitter.
Not Instagram.
By the way, the conversation
No, I
there
deleted
with
it
respect to that 100K free roll,
3 days ago?
Mundir Zugari, who
Right.
Really?
had that
You have like 80k
also
on Instagram as well.
memorable
I
moment
don't like that, right?
Never on Instagram.
during the 30K mystery bounty where he pulled an
I don't know, when
85K
people used to queue like
ticket
$100.
and went absolutely wild.
I didn't think it was hundreds.
Met Carl Chappé Gatien, who normally we'd see in this invitational event. I think business matters have him preoccupied, but he decided shortly after meeting Zugari at a poker tournament elsewhere, I'm not going to be able to go. Here's a 100K free roll. Go out to Triton. Make us proud. Gave him a sweet deal, from what I understand. And Mundir never even approached stakes like that.
No.
Managed to get some bounties.
I watched that little interview he did after receiving that bounty, and he was just so fortunate and just so happy to be here, of course. And
It was cool. It
was
was
very
raw emotion.
genuine, yeah.
Very much so. Slightly disingenuous Jack 5 is going to be in a bad way here, as Vogel's saying. Open the button. Duttweiler, the Triton first-timer, flops himself top 2 after defending.
Yeah, clearly a trouble spot for Vogelsang here, top pair. Dry texture.
The big 3 It's all downhill from here, bro.
See a check here, bit sneaky.
Oh, Christoph
Downhill since 25.
going to end up the trappee, not the trapper, as he draws dead on this King of Spades turn.
You do see the big blind check a lot on the king. It's perceived to hit the button range more. It looks like he is going to come out swinging, not letting his opponent check it through too much.
And some texture with
big
that
bet.
king, the backdoor spades and straightiness.
Overbet.
And that's going to put Christoph in such an awkward spot, given he has under-repped his hand.
He's
with the
definitely
check back.
under-repped his hand, and he's also wondering why Duttweiler is shooting out on the king. Draw does come out. He probably feels compelled to take one off, decide the river, see if it blanks out.
So Christoph does make the call, as suddenly this one grows to almost 30K. Backdoor spades show up as Vogel's saying makes Jackson 5s, Randy. Escape feels difficult.
Yeah, normally if the spade comes in, maybe he can find a fold, but not when he hits 2 pairs himself. For Tobias, seeing his opponent call on the king, can easily try to extract value from the king X-type hands. It seems like a near impossible fold here for Jack 5. You've improved. You beat
Raise
some-
feels absurd too, given
No.
the sizing of 23K.
No, it definitely wouldn't be raising here. Jack 5, you'll never get called by worse. It's just one of those spots where I call. Do you got it or not? Credit for thinking about this. Contemplating a laydown.
Flicks in the call, and we'll be shown the bad news. Not a great start to things here for Vogelsang.
Yeah, it hurts to. You kind of have the inkling that you're behind, and you follow through and get that affirmation. Still plenty of big blinds. We do start with 300.
What if you make more money than everyone?
Yeah,
Yeah,
the screen suggests devastation, but the stack does
He's
not.
a businessman that makes a lot of money from poker. I just wanted to know how long are we on here for? 1 level or 2?
Till the break.
So
50 minutes.
2?
50 minutes. 50 minutes. Yeah.
Danny, as we mentioned in the pregame show, along with the likes of Kiat Lee, who he's seated with, were just 2 of the many who came to support
I think
Soiza.
like, are you
Also at the table here,
playing poker
his
for
Yeah,
saving?
I know
Yeah.
that. I'm
victory run.
We do have 4 tables of
You'll be
pros
happy.
and VIPs, and
Tell them
we'll
to
be able
raise.
to alternate each frame. Everyone getting their opportunity on there. As you heard Danny Tang asking how many levels are we on this feature table.
Well, it's interesting because you
Especially
characterize
for
it
you, though.
as an opportunity, but I do think that there are those who prefer not to be on the
Oh,
feature table.
100%.
Not just because of, the lights, maybe I have to wear sunglasses, some of the mild inconveniences, but I don't want people to know what I'm up to out there. The less information that anybody has about how I'm playing my hands and what I'm holding, the better off I am.
Yeah, and I think the main player that comes to mind for me is like Eric Seidel. He
Yeah.
never really wanted to play under the lights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not very
Aggressive.
aggressively.
We see a little raise and take it there for Soiza,
What's
co-owner
what's
of the APT
that I
Asia Poker Tour.
They're proud of him as of yesterday.
Our booth brother,
yeah,
Henry Kilbane,
be in the know.
serving as commentator
The podcast.
on that
watch
tour. Victor Chong, who
videos.
came out to Vietnam and was such a
Yeah.
pleasant presence there,
Yeah,
played a
indeed.
few events. His partner in the enterprise is Soiza,
Or
flexing his entrepreneurial muscle
you're leaving things on
when
the
not
table.
on the felt. All reports are that the events, by the way, were spectacular.
Players playing slower than
Not super high rollers, very approachable.
Yes.
Day 1 of the Triton Million.
Taipei, the last stop.
Day 1 of the Triton Million, you're saying people played slow?
Well, I mean,
I
we're
remember
in for a million as well, but still.
My first table, I started on the feature, and we were playing, I think, very fast. But it was like,
No one was fast on my table. It was almost like, yeah, let's just get day 1 over with. And then it was like, 2 seconds. Yeah.
Stalling in the first level.
Yeah.
oh,
Not stalling, but
You said 2 seconds and
Yeah,
fold.
pretty
I forget.
Just
Who,
stalling.
I had like a weird table. Was it like Tom Dwan, True Teller, like?
Oh yeah.
because
It
they're the guys that doesn't care. Just
Yeah. And
Button raise from
real-
Duttweiler has
that
been
is like
flattered by
the fastest
Petrangelo, and Fedor
Like 2
just
seconds
has
and
that
you just-
mischievous look on him.
Yeah. Poker or something. I don't know. Look out.
It's kind of like a, really?
Opportunity.
Are you sure you want to raise my big?
But interesting conversation there, as we discussed in the pre-show, was that this maybe play slow, get to day 2.
That's
would
the
like
job at present, as the monotone Ace-3-5 board connects with everybody. Best with Tobias for top pairs. Petrangelo checks second pair in the gutty. Just the gutty for Fedor, checking as well.
Disaster.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like, the only thing is, I guess you need like more
Duttweiler,
things in case
maybe
they
showing
really
off
run
that
completely out of time
keep
like
it
that.
clean, keep it conservative sort of approach, checking back, promptly hitting trip aces.
I can see that for sure, and with trip aces, I imagine he's going to fire if it does get to him.
Fucking disaster.
Once again, Fedor always trying to find some opportunity to steal the pot. He's thinking about this, just inside straight draw, no heart.
It's better than us.
But we're not bullying. We're just curious.
Maybe he feels that Duttweiler would bet an ace on the flop at a high frequency.
Ask me in Chinese. If Christoph played faster, it was like a 5.
Spots that maybe to the naked eye seem not entirely complicated. I feel like
Let's
Fedor
check.
goes so deep with, and has so much fight in him.
Those are the tough players to play against.
Yeah.
Not to take anything away from anyone, but they always are looking for a spot to maybe attack. And A6 checks again. Surprising for me.
Like a chess club.
The turn check in
want to,
particular, I think, is
No,
an example of the degree to which maybe that keep it clean mentality.
I think so. Especially
Exists.
against these two players, Petrangelo and Fedor Holt. They know how to kind of do some delay action that could be quite aggressive.
Yeah, they put a few people in the blender in their day. No doubt about it.
I'll tell you, Fedor just taking his time in his hand is not him just trying to slow down the game. It's really him just thinking of ways to potentially win the pot.
I think it's more comfortable on the. I don't think you give it away anytime. Maybe not. Maybe to fade off to me, you know. I don't see shit. Huh?
With what? Like, I think you're just meticulous. Like, you're just wired. Like, 500. That's fine. Like,
Oh, it's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Now, Tobias, of course, will pursue value. 7,500. Petrangelo just puts it in the muck with the 5.
Yeah, good discipline there.
I thought you were talking about speed of play, but kind of under the same umbrella.
Same umbrella.
As
I mean,
everybody tiptoeing out onto the ice that is this 200K Luxon Pay Invitational. Flipping it back over to the VIP table where we find Ramin Hajiev involved in one with ace-8 against Samuel Zhu, who successfully bluffs it on the end for 6,500.
Maybe when I'm older like you.
Zhu, a first-timer. It is Hajiev's second visit.
Zhu's got multiple
To a
deep
Triton.
runs so far at this stop.
Yeah.
You enjoyed it.
Looking at his earnings thus far on the series, 173,000 and change across 2 cashes, 1 final table in the 40K, and then a 12th place finish in the 20K. For Hajiev, on the other side of things,
Like I'm just always trying to like
he
keep up
has
with everyone.
yet to cash at a Triton. Visited us
Keep up with everyone.
at our last North Cyprus event. He played the Invitational for 200K, played the main for 100K, played the 75K 8 max, likes the big stuff. Went 0 for 3 there, and then has played 6 events thus far here. Still hunting that first cash. Paul Fua is hunting anyone and everyone with pocket aces. And Socia picking a bad time to get after him with ace-4 suited in particular.
Yeah, ace-4 suited definitely a candidate for putting pressure on, but we know that Paul, with 300 big blinds, is going to want to activate even more.
Several clubs into the muck, which is a problem for Jang's prospects, provided that she's allowed to take this flop. TBD, how Paul wants to proceed.
Yeah, it's mainly going to depend on the sizing. When you're playing 300 big blinds deep, you tend to 4-bet even bigger than normal.
Can I get an orange juice, please?
Yeah, notice the 4x 4-bet, right? Like, it's kind of unheard of when we're playing smaller stacks, say 60, 70 blinds, you would go for like a 2.5 or so.
You're able to apply more brute force when you're sitting this deep.
You also reduce the implied odds of your opponent, right?
Oh,
300
to the
big
boss.
blinds, you can see a lot of flops. Show it.
He did. So she says, fall to the boss.
It's actually a
This is
misclick.
the type of table where we show some cards.
I put the chips in and she goes, raise 7. I was like, oh, all right then.
You're calling? In Triton, London, kings ready to aces.
Yeah, first
Oh.
level.
No,
Oh, you mean the big invitation, the million one?
Oh.
Yeah.
Aaron.
And you're not
I used
Santosh,
to-
and you didn't
I
win.
used to actively working.
I lost 40% of my stake.
Oh, only 40%.
Part-time.
That's
I
pretty
3
good.
bet, in 4 bet, I've called.
Cool, right?
Hard target.
I think
Like owning the company.
the board ended up at
Okay.
7, 8, 9, 10. So it's made probably safe.
Poker is too much fun.
Boss reflecting on the Triton Million back in 2019, won
The
by
most
Aaron Zhang,
Oh,
richest.
big tournament of all time, pretty much
Yeah.
for me.
My first stop,
It was.
Yeah.
Oh, so a special place in your heart.
for sure. Pocket eights have a place in Tony G's heart for the time being, as he opens to 2,500. And so with a suited ace again, clubs once more.
Yeah, in this instance, she's opted to call rather than 3-bet.
And it's interesting because one might think, well, ace-9 is better than ace-4 suited. Why would she 3-bet the former but not the latter?
It could be just that I just, you know, got seen 3-bet folding a hand. Don't want to create this situation where I look a little bit too aggressive.
A little bit of it, of course, has to do with the solver intel now, with the idea that the ace-5 suited,
Yeah.
the wheels suited aces have some unblocking
And the
properties.
middling ones tend to go for a call more to ace-8 and ace-9.
Meanwhile, Boss was allowed to join this party, courtesy of the flat from Socia.
Ooh.
Oh. No spotlight for you.
Build some drama.
It's like a
It's only
sign,
1
like you
minute
should lay this down.
5K barrel from Tony
Just
with
stop
just
the
one
timer.
overcard out there.
Do the shot clocks pause too? Potentially? That's what it seems like.
Does Paul know it's on him?
He can't see his cards. They're in the dark.
He might not be able to see period
Yeah, 1
with
minute.
the sunglasses on in the dark. Okay, there we go.
Oh, part. Not all.
Who's it up to?
Emergency light this one maybe.
Who's it up to? I bet 5, right?
On me?
Tony, just a gentle nudge there.
Emergency. Spec. Old school. Spec.
New school, there's no more respect.
There's no more respect.
Oh, yeah.
Clash.
Just flash.
How long do you think it'll be before Tony suggests
Alcohol.
a round of
Yeah.
scotch or whiskey?
It always happens.
He doesn't have his drinking buddy Leon here, though,
Yeah.
Hello.
which I know Santosh Suvarna
You'll
will be
like
happy
it.
about, given the PTSD he's
like
got
morning.
from our last 200K here in North Cyprus.
We could do a
Quick
round
peek
of
there at the
strokes.
counts.
I actually managed to do it once in the tournament.
Yeah?
Everyone agreed.
You actually got them to agree? Wow, that's actually pretty good.
Those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. No cause for concern for even Shakurchi, who's off the high water mark. 310,000 and change. For Boss,
But yeah, we did it. And I won the third tournament. Quite a few rounds, people thought. Even the pros. Better opportunity to get a stack, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Just effectively double the lines. But
Mahar
the
Noidas.
fact that the dead straddle obviously is great for the
First involvement.
lines, right? Because the straddle doesn't have the option to raise.
Yeah.
This pro, I mean VIP, 10-8 suited. He's aggro.
Shakurchi perhaps has more high stakes cash under his belt than just about any of our VIPs, save for Boss.
I think so.
Regularly gets involved out in Las Vegas in the 5K, 10K, 10K, 20K streets. His 3-bet brings him the 4 diamonds and not much else on this King Jack 4 board, which has produced a spade draw for Mahar.
A lot of continuation betting on these king high boards, 3-bet pots.
Mahar content to check call as Shakurchi's follow-through barrel of 5K fails to earn him the pot, and the turn fails to improve 10 high. He will promptly check back with 26-5 in the middle and bink a 10. We'll see whether or not Mahad wants to bluff at this one. We've got our answer.
Just check. Good spot for Talal. Would have had a tough spot had he faced the bet, of course, with third pair. Nicely done.
Content to just get to showdown. Pointing out that the 7-8 was dominated, of course.
What about the point that I 3-bet you of 10-8 suited?
Yeah, that one got buried.
Just trying to try to hide it.
Yeah. Oh, look, squirrel.
For me, Ali, I did browse the tables a bit before we started the show. I think this is actually the hardest VIP table
It was in Cyprus.
you were in Cyprus. By far, personally.
Obviously, it's all at random.
Yes.
Last night,
The draw, which you were present.
all the VIPs drew their seats out of a bowl.
Was there any
The pros did the same.
celebrations during that draw? Like, oh, I got the great table or whatever.
No, I did ask Bonomo, who drew rather late,
Actually, 3 of us were on the same day, one table.
what table
The last 200.
he would choose if he could pick any, and he said, they're all fish, it doesn't matter. And obviously that drew a bit of a laugh from the crowd. He was being cheeky. Now Marius Torbergson. Popping it up.
Is this a Norwegian flag, Ali?
Indeed it is. Obviously, I always have to double check now, ever since I botched Hecklin's flag just once. Of course, we know the mediocre Dane is Danish. And before you go thinking that we're launching salvos at Henrik Eklund, he says, I don't want to be called the Great Dane, Gus Hansen, my idol.
We can go Great Dane the second if you like as well.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
It's a little bit nicer.
Oh, I could. Not so nice as this satanic board.
Satanic board.
666.
What do you think of these things?
I think it's a natural response.
Okay. Did you hear anyone at the table say that, though?
They're thinking it.
No one wants to say it?
We don't invoke the name of Lucifer or Beelzebub publicly, generally for fear of a visit, especially with 200K buy-in tournament. You don't want to dance with any devils, Randy.
True. King's Ace is next hand.
Torbergson, bet, take it, let's move on. Clear the board, please, we're uncomfortable. Thank you so much. What would be a heavenly flop? I guess anyone that gives you the nuts, right? A lot more of those available. Players just getting their feet wet. We got our feet wet this
We did.
morning, didn't we, Randy?
Yeah, we hit up the pool. It was
It
a
was
bit concerning. I'm not a swimmer really, and you were
Yeah.
really like my only option as a lifeguard, and I was a bit worried, but I did get in there.
Well, it was not so much the get in there that I took note of, Randy, as the get out of there. For those that might be wondering what I'm referring to, Randy, of course, can't swim. He stayed in the shallow end, the pool. Not a lot of danger. But then when it came time to get out of the pool, you really would have thought we were watching YouTube videos on the SeaWorld account.
Like that's the speech play.
I mean, it was like Shamu would have been proud. I don't know what that dismount was.
No, I
As you kind of
rolled over,
launched your body onto the edge of the pool halfway, and then rolled the rest of it out.
Like, I mean, who do you see,
He was just laying horizontally on the pool's edge.
Like Nikita does,
It wasn't graceful, but it was effective.
He talks to himself.
Got it done.
And he talks about the board, and he stares at the board. He doesn't.
But he really went after it that time. You saw it?
Yeah. I think
Danny getting at it. He's 5 suited.
Yeah, I was the type of
Mikita, he called Linus all in on river with
I was talking about
king high.
Yeah, really.
Was it good?
Yeah. He was having one of his.
It was so sick.
In a three-bet pot, 2 spades on the flop. He had the ace
I don't
of
think it
spades.
has anything to do with that, but it was a weird.
Didn't have a good hand to call with.
Didn't have a good hand, yeah.
But you're doing this to me.
Linus, you're making me call you. You know, if you keep,
You gotta calm down.
Like,
He said,
yeah, you better calm down. Yeah, yeah.
No, he said.
Linus, if you don't relax, I'll have to call you.
I'm going to have to pay you, yeah.
I'm going to have to pay you. Linus, if you don't...
Yeah. And then it's like, it's not me, you're making me do it or something like this. Yeah. Then it's like, if I lose, I go and sleep.
Who posted the video?
Some poker media, yeah.
But it's not like, there's not a video like of them at the table, right?
It is.
It is of them at the table.
And talking as well, so it's sick, yeah.
Okay.
And then the showdown and everything, yeah.
Interesting. Pardon me. Interesting anecdote there regarding an exchange,
cool because like a raw,
allegedly between
raw
Badziukuski
video, you know, it's not like a produced kind of
and
video.
Linus Lolliger. Posted somewhere out there online. Doesn't ring a bell for me or
no,
you.
it
this
does not.
particular
I
pot.
think it was the outer table one.
As Danny, the pre-flop 3-better, had the better diamonds and the better hand, to be fair. Flops bottom pair. Comes out swinging. Fade or backdoor diamonds in a gut shot.
Yeah, he's thinking those backdoor diamonds are good. Of course, they wouldn't be in this scenario. But it's noteworthy that Fedor takes the 3-bet out of position. 300 big blinds deep, willing to splash with deep stacks.
Flat calls after his pre-flop 3-better barreled through, and he hits a 10. Third club out there.
Yeah, always nice to pick up some showdown for Fedor. And for Danny, ace-5 is just doesn't really have that extra ammo
You on the table as well.
to drop another shell. 3 clubs, no club in hand. Also the type of card that just improves the call 3-bet, check call flop range.
Maybe Linus should suit up as well, you know.
Check back from Danny. That was 6 on the end.
Given that we're really deep stacked, you tend to see people pot control, even strong pairs on the turn, especially when the clubs come in, straights. So it's not unheard of for Fedor to be up against a better hand, so he likely will try and show this one down rather than look for some thin value. Don't really expect the ace-5 to continue for a bet.
Be turning it into
Seldomly.
a bluff if he did.
You are. You seldomly win against ace-queen and ace-king. But will better hand fold?
Part of the game nowadays, right?
It's crossing his mind, though, but the way he's grabbing these cards,
Yeah.
he checks. In the muck position.
Who do you think would be the most
A little eyebrow raised there from Danny. As he,
mind that this kind of video was
You going to call this 3-bet against me out of position?
not only that, you're going to open under the gun +1 with 10-8 suited. Okay, I see you, Fedor.
Let's go.
I don't know, I guess I should talk about this.
Bit of a reputation on Fedor, by the way, for playing
Yeah.
all parts
Yeah, I feel like someone who's like very
from all
versatile
positions
can
and in all manners.
make
Makes him
Yes.
one of the toughest to play against, obviously.
I feel
Especially
like,
in deep
when
stack
you play this game,
poker.
you must stand by the decisions you make, good or bad, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah. And take accountability is your choice in the end. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, you know. There's that football one. Sometimes good, sometimes shit. Have you seen this meme? The football manager
Heard
guy.
before.
Yeah.
Adams, suited connector. Worked his way all the way through the field as Nick Petrangelo getting a little work on that left shoulder. You know, he was a regular at the golf course when we were in Vietnam, which was not far away from the resort.
Try again.
Last time I checked in with him, he said he had not yet golfed here in North Cyprus. So there are some places to do
Are
it.
there?
I
Okay.
think most of them on the south side of the island is my
I
guess.
see. You golf at all or just caddy?
I don't even caddy. Randy,
You just riding a little golf cart.
I drive the carts for sure in areas of the course that I shouldn't, in ways that tend to create a little more excitement for the passengers.
Yeah, you're looking for like the hills.
Your typical. Oh yeah.
The sandy
Can we
parts
get a
of-
little air?
How did that go for me?
Donut maybe. Two-wheel motion.
Always bluffing.
I find that they're speed limited, which is a bit frustrating.
You must be barred from so many golf courses.
I live on a golf course that I'm not allowed to go to.
That was your try?
Mostly because I'm not a member. Danny Tang, ace-3 suited.
Everyone has their strengths.
Soiza with the playable king-10 suited.
They're fighting. 3-bet.
You sure are.
Ours is not throwing.
Sizing. 4,500?
No, it should be more than that.
Should be more than that. Not
I'd be
sure what I
shocked.
saw in terms of.
Maybe 7 or
chips there.
7,500. 8, I think.
Oh yeah, he's got a
9,
5K in his
sorry,
Yeah,
even more.
Big, big, big.
Does he want to play out of position right now against Soiza? Bigger 3-bets, just because of the nature of the stack sizes, will come along.
Tang flops top pair, and this is a sopping wet board for Soiza as he's got the royal flush draw and the action check to him. And of course, some of the issues surrounding an ace-3, Randy, out of position is you just can't really know whether or not your hand is good if you face multi-barrels on the ace-high flop.
Yeah, when you flop an ace out of position with these kind of wheelie suited ones, is you kind of hoping it's a
Yeah.
you check call one and we check it down. Ideally, you hit some clubs to kind of apply pressure. But you know, obviously a great hand for Soiza on this board texture. Can apply a lot of pressure regardless of the turn.
Just look at that
That's
gaze
fair, yeah.
from Danny Tang. Something feels sus. It's semi-sus.
It's semi-sus.
Pot up to 34.5 as the board turns two-tone.
Yeah, a lot of opportunity for Soiza to still pounce on his opponent. Really deep stacks. He might size quite large. Can definitely get these Queen X holdings to lay down a lot of times. The gut shots. Even the ace-3 will be very uncomfortable against a very large sizing. Lots of equity in case you're wrong. See, he grabbed one of those white chips at least.
Follow-through barrel feels quite nice, given the sheer amount of the equity you alluded to, Randy. 27,000, the sizing into 34.5. Very meaningful and of concern, because were Danny to make this call of 27,000, he's clearly hoping for a check back on the river.
Yeah, it's mainly a guessing game, and it kind of depends on how often you think your opponent may follow through with a third barrel. He does think that Soiza will give up a lot with this call. Blanks out. But you know, Soiza's one of those guys who's not shy of firing 3 shells. It wouldn't surprise me if he does make a stance here. Does give up. That is a sweet spot for ace-3. Nicely done. No fear on the turn.
A little bit of fear, I'm guessing, but
the end result.
a lot of relief
Do you think
as
he might
well
fold it? Yeah.
after the
I don't know.
check back from Soiza. The disappointing river
Okay.
did not decide to go with the
But my hand is a
3-barrel.
bad hand to bluff, so. My hand was a bad hand to bluff with, so.
Well then, pat yourself on the back.
Pocket, but maybe he folds. You'll see in a while.
Pocket 3.
Hey,
You're saying I because
he didn't bluff?
wow.
No.
Yeah, that's what you wanted, Danny, is a big barrel on the river with ace-3. Guy's getting a laugh out of that.
Yeah, you're gonna find out. So wait for like an hour and you find out. It's very boring. It's just normal.
Maybe you'll not find out though.
No,
You might switching though.
You can 3-bet
Say what?
King Jack. King Jack. King Jack suited. You 3-bet. going after. Doesn't want to say.
I mean, I did have ace queen suited.
This guy's trying to extract any value they can get, information.
Completely fine, I guess.
Cut off.
Queen Jack suited under the gun, opening.
No, it's lesson. He's not big
Soiza the customer once more, this time.
Your guess? You want to put it in drawing dead?
Flat caller.
For king. There's a queen on the board. Yeah. You mean he's just barreling for the sake of barreling?
Oh my, good. I'd stop. I'd end my career.
Tim Adams. Big blind ace queen here, Randy.
You know, it is a thing to actually just flat call here in the big blind. It's against under the gun open. He is going to come with that.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of the spots you 3-bet. You're not really sure how to approach it 300 big blinds out of position.
You're not 3-betting because you want to get called.
And by calling, you also leave in some hands that will are dominated. You know, Queen Jack offsuits,
Right.
Ace 10 offsuits, for example.
King 9-8 rainbow board. Connecting best with Danny's Queen Jack in the form of a gut shot.
Yeah, nice spot for a continuation bet. You also block the top pairs, King, Queen, King Jacks, of course. Not too much of a hand for Soiza, Ace 7. Feeling active. Might he get one back at Danny Tang? Best hand is out.
Able to check fold comfortably on that texture as Soiza peeling and not improving. Seeking some backdoor equity in the form of straight or flush draws.
And like I said earlier, there's a reasonable chance that the Queen Jack does put in a multi-barrel blocking the top pairs, King, Queen, King, Jack. So it's a little bit more likely his opponent is sitting on maybe some gut shots or like 9-10, Ace-9. They can't really handle 2 barrels that much. Fires to play. We got serious Danny today, don't we?
Well, in the middle of a hand, I'd say we do, but I think in between hands we can expect
Hands over right now. Hasn't said a word.
normal
Still
Danny.
piling,
Give
still
him some
stacking.
time. Still thinking. Maybe the airway's blocked with the Euro sweater. Got to loosen that up.
Nope. Looking friendly now.
He looks like he's ready for like Saint-Tropez. A little
So,
south
yeah,
of France
yeah.
action.
Parquet. What's it parquet?
8 something. That's all I got for you.
而家有0.83。
Randy, we're going to need a translator for your translations. Best comment so far this week from the YouTube chat, of course. After that Ding Biao interview, was it?
Ding Biao.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ace 10, meanwhile, for Tobias Duttweiler. Sticking with the adopted 2500 chip sizing as another Queen Jack suited. This time for Adams.
I'm curious to see how he approaches this Queen Jack in terms of pre-flop, as I think 3-bet is kind of standard here, but he may just want to keep things small that we touched up on. Yeah, he does just flat call.
88.
Just kind of like playing a bit of small ball, which is certainly fine. Not too bad here, open-ended, backdoor clubs, but Ace 10 is in the front.
Open-ender versus second pair. $2K being considered by Adams as he wants to chart a course. Comes with the flat for the time being as another 4,000 slides into the middle. That is a brick turn.
我唔係撳，我都唔使撳，我 send 出去。
你而家出啦，你買咗。
Adams checking once more.
Always scary to put in another bet here with just middle pair.
我哋港紙嚟，你港紙啊，2萬、3萬、3萬。
Couple checks. It's a good one for ace-10, and, you know, Timothy Adams might very well try to represent that 10. Seeing the check through on the turn. Some king X's, of course, for him as well. His opponent appears to be weak given the line so far, so Queen Jack can definitely try to attack.
Lovely development, obviously, for Tobias, as his check back induces Adams to come out barreling. Full pot, Randy.
Yeah, and he's basically saying I've got a 10 or nothing. And of course, for Tobias, ace-10. Nut kicker, kicker plays. Great spot for a raise.
30800。
買幾多？你買幾多？10。買少啲，等陣可能盤喐嘅話再買。
A little Hollywood here, but well, certainly going to be pitching these cards in the
Yeah, 42K feels like it is going to draw the curtain as Adams does put it into the muck. And Randy, I understand that you have an update on Danny Tang's partner in the event, who appears to have sustained a big blow, that being Punat Punsri at one of our other tables.
Yeah, there was an action against Sinan here, Unlu, where it was a 3-bet pot, 3 ways, and it came Jack 7-6. Punat bets 15K, gets called by Sinan. Turn 4, check 50K, call. River 6, so it's Jack 7-6 4-6. Punat bets 172K into 175. Gets checked raise all in for 30K more, and he folds.
Maybe.
Wow.
Monster bluff. It's a big one, and that is going to send us to a new chip leader, Sinan Unlu, the Turkish player. And of course, the short stack would be Punat Punsri sitting on 47 blinds at 46K.
Unlu, by the way, has only ever played 2 other Triton events, both here in North Cyprus. 25K 8 max, but then the 200K coin rivet invitational. So he's seeking out the big stuff.
Yep.
0 for 2, by the way. Yet to pick up his first cash, but certainly off to a wonderful start at the expense of Punat Punsri, who picked the wrong man to get after on the VIP side.
Look, if you were going to ask me which side of the VIPs or pros that's going to have the biggest clash, I would always say the VIP. I think just the favorite there.
Samuel not interested in the ace-5.
The downside to drinking a cold brew right at the start is like diuretic, right? Not like
Sounds like Sosha is going to be testing her ability to stave off nature's call after the diuretic cold brew at the top of the day.
Where's
she alluded to? 3 bets, by the way, for
the
boss
coffees
here.
you usually get for us?
Oh,
At least today, like a different day.
You're referring to the mochas?
Yeah, the ice mochas, the orange mocha frappuccinos or whatever, like
There's
Zoolander.
no orange mocha. Well, that sounds awful. That's a diuretic.
Have you not
what
seen
did
the
you
movie?
Just say? What? That's a movie?
In Zoolander.
Oh, my
God.
bad.
Maybe not your type
I'm
of.
living the Zoolander life more than I'm watching the movie. Talal, ace-jack offsuit. Not exactly a supermodel hand, but it'll work on the button.
Ooh, look at that.
Enough
4-bet.
to bring a 4-bet. Did not realize those chips going in there were bringing added weight to this affair, and the timing is bad for Talal.
bad, but we're playing 300 big blinds deep, and actually this is pretty darn uncomfortable for 2 jacks, especially if he does not hit one.
Yeah, you don't really want to go 5-betting if you start to feel like ace-king's bottom of range.
No,
As
jacks
played.
Even it's a great flop for jacks, of course, but if he faces multiple barrels, will be uncomfortable. As played, though, but to law ace jack, pretty much a mandatory c-bet, 4-bet pot.
18,000 into 58.
Can I get a black tea?
Feels like
Earl Grey?
the kind of sizing that wants a call. And when we sense our opponents want us to stick around, obviously we start to wonder why, and if it's whether or not these jacks are in bad shape.
We're obligated here with 2 jacks.
Jack of hearts working as well for boss.
Hmm.
Great turn.
Excellent turn, of course. This is the type of turn cards where the 4-better, if they check it through, you're going to feel really good about the 2 jacks. Talal really just doesn't have anything. But maybe he tries to tell the stories that I've got 2 aces, 2 kings, 2 queens.
Looks like story time is all over. But backdoor clubs and the king in particular as played, Randy.
The king is one of the worst cards for the 4-bet caller here. The player who 4-bets is very ace-king heavy. When it drops off, you're just hating life.
When we take the queens, kings, and aces out of the equation as played, given the check back on the turn from Talal, we start to ask ourselves what else could be in there, and the ace-king specifically comes to mind. And if Talal were to bet this river, as we see him do for 50,000, it's exactly where Paul's mind went.
Yeah. Ace-king is a very large part of Talal's range.
Looks like king queen.
King, queen, and ace-king, both bad.
Oh, but he finds the call as he muttered ace, queen, and ace, jack is also being part of the range he thought that he might be up against. Well played by both players, though, Randy.
That was a pro hand.
Yeah.
That was just... We at the right table, Ollie?
Pro bet from Talal on the river, pro call from Boss. As we are very much pro Triton play. The new world of poker is coming, and your chance to get in on the action is right now. It's our new social poker game looking to revolutionize the way the world plays poker, and it's open for pre-registrations right now. When you see that QR code pop up, be sure to scan it and start your journey into the new world. Triton Play app's got some really exciting stuff coming up. Stealth demos, a London giveaway, and so much more. Don't miss out. Scan the QR code and join us in the Triton Play app today.
Rose. 2,500. What? Is that 2.5? 2.5. What?
Jack trade deuce here as Mahanoida's open. Turns into bottom set, and it's going to keep Tony G around as he defended with 4-5 and flops the open ender. 3K follow through barrel. Tony wants to play for more.
A great hand, of course, to check raise, open into straight draw, and pocket deuce is in a great spot here. Lots of big blinds. He might come in with a 3-bet on the flop. We'll just call.
I think for Tony, he's just saying if you don't have Jack X or a pair, I can just check raise and take it right
The
now
nice thing
unimproved.
is when you check raise 5-4 and sometimes the ace drop off, it does improve your opponent's bet calling range quite a bit, extract more value. And the club, a great spot to usually fire more chips, apply a lot of pressure.
26.
It appears that Tony would agree with you, as he bets 26,000. This is pot plus.
It's not great, of course, given that the flush comes in, but you do have clean outs to boat up and maybe win a big one against the clubs.
Mahara making this call, I think, is a bit unexpected for Tony, who does not hit on the river and now has bloated this one up to 76,000 and change.
Yeah, it was a very confident call. Didn't really take any time there. Might cross his mind.
He's got the nut low, and he's going to shut it down.
Yeah, I like this. It's just that when you do an overbet and your opponent still calls, they definitely have a pretty strong hand. So you don't necessarily need to just blast away just because you got the nut low.
Mahar hunting value as he bets 40,000. And that will be a deflating development for Tony G. Still 286,000. Little boost up there to Mahar Noida. Playing under the Tunisian banner, yet to pick up his first cash at a Triton event.
Played a few events, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, he's been in the saddle 5 times already here in North Cyprus.
He's warmed up, though.
Played only a couple events at our last visit. This is 8th event overall. Activity from Shakurchi.
3.5x. I wonder if it's just because it's the rest of above 200K. Oh, well, anyways, 2 aces in the big blind.
Yeah, this is the real story. Heads up. Does Jang want to announce herself here? Or
Yeah, definitely need to be raising. At least 4x, I imagine. Let's see.
nailed it.
I've played some poker in my time.
15,000.
And for King 10 suited, I would imagine a obligatory call here. You got a reasonable hand in position. At 200 big blinds, you're just going to call 3-bet so much more wide.
Obviously, the benefit of position weighing heavily into all considerations when we continue in the face of 3 bets pre-flop, as Talal does, and wraps himself around the queen of clubs on a dry board, which Jane will feel quite good about.
The queen of clubs definitely an important card for Talal. You tend to float these types of Broadway hands with backdoor flush draws so that you're just not so narrow to just top pair. Especially against the 8K bet, it's a quarter pot. Talal's got some ideas.
Gonna peel one off for 8K as another 16 slides into the middle. And that is the kind of equity he was hunting. King high flush draw obtained.
Yeah, obviously a great card for Talal, the ones he was trying to maybe apply some pressure. For now, though, it is action on Sosia Jang, who should be looking for value against all of the Queen X's. Probably will size up. 25% was on the flop. slightly over pot, is it? Yeah.
Shakurchi doesn't love that sizing, but the implied odds of making the clubs, which he can likely assume Socia does not have at this point as played.
Yeah,
Randy?
I would say so. And of course, implied odds is there. And sometimes, you know, you call, your opponent checks, you can make a stance, represent a big hand.
Oh,
But he
he's
just laid
gonna
down.
Put it in the muck.
Oh, wow. I didn't like the sizing. It was just the overbelt kind of outpriced him a bit. Felt his opponent was strong. It was.
Interestingly, if we have the king of clubs there, Randy, we can remove ace king of clubs specifically from Socia's range. Means we can kind of safely think that the king high clubs are always going to be good, barring maybe the board pairing.
He
if we were
might
up against
feel
two queens or
that
something.
if the backdoor clubs come in, his opponent, Socia, will just kind of play cautious and maybe even just check fold. So the implied odds aren't really there, possibly. Just kind of stay out of a trouble spot. And then when you think about it, a 50K bet is still 50 big blinds.
And when you started that pot with 200K, it's a big chunk of what you've got left in this marathon, not a sprint, 3-day event.
They're playing quick, though, at this one. Yeah.
Yeah, pace has picked up considerably as Shakurchi is back at it. King, queen offsuit again, going with 3,500.
That's a little bit of a splash from Tony G. Jack 8 offsuit, dealer button.
Dominated by Boss, who flatted the queen jack suited. King 8 deuce. 2 spades, top pair for the pre-flop raiser. Tony's got himself in a little pickle.
Yeah, kind of made that loose call and kind of found him in a situation where he may lose some chips.
Note the jack deuce came along for Samuel, given the price.
I would say that's pretty loose as well. A bit splashy. Would expect that kind of play a little bit more at these VIP tables.
Sorry.
Quarter pot from Talal. Flatted by Tony, and bottom pair gonna hang in there. Jack would of course be the spiciest seasoning off the shelf.
Ollie, why are you trying to get this fly? We've got a multi-way hand here. You're
ace on the turn.
You've got this piece of paper hunting this fly, waiting for him to just
I hate
sit on your food or something.
This guy's gonna meet his maker, Randy. Oh!
He's right here.
I missed him. Focus, Randy. King pairs
you
on the turn
focus.
after
You
a round of
focus.
checks, and that's gonna give Shakurchi trip kings in this 30K pot.
Your eyes are wide open, my friend.
Oh, that's a better way to describe Shakurchi, maybe.
Yeah, nice bet here, of course, with trip kings, nut kicker. Try to extract max.
Feels a bit like there's a good amount of King X in Talal's range as played in a 3-way
Yes.
pot, given the check.
The check through on
despite
the
the ace coming.
turn is why you are thinking that is that, well, if you're holding king, queen, king, jack, king, 10, you're going to be, of course, scared of the ace.
Credit to Tony for finding the fold there.
Would be an ambitious call here of jack deuce. He's out. Go ahead and go fly hunting again.
Well, the fly's going to come to me, Randy. It's not like I'm going to take my headset off and go chasing this thing. But a message to all winged insects streaming us now. Come near the booth. Meet your maker. especially mosquitoes.
Did you get bit by a mosquito that one
Not
night?
yet this trip.
I did. That one that couple of days ago. We were having a dinner outside.
Oh, yeah.
I got
you
done.
can't, when you're outside, it's fair game. That's their environment.
Yeah, we invaded their home.
Right. But see, the booth is our home. They are invading our home. We're indoors.
We got the paper shields.
Bugs don't belong indoors.
Stop bugging me, dude.
Pocket fives from Marius Torbergson. 2,500. Not going with that 3,500 sizing we saw at the VIP table.
This kind of seems exclusive to Talal.
Yeah, he was the man that was playing him a little bit bigger.
Hey, aces.
After.
6.5K.
No, his sizing, 6,500. You know, we've seen the players at the pro table kind of making it 9K against this 2.5x open. Difference here.
$6,500, the 3-bet. Marius hangs in there.
Oh, yeah.
Ace, queen, deuce, flop. Top set for Tony. And a quick check fold from Marius.
Two aces.
Yeah. He was ready. Still the early stages of this 200K Luxon Pay Invitational from the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Ali Najad alongside Randy Lou. Just kicking off this 3-day marathon. If you're streaming us, Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or YouTube, welcome to all of you. Pleased to have you with us, regardless of time zone. Obviously, if you like what you see, the easiest way to let us know is click like, click subscribe, and allow us to continue to bring you the finest in streaming poker entertainment. Shakurchi, under the gun, King Jack.
Yeah, he's going 2,500 now. I do think it was the excess of 200K. He was opting for the sizes. 8-7's in.
Speculations from Socia.
This is speculative. 5-4 offsuit from Samuel.
Well, we saw with the Jack Deuce, he was willing to come along in a multi-way spot for a price. Now maybe it's just the fact that he's on the button with what he deems to be unintrusive kit. Flop. TBD. Did you get a look at it, Randy?
No. I do see a 3K bet, though, from Talal. Oh, outer table stuff.
We will return to that hand momentarily, but it looks as though Punat Punsri is wrapping the table and lacks gaming tokens in front of him. Alexei Platonov opened the pot with an ace-king. Punat Punsri defended 7-deuce suited. Flopped himself a flush draw on an ace-8 deuce 2-club board. Check raised, got called, and on the turn jammed in his last 25K. As Platonov would make the call. Jack turn 4 river. No improvements for Punsri as we have our first showered bullet.
And he has 30 minutes to decide whether he wants to put in a re-entry, so he can take a breather, but not for too long.
I think it might be a given that Punat would get back
He's
in
getting
there for
back in
another
there.
bullet. He's not going to
I think the noteworthy thing is that, you know, someone eliminated it on level 1 of the tournament. We had this happen back last time we were here for the 200K.
Right. Noida. Trip 6s.
Looks like he also came along in the pot when we left things behind.
Yep.
Ju was the man hit it flat at the button. Flop came out. Of course, Jiang with the 8. Keeping him honest. On the river. Check down.
Count? Yeah. So I think when they say it, I think we just do it.
Back over to our pro feature table.
It's like giving little putts in golf. 2 inches, okay. 6 inches. Now what?
Adams the opener on the button. Jack 10.
The worst is, like, I would have thought about it longer before betting 3 had I thought not making the deadline, you know?
Picks up Kiat.
They would have bet 2K.
Picks
Maybe
up
it would
bottom
have been different,
pair.
Yeah, maybe I could have done something different.
More than we can say for the
Better check.
pre-flop Razors kit here.
Nah. So I benefited nothing.
Go for check off.
I spoke to John about tennis. He said that he will beat those that don't play tennis, but he'll lose to people who play tennis. Yeah.
John?
Yeah.
John who?
John Jeffrey.
Ah.
Yeah, he said, if you don't, like, no
2,500 the follow through.
I think it makes sense.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
He's pretty good at all his little.
Yeah, yeah. He said, like, generally he's good at
Kiat
this kind of racket thing.
flats, another 5 into the middle, and the wheel draw
He
obtained.
also seems like the guy who would bet this is very spot on. Like he wouldn't say it if it's not.
Yeah, yeah,
Actually,
exactly. So
exactly like that.
that's a very fair assessment, I think, because
Talking about tennis, I believe.
I said Dan's forehand is capped because he doesn't play with spin. It's like 50k after this, let's go. 50k per match. See, I don't mean it in offense, you know, I'm just stating.
Quite a few tennis enthusiasts.
It's nice that you're just like
As Adams'
you're well-meaning
enthusiasm
and
for
you're
Jack
just,
10 wanes in position
you've
on
gotta
the
get
turn,
right,
and the
you're very
backdoor clubs
genuine.
come in.
How much true weight?
I don't get that. He still probably beat me.
See if Kiat hunts showdown free of charge.
Should be able to with the ace deuce.
Man.
And your friend was one. And I owed your friend 120.
Defend us, Ali. Jack 10.
Well, Adams be
Well,
on
think
the
about-
offensive
yeah.
in this 12,500 chip pot.
Wow.
It would appear so.
Bet check bet line. Quick
And it gets
fold.
through.
Nicely
You
done.
only play football,
You
or
have to be back in this in
No,
half an hour, right?
I've played tennis.
You have a
often,
half an hour
It's,
grace
tennis
period
football.
window or whatever.
No, then Forest.
Feels like 9s, 10s, jacks could be a part of the equation in a spot like that.
Get back.
You
Ace
will,
deuce doesn't have to be good.
yeah. Queen high, the queens as well, because deeper stacks will see more check through for pot control.
New day.
I don't know if you would agree.
I mean, I've not played with the others now, so I don't know. I mean, I've just played with Dan.
Similar level?
I think it was very similar level. I think I've probably won like 60%, 70% of the games, but it's very close.
That's real good. I mean, it's fun. When it's close, it's always fun.
Jack 9 suited after Adams with the nice bluff. Took it down. Here he is with Queen 10 suited. Will flat call. Look at this flop, Randy. 2 diamonds, 2 10s, and a 7 as a gut shot straight flush draw comes to fruition for the pre-flop opener, while Adams has trip 10s.
You know, this flop check is pretty noteworthy, right? He's got a monster hand but decides to check. He figures that if he bets out of position, gets called, and you know, it's just hard to maneuver. He's not supposed to bet this flop at a high frequency too when someone flat calls in position. Queen 10, of course, looking for value. bit of a size down, and mainly because there are these ace-high type hands that you don't want to let go, drawing practically dead.
Who not?
Probably some check raises a bit.
Still awaiting a decision as Adams understandably decided to bet. And a very passive check call, which I would imagine is going to under-rep the heck out of diamonds or a straight if they were to show up, which they don't on this turn. Pot kept small by Tobias.
A very disguised hand, of course, and with the king does give him double gutter now. But imagine the queen drops. Lots of chips would be gone, of course, as Adams would make a full house.
What about?
But the king's a good card for Adams because the check calling range is very ace king heavy as well. Can apply pressure and get more value. He's aware. So he does pick up that added equity, right? The gut shot he perceives to be good. But when you take this kind of passive line on the flop, you're probably just going to stay passive on the turn, as you wouldn't be raising unless you had at least 10x.
We need a short back invitation.
Yeah,
anyone never played
Oh, he does. He's coming for check raise.
can invite someone.
Okay.
Yeah, a
Very
little bit of added
strong.
equity
Very strong.
in the form of the double gutter
For you,
to go
with
with the diamond draw. And
like
what is this line going to look like
Would you play?
to Timothy Adams?
Like, and you
We
100%
have the
fine.
10.
That's so cool.
Makes it less likely we're up against one. Our opponent raised pre, under the gun +1. Check calls the flop. Now check raises our 10K to 37.
Biggest pot.
Of course, the big combo draws come to mind, but it could be a very big hand. He could be up against like pocket kings.
Do pocket sevens play this way ever?
I don't think so. I feel like they would want to bloat the pot on the flop. You know, you're not blocking the 10 that your opponent could be holding.
But you do think that pocket kings are a part of the equation?
I do think so for sure. The check call flop, check raise turn. The thing is with queen 10 is you're still got 270 blinds to play for. So you, even though you want to kind of charge those draws, you don't want to play a massive pot for all of the chips. A reasonable amount. Clean.
Disheartening 5 of clubs on the river here for Duttweiler.
For Duffweiler, I mean, it feels like he should be up against 10x at a high frequency.
Yeah, once we get called on the
And
turn.
the problem with Jack 9 is you're blocking these hands that you're trying to bluff off, like the 8-9, the Queen Jack, the diamonds. So I would think that he would have a high frequency give up. If he does opt to bet, maybe small to try to fold out those similar type hands. Just high card. So looks like this one's over.
White flag waved. As Tobias will not chase his investment.
Yeah, I also think that Tobias doesn't think that King X is a large part of Adams'
because then we
bet
lose the
calling
table.
range. They check a lot on the turn in position.
The 5 of clubs not a scare card.
Adams just checks.
Yeah.
Figures
I
it's
think
like
he's a little bit confused as to the line, wants to see what exactly Tobias did all of this with.
it looks tight, but it's probably right because you're up against boat or draw. Draw's not going to call you.
Nick, did I mention to you I'm going snowboarding in July in the
Which
US?
means no upside to betting it there.
In Oregon.
Yes.
Oh, really? Yeah, Mount Hood.
getting percent.
You talked to Seth.
Oh yeah, he lives in Oregon?
He's from Oregon.
Oh, sick.
Who's anybody?
I've been in Tahoe in July when they're doing it.
Any good?
It looks fun.
캠 지금
I don't do it,
고
but I was actually hiking next to. It's like a big summer ski party. People are in bathing suits.
Nice. It's meant for like a park progression, so like to learn tricks because it's slushy, right? So you fall, it doesn't hurt so much.
Yeah, I think it's mostly. I don't think the skiing is supposed to be great. I think it's mostly just people that are
Hanging out.
partying. Yeah.
Yeah, would you play a short deck tournament where
No.
Sounds like Soyuz is headed up to the Pacific Northwest to do a little snowboarding.
Do you do the ski snowboard thing? You've
Big
done it
difference
though.
between skiing and snowboarding. Snowboarding,
I mean, yeah.
something that you do if you hate your lower back,
Have at least a week.
your wrists,
Yeah,
and
I'll
not
eat- I'll-
throwing yard sales on the mountain.
Okay, tomorrow.
oh,
I
so
eat
you
it
can, like,
frequently when I'm on one
talk
plank.
about this and
Skis,
I mean,
meanwhile,
I need
the
to read the
sophisticate's
rules.
choice.
Yeah, I gotta know.
I'm
what-
into it.
I like
what
the
piece
skiing.
of Full House.
That's
now you know already.
I'm not
Nice
like
idea.
off-piste like producer
I just
James,
have to look at 5
who's an
points to
animal,
remember that
owns his own
it's
skis,
like
travels with them, has season
That's it
passes in
already.
all of eastern France and Switzerland.
and not
You
get
would
in the
love-
top 2 on free flash.
I mean, I've had some bad skiing stories.
I believe
Just like
it.
very embarrassing situations.
You've been medevaced off the mountain?
You know how like it's a slope to get up, to get on the lift,
Oh,
and there's a
no.
line, but I can't really hold my ground.
Did you go dominoes
So
and
I'm
knocked
going-
everybody over?
I'm going backwards, and some kid just drives by me, takes my skis.
The kid drove by
Not
you?
he skied by me, and then like the dad has to hold his pole out to just let me hold on. It's tough out there.
For some of us. Fairly tough board for 9s and 3s, which are squaring off here. Petrangelo, the opener.
Yeah, just pair-on-pair action. Potentially, Danny Tang may find a bet occasionally with 3s at some point, just given it's got low showdown value.
But yeah, you came from North, right? Have you won a trade? You've done. Yeah, you have.
2, but old ones. I don't have.
You won like the silver thing.
Second check from Petrangelo.
Yeah, go Dubai.
It's not to say that he doesn't have some of this board with some frequency, but Tang wants to find out.
It was
As
like
the 3s
first, maybe then.
bluff their way through that one using position.
Yeah, good awareness there. The higher pairs tend to just keep checking down, but the little ones will stab on these board textures.
But that was also.
Blind steady at 500 and 1,000 for a couple of levels. To start the days, you get a look at the chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Danny, who picked up that pot just a moment ago, sits at the top of the leaderboard here on the pro side. 346,000. Far from the overall chip lead, of course. Mentioned it earlier. Was held briefly by one of our VIPs, Sinan Unlu, but he has
Well, I
been
mean, it's not gonna be the first
dethroned.
time for a lot of
Just
people
take a
to do
guess
it, but
if I tell you there's a pro who's at the top of that leaderboard.
You won one, did you?
If I had to guess,
Who it is?
a pro.
I
Yeah.
guess who?
Maybe Makita?
You got heads up with it, Phil.
Is that a good guess?
It was in Madrid, right?
No, it's on Suchi.
Hot run the other day?
It's a reasonable guess.
I'm
I
wrong.
would have liked
Okay.
Martirosian personally,
Yeah.
Okay.
Hard to beat
if
this
you put
great
the question to
guy.
me, but in fact, it is Triton's most decorated athlete.
He
Jason
getting good?
Kuhn, 6-time title winner,
remember
sits
I
now
was doing all right.
with a staggering 629,500. He's already managed to more than double his stack.
You also get points for this event too, so that's very good for him.
Yeah.
Chasing that Ivan Lau Player of the Year leaderboard.
Absolutely. Cannot
Do,
understate that.
do we know what damage and who he did it to?
Looks like he locked up with Dan DeVoris, who opened a pot with
Bro, that's why.
an unknown holding.
It's just, I feel like this is better for.
It was 2,500 to go. Jason flat called. Queen 10-7. Kuhn had position on the button, by the way, against DeVoris. A couple of clubs out there. DeVoris did not follow through. Checking. Jason bet 5K. Dan raised it to 13. Jason made the call. Clubs got there on the turn in the form of an 8. Board 7-10, Queen 8. DeVoris barreled 18. Jason called. The river paired the board with a 7. Dan checked. Jason bet 69,000. DeVoris then check raised to 180,000, and Kuhn jammed on him for 392.
No showdown.
We've definitely covered a wide
No
array of
showdown.
topics.
Dan DeVoris putting it into the muck.
50% was drugs.
It wasn't drugs.
It wasn't.
Meanwhile, pocket eights for Christoph Vogelsang with position here against Petrangelo. The party starter under the gun decided to check it. Did the same thing with those 2 nines facing overcards. This time on the turn, he picks up some equity, courtesy of the king of clubs. Open-ended now.
Yeah, nice spot for Queen Jack. Clean outs. Scary card for the flat caller in position. Very pocket pair heavy. Would be multiple overcards.
I was in Sunderland and then moved
Nicky
to
P
Sheffield.
decides he's going to credibly rep this king.
Yeah, Midlands. Yeah. So, well,
Yeah, as played, very credible, of course.
Northish mid below.
Let's see just how much credit the Bank of Vogelsang will be willing to extend.
It's pretty close
London's
to
like here.
Yeah, no, I said Sunderland.
Oh,
North, like
yeah,
Newcastle.
Yeah, yeah. It's pretty close. Sunderland is pretty close to Scotland.
Yeah, yeah. And then Sheffield, Midlands. Yeah.
Sheffield to Manchester is like
45 minutes.
45 minutes.
Okay.
It's pretty close.
And Christoph bins the best hand. So nice work there from Nicky P.
The little pots are always important in this phase of the tournament.
We've done well.
Executing perfectly. Nicely done.
It's been
Jason gets the qualifiers of over 50.
Action table.
Yeah, very much so. Back over on the VIP side, where we find Samuel Ju, the opener, not going with that 2,500, but rather the min.
Someday is not already good.
Invitation accepted by Maher Noida, and suddenly Marius decides to spoil the party. Understandably, with pocket aces, he is 3-betted up to 8K.
Oh, raise. Sorry,
Raise
it's
call.
not too.
3-bet.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. For some reason, I was like, oh, that's a straddle and a limp.
Straddle. I don't know about that.
Just
A little
maybe
bit
we
too-
should read the rules of the Invitational. Perhaps straddles are allowed.
So, did you read the rules? No, must have been playing some cash
First
games.
5 levels of the day, straddles are permitted. No.
That would be a pretty cool feature.
Jang was playing some cash games into the wee hours on a few occasions. I doubt that she was out there last night. Got to get your rest before a big one. 10-7 tray rainbow here as Noida flops middle pair. Could be a little problematic for him. Pre-flop Razor Jew does not barrel through with the ace-9.
Well, it's actually a 3-bet.
It was 3-bet, yeah. Forgive me. Marius, the man who's got control of the action.
Bounce.
As he puts 7,000 in there.
On a schedule, I didn't see it before. You haven't added yet.
Hmm?
It's on a schedule already? No.
Schedule is just a draft, not confirmed yet. We'll tweak something.
So it's going to be 200k pounds.
The Triton starts on 27. I think this 200k is on first week of August.
Got a comfortable call here of 8-7 of clubs.
We start
Deep stacks.
7 of July until August 4th.
7K Peel looking for some added equity, and he gets a bit of it courtesy of the 6 of diamonds. Now the gut shot as the Tunisian checks once more.
Always nice to, of course, pick up added equity. However, for someone to squeeze, bet flop, and continue on this turn is quite pair heavy with the overpairs, as you know, these random draws don't really exist. Let's be a bit worried here of 8-7 of clubs.
Yeah, you can use the song. No, do it properly, don't get into trouble. If you want wire cash, you can wire to Dub Tudon, you know. Okay. No, I look on perfect.
Maybe for the big one. Yeah, because here is all 65,000.
Oh, I do like this play better than check calling, and just it's making a statement that I've got sets, I've got the straights. You 3-bet me pre-flop, so the chance of you having a set is very, very small.
Consider, on the topic of small, Randy, that the sizing from Jew, who opened the pot, was just 2K. So the 8-9s are in there.
Yes.
All of those speculative small pairs are in there. And the fact that this check raise isn't really so meaty that 27K is going to think it has to go away, you start to wonder why the opposition feels like it wants a call. I touch on this concept so often.
Yeah, it looks very credible here, actually. He's going to call here, but he's not happy about it.
No, of
he's
course
hoping
not.
to just a small bet river or check through or something.
Now the 10 pairs on the river. It's an interesting one insofar as now 6s and 7s specifically are beaten
right.
by the 2 aces. But how much 10x in terms of 10-7, 10-6, 10-3 are we ever going to be able to give Noida as played? Probably not a ton.
I would say very little, maybe non-existent for 10x.
Right.
You're right that there's less value. And the problem is, too, is what if Torbergson's got a 10 himself, like happened to squeeze some ace-10 possible, and maybe they don't want to lay down. I do think that if he check raises this turn, he might continue to still sell this story. Is sets and straights would still want to bet, and he's going to go for it, Ollie. This is just incredible stuff right now. 135K.
This is top shelf on the VIP side. As you can see, the pain for Mattias, who's dressing down Noida here.
It's very credible, right? Like you said earlier, the small check raise looks like you're inviting a call. Your opponent's following through on a card that's perceived to be a bit one you might be cautious with a bit. It looks like a set. It looks like a straight. Set would be full house, of course.
It looks very much like a hand that's got aces beat, and yet the aces haven't gone into the muck just yet. In fact, calling chips slid forward there. Torbergson didn't get any reaction from Mahut, who is doing his best to give away nothing.
Also, no flush draw present at any stage of this hand.
Right, none of that semi-bluffy stuff.
You can't put him on some kind of semi-bluff.
And yet that's exactly what he had with
Yes.
7-8.
He also thinks 7-8 probably just check calls the turn rather than check raise. It's
Absolutely.
Just brilliant. I don't really see how these 2 aces can call, although it would be correct.
And into the bin go the aces. Tip of the hat to Maher Noida, who knows he got away with one there, Randy.
You still play it? My favorite hand. You can show it.
Like with 40 million.
He sold his company, right?
He didn't sell it. He just left
Show it, show it.
Wow.
I'm
Just
curious.
left the company.
2 cards.
These 2, yeah?
These 2, yeah, on top. Very on TV.
What did you have? I'll believe you.
Huh?
You
You don't want to
you have
swipe
something?
TV?
Oh, okay, I'll sweat TV.
7-8.
Which table?
Oh,
silence.
In front.
Not what Torbergson wanted to hear, but he does give his man a fist bump.
He did tell him. He's angry, though.
Maher a little bit too excited, I think. Couldn't wait
But I would like to take it.
to brag a bit about what he did there.
Yeah.
Don't sleep. Play a few days, don't sleep.
Yeah.
3 days, 4 days.
Don't think you're going to get away with that line twice.
Well, that's the beauty of deep stack poker is you can got multi-streets, raises, situations that just don't occur when you're playing these 50 big blind stacks.
It is
It's
really,
a different ball game, really.
It's so cool to watch, too, isn't it? Especially when you see the way that the VIPs are able to flex their might in ways that we would not expect.
Yes.
Yeah. He would bet like.
Certainly there's a handful of the VIPs from whom we expect that kind of stuff, Randy.
It's always perceived the VIPs are the one that wants to kind of apply huge amounts of pressure, the advantage they think they have, right?
That was legending.
Meanwhile, we move forward where Associates King-9 suited limps the small blind against Samuel Jew, who's got the better King-Queen.
Well, like, but then he can just
Is raising to 3K.
I'm guessing if he probably wouldn't have fired again.
There was a good point.
Cool. Can I get some change, please? Thank you.
On the turn?
On the turn, it's fine if it wasn't a turn for a while.
At the end, okay. After Ilya. Ilya was there?
After
So,
Ilya.
yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Pays the
I was
added
with my
admission
friends.
fee
I
and
opened it.
looks up at a disappointing 2-6, 2 club and a deuce board. Slightly less disappointing for Zhu, considering the king of clubs is working. And he's got position, control, and an inkling.
King high, backdoor hearts. King high is actually good a lot of times in this spot, BVB. Would expect a lot of peels.
Indeed, Jang does peel for 3K. Fails to improve on the turn.
Little club check, and Samuel with the king of clubs. Take one off. King high flush is good.
Yeah, 4 of clubs just slides right in there as Zhu did not want to barrel once more.
Yeah, really nice for him as associate with this king 9 actually might turn it into a bluff attack. The ace highs.
Wouldn't be surprised to see it, given we might anticipate club X combos would barrel at the turn, but she does keep it clean with a check.
Yeah, saved. I think a lot of people would find a spot to dust off some chips there.
And Jang will properly put it into the muck as Samuel Zhu hauling it in, working his way back towards starting chips. Remember that time Maher Noida
had 8-7 clubs.
made aces, put it in the muck? How cool was that?
I mean, the odds are bad, and I'm doing a good job.
It's actually really impressive. The more I think about it, is
And we
just
also have live
I think he knew he was up
live
against
studio.
the overpair and was like, I'm gonna get him.
He knew there was a chance, and I think he also knew how credible. Granted, he had outs, you know, just
Yes.
in case, but I think he knew how credible it would look, given the right run out on the end.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. Do you think the 10 is the kind of card that he prefers to see on the river, or do you think he would have loved like a offsuit deuce kind of thing?
He definitely would have preferred a non-10, I believe, because occasionally your opponent 3-bet like climax 10, and they're looking great with trip 10's ace kicker. Also, like you said earlier, it decreases the value hands as 6-7 would have got counterfeited.
Sure.
Ideally, I think he went to just hit his hand, but you know.
It's kind of cool though, because the barrel looks that much stronger considering the 10 was there.
Yeah,
Right?
I actually think he would have followed through on the river, even on many type of cards that are just random. Just thinking that aces and kings would be in a tough spot, and yeah, nicely done. It was just world class. Feels
Meanwhile,
yeah,
3-way affair here. Maher not involved in this one, but Torbergson is. 10-7
We'll get
tray.
5 deuce
producing-
of hearts and undergun +1. Ali, is that right?
Yeah, Marius was the pre-flop opener, and Shakurchi's speculations promptly rewarded as he pounces on the lack of follow-through from Torbergson.
Not really the type of ranges you see at the other type of tables, the pro ones. Just splashier over here.
It's dangerous, man. These are turbulent waters at times. Don't get caught in the undertow.
It's uncomfortable, I'll tell you that.
Tony G takes it upstairs with the king-queen suited.
What moves?
No customers.
Everybody knows you're playing very
Old
tight.
school. Huh?
Everybody knows you're playing very tight. So
Yeah. What can I do?
only ace, kings, aces, queens, and pocket tens.
Yeah, I had some coaching.
Who is your coach?
Just 5 combos. Taught me just play 5 combos. Everyone gonna call you anyway all the time.
Now we go to other table.
Other table will be easy. This was nice though.
Yeah.
This was pleasant.
I would like to let you know that there is a special jersey waiting for you in our merchandise booth whenever you wish to select.
And announcements in the background centered around our first scheduled break, which will happen at the conclusion of this one. Hold it around to the small blind. And Shakurchi will get a walk as we draw the curtain on the first frame of play here in the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational. So the combo of Boss Paul Fua and Michael Soiza will give way on the back end of this break to the combo of Richard Young and Ike Haxton. Chip counts there. Well-earned chips for Noida at the top on the VIP side of this leaderboard. 411,000 at the bottom. Torbergson, the victim of that savage check raise. Blinds will be going to 1,000, 1,500 back at the desk. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu, and obviously that's the hand that everybody's going to be talking about once it hits the stream. Expect the unexpected, perhaps the theme.
Oh, we've seen a lot of unexpected things. Things that just where you expect the VIPs to kind of just clash, right? Pro table's a bit more calm. You know, we didn't see as much action over there. Definitely fun to watch for us. And, you know, between Paul and Soiza, the pairing, is it safe to say that Paul's the better player because he's got more chips right now? Would you?
That's a little bit unfair. Soiza riding that title that he just picked up last night. And we will ride our way to this break. When we come back, continuing coverage from the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational. And as we send it to the break, we send you to yet another of our GTO Wizard quizzes. Stay close.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. This MTT chart shows the optimal opening strategy for which position? A, under the gun, B, hijack, or C, button. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
song, the biggest poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker. Casting traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Well, very warm welcome back to the $200,000 buy-in. It is the LUXON Pay Invitational live from North Cyprus. Randy, we find ourselves at the Merit Royal Diamond Hotel, Spa and Casino for day one coverage. And Randy, you were just telling me off air about some, you know, big bluffs, early days in this 200K on both the VIP and the pro side. Some of these VIPs really getting after it early on.
I'm going to say that the splashiness is most likely to happen at the VIP tables. You know, the pros playing against other pros are going to try to hang in there so that they can make it to day two, where we get the tables to combine a bit, having a mixture of pros and VIPs at each one. And, you know, it's been a lot of fun watching these VIPs just kind of splashing around. They have looser ranges, as we've seen, and definitely throws a wrinkle into the play today.
Yeah, you mentioned something there about the pros trying to get into day two due to the VIP pool and the pro side kind of combining with 4 players on each table. So for the pros, some really heavy and weird ICM stuff going on straight away, right?
Of course. You know, they probably will tend to try and slow things down with just maybe the style approaches to post-flop. We heard some table talk where they're saying at the Triton Million, there was some tables where they were just tanking right from the get-go on level 1. With some, it was a big buy-in, of course, the £1 million. And, you know, it is within the rights of how to play. We'll see that probably come into play more as we approach the end of day one, knowing how real and how close it is to getting to that different table draw. But for now, it is kind of playing your cards.
Can we just keep the VIP side then for today if the pros are playing too tight?
We have 2 tables that feature 1 VIP, 1 pros at all times. And we get to see Richard Young and Isaac Haxton go to war.
There we go, one of the biggest pairings in the mix. Tables are ready as we look to throw it down as the players come back from break. 1 VIP table, 1 pro table, and we're heading into level 3 of the 200K LUXON Pay Invitational. Blue feature table out in front is none other than Elton Tsang, chilling on 277 big blinds. Looks like he's almost doubled up, been getting busy. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake on the red table. On the pro side, the chip leader is Matthias Eibinger, and of course, given just how deep we are, as it is just level 3, expect to see a lot of flops, hopefully some creative plays.
Yeah.
Especially, I mean, look at that lineup on the red table. Ike Caxton, Ido, Antonius Heath, Davies.
May I point out one thing real fast is that we did lose Punat Punsi earlier. He had 30 minutes to register back in. He's back in the mix. So we do have a total of 63 entry count now.
Working out great for me.
For 13 is
I tell you what.
I'll swap with anybody.
I'll swap.
It's lucky number 13. That's they won't let us swap. I don't think they will let us. But it's
This is a trick that they played on you, 13. Then it's actually very lucky. And then they tricked
that little
everyone
Dave's
thinking it's
voice that I
unlucky,
hear?
So everyone is giving it away and not taking the luck
Yes.
that they should have.
okay.
Little Dave Nicholson.
So it's coming, Phil.
It's working out really good for me so far.
I just believe.
I believe I'm the best player in this room. But it's that 13 is screwing me. That's
The 13's where the strength comes from.
Yeah.
Unlucky for some. Number
Like when I first went to
13.
Vegas, they told me the $50 bills are unlucky. So as soon as I got one, I just like try to give it away as fast as I can. And then I thought, hang on, why am I taking these people's word for it? Maybe $50 bills are actually incredibly lucky, and only a few people know. So I collect all the $50, and yeah, then I felt luck come to me.
There we go. I've heard that as well every
It's
time I
actually
go
super,
Vegas.
super sharky, innit?
Well, it's
$50
I'm
bills
not
are
very-
unlucky.
I'm not superstitious, but
I'll
am
take them if no one wants
Yeah,
them.
same here. Give me all your $50 bills.
13 for Chinese is good.
How can you be a gambler and not superstitious? It's just no fun.
No, I'm stitious, just not superstitious.
We need to get you. We need to get. We need to up stitious.
Halfway.
Part-way stitches. Okay, is that a thing?
I will say, I was playing a tournament one time, and I was just running so bad. I could not win a hand no matter what. And I put a headphone, one headphone in. I was listening to a song, and I won a pot. And I said, okay, and then I won another pot, and then I doubled up. And I says, I just put that song on repeat once, and listened to that same song for like 9 hours straight.
Where am I supposed to put the cards?
And like, I virtually never lost a hand. But you know how boring and awful it is to listen to the same song over for 8 hours straight.
What can you do though?
Huh?
What can you do?
No, I didn't want to change anything.
The data's the data at this stage.
Yeah.
You gotta go with it.
I gotta go with it. So, Moneybags by Cardi B, I know it word for word, like for the rest of my life.
Shout out Cardi B.
You know my all-time favorite song is "I'm So Paid" by Akon. I'm so paid.
That is a great song.
You know that song?
Yeah.
Win a pot. That's a classic.
I know. I fancy this one actually.
That is a great song.
Are we at a home game right now?
We are,
That's
Randy.
the vibe I'm getting.
200k buy-in.
Yeah. It definitely. I'm gonna change the randomizer.
Some Mozart
a
or
little bit,
something.
Right? Something was broken.
Put on some Mozart.
I'll probably just listen to the soundtrack for Phantom of the Opera. I dig that pretty well. It's either that or System of a Down.
Isn't it rarely Elton is the quieter table person at the table?
Incredibly rare.
I'm very balanced in the range of music I
So we have to guess.
Has it stopped working, Cardi B? Because these lucky songs, they will expire. It can't just be lucky forever.
You're right. I haven't changed it for 2 years. So on the next break I'll go pick out some 6 new songs and yeah.
Yeah. Because if you're listening to a song you think's lucky and it's turned against you, it's very bad.
What I do, they won't let me do it at the TV table because I can't put an AirPod in. But I've got 6 songs on my playlist that I've heard a gazillion times, and I like the songs, and I put on it's random repeat, and it's if I have decisions that are close where should I be more aggressive here? Should I be more passive here? Or should I, if I have questions.
Okay, look at that river card, Henry.
I'm the only one that knows which songs are which.
Nice.
Right? So
you put the playlist on and then do the aggressive thing anyway.
No.
Check call flop, check call turn, picking up the diamonds, of course. Jenny went really small, so Sally wants to look for value here.
Yeah, he thinks he's picking up a call from a one-pair type hand. Would have heard from a bigger one.
Way more aggressive, way more passive, and I think it's a great. It's for me anyway. It's a great randomizer because some people look down at their watch to randomize or.
Elton with the little click.
Wow.
It's this.
Bravo. Finding the thin value range.
Finish to me.
And I like music. Music makes me happy. I do find when I don't listen to music for like 2 months.
Assume this a byproduct of the
find
small
myself,
flop
like,
and turn sizing.
Depressed.
I think so.
Music
And
is
he
great.
might get looked up, grabbing calling chips. You know, it is the VIP tables where players do splash quite a bit more, as the outlookers do calm down and quiet as they see this pot develop.
See if Genya can get away from this tough one to do. Top pair.
Seems
Blocks
on
the
the
straight.
fence.
We've seen him make fantastic folds before.
Maybe he's thinking, if you had a big hand, wouldn't you check raise me on the turn?
Bravo.
Why the 5? Nicely
The
done
Elton
still.
show continues.
Elton show continues. Genya getting away from top pair, even though he's getting later. Fantastic price, partnered up with Dan Dvoris.
So would it help if we, as a table, collectively sang the Cardi B song?
I'll tell you what. You start singing the lyrics, and it's where it's that I can see from the front that you've got ass behind you. I don't think you do, and you can't pull that one off.
I don't think I've got it. I think I'm understaked in the ass department.
Yeah, no Cardi B singing, please,
I don't know the song,
chaps.
but I mean, if you need me, I'm here.
Nice. I
Appreciate it, little Dave, as does Nagy. We'll save the singing for the professionals. And Randy.
You don't want to hear. I am tone deaf.
No? Karaoke, not your thing?
No.
Oh, okay. Are you superstitious? It sounds like on this side.
I am.
Yeah?
I am, I won't lie.
You don't walk under ladders, that
Walk-
kind of thing?
Walk on ladders.
Walk under ladders.
Oh, okay. I
That's
didn't
like
know
a
that
big,
was.
oh, that's huge.
No, I'm more feng shui, right?
Okay.
Got to put the couch in a certain angle, you know. Don't have the staircase going out the front door, which is all your wealth. It's a thing.
Okay. What's it called? Feng Shui?
You've never heard of feng shui?
I have.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just, again.
You're giving me some rope.
No, not rope, just engaging in the conversation, but okay.
Back at it real quick. Sean Perry, King 10 of clubs. One of those youngins on the VIP side.
Nagy, the shortest stack at this
Oh,
feature
we'll play a
table.
big one, I'm sure.
There we go.
Sean's a talkative one. He's engaging.
Ooh, well, maybe they are going to play a big one as Nagy has flopped an open-ender. Sean Perry with the 3-bet pre. 1 over, backdoor clubs.
Yeah, lots of spicy turns could come on. You know, I'm thinking the 9 of clubs.
There we go.
You thinking the same one?
Yeah, 9 of clubs. Be an action turn.
It's important to note that Nagy has actually chipped down quite a bit. Got 116k behind, but still a lot of blinds. A lot of check calls in this spot, I imagine.
Call.
He's going to make the call. 49,000 going to the turn. It's the only one elimination thus far. 10 of hearts does give Sean Perry second pair now. King kicker. 49k in the middle. See what Sean wants to do here. Just a decent showdown.
Yeah, with the 10, you tend to want to try to show this down as you can't really get better to fold, but you might bloat the pot unnecessarily. Well, it's just one of those, I bet turn, set the price, check back river unimproved, it seems.
Yeah, well, snap call. Nagy just flicking into one chip with one card to come. Doesn't get there. The Queen of Spades rolls off on the river. Sean happy to knuckle this one back.
I have a 10. That's a good hand.
85k pot going Sean Perry's
Check raise
way.
the flop, and then I didn't like the turn on, so I didn't want to check raise that one. And then the river didn't help. But if you could, if you bet like small on the river, medium on the river.
At the end of day one.
And then complete redraw.
Back over
What's
to
a
the pro
50-50
side.
read?
Every table will be half first, half
So level 12 is just a normal.
Yeah, first glance at the pro table.
There's 4 levels. Then
That's fine.
And the first 50-50 you cannot sit with your VIP buddy on the table. Until the final table.
Yeah, you can't.
Okay.
Raise for 3.5.
And then cheating is allowed.
Right.
Don't know if you caught that part, but the pairings are unable to sit at the same table until we get to the final table.
That makes sense.
Maybe you choose like the toughest opponent, therefore you don't have to play with him until like whoever's got your number.
Yeah, there's some interesting, kind of weird impacts on this tournament because of the structure and the design, of course.
Just a guy who loves chaos. I would love to just see something completely egregious happen at the final table.
Okay. Is that Dan Smith talking?
I mean, would you expect it to be anyone else?
Yeah. Did get in last second. Here we go.
Weaseled his way in, according to Twitter.
Found his way in. He was complaining yesterday. He was like, "Oh, I flew out here and didn't get in.
3,000?
Oh, I'm not in yet." 10 9 of hearts. It feels like one of those spots where you got some frequency of check raise here inside a straight draw. Especially on these rainbow textures. Check call usually probably the norm.
$15.5, a lot quieter on this side of the table, and look at that turn card, the 8 of hearts, giving Ike the nut straight, but giving Heath a double gutter and a straight flush draw with 1 card to come.
It's like a very, very clean out as well, right? Hitting the jack will be very disguised, and the 7 drops off, your opponent holding a 9 in this case would be absolute disaster for Haxton. And for now, Haxton's actually taking the lead. Interesting. It's a small lead. We tend to see these on these paired kind of boards, but this idea of kind of leading on cards that hit the big blind more has been more popular.
When we're this deep, almost 200 big blinds effective on the turn. Is there any merit to raising in his shoes, or as you mentioned, maybe the pro side going to play a little bit more snug than it usually would?
It's a good question. I do think that this hand generally would want to raise, but because you did say that we are playing pros, maybe we just kind of keep things small. Look at that deuce of hearts, Henry. That's trouble, isn't it?
Well, Ike led for 20% pot on the turn. If he wants to continue on this flush completing river card. As a PLO player, you're always worried about the monsters under the bed, backdoor flush draws, but in Hold'em, obviously so much more difficult for Ben to have a flush here.
Right.
17.5.
So it went check call, lead 3K'd, and now big bet. I mean, you got a 10 high flush, of course it's good. The main question is there merit to raising for value? And it's kind of hard to say. I suppose it depends on what kind of bluffs you can show up here with. And against a 3K bet, probably a decent amount, right? You would call like 7x, some gut shots like Jack 10. Maybe you make a stance here holding a single lone heart. Although a lone heart might be a little bit harder given your +1. Should be tighter ranges.
Yeah, I was just thinking like hands like Jack 10 with a single heart, but like you said, opening from +1, maybe we can remove that part of the range. 39K in the middle. Bet is 17.5. Having a 9 as well, blocking 9-7.
Yeah, and you know what? He probably doesn't think that he's up against
64.
9-7 that much too to lead 3K on the turn. Does come in for a raise, and Haxton is disgusted, of course.
Close to a 4x from Heath. 64,000.
He could easily be up against a flush, right? Lead small on the turn. No flush draws would ever go away. I suppose if you're gonna want to call here, you ideally would want a heart in your hand, just blocking those flushes. Discipline.
Nice fold, Haxton. Gave it the little nod. Ultimately, not even using up a time bank there. Very disciplined laydown from Ike. Elton Zhang cruising along on the other table to 494,000, second only to Jason Kuhn.
Can't believe Jason's at the top already. So right now on the leaderboard, when it's Pro, VIP, 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 then Pro. VIPs are got control at the top right now. Looks like Eddie Tran moves to 4th place now.
Jason Kuhn partnered with Xie Jiang.
Do you have an opinion on maybe like some of the strongest pairings out there?
I'm not allowed to have an opinion, Randy.
I want your opinion. You're allowed. I can give you some of my thoughts if you'd like.
Let me have a little scroll through. I think the Soizer
35. Soizer Paul. That's a good one.
Pairing for sure. The Wai Kin Yong Linus Love pairing as well.
I think that's my favorite. I think that's
a sick pairing.
Extremely strong.
Elton Sang as well, by the way. I mean, I know he's on the VIP side, but has played thousands and thousands of hours of cash games, tournaments, partnered up with one of the Dutch elite, Kevin Pack, also very strong.
I will say this about Elton is maybe he's hasn't been in the solver labs compared to some of these pros, but he will be more familiar with how to play against other VIPs as he's got more experience.
Definitely.
So he can capitalize in ways that the others cannot.
Yeah, that's a great point. Patrick in the big with Jack 10 of hearts. Looks like that's a 3-bet from Antonius to 17K. Action back on Dan Smith.
Yeah, feeling squeezy. Ace King. We're playing north of what, 130 blinds or so?
Yeah, incredibly deep.
So actually, normally Ace King is a mandatory 4-bet. He might still 4-bet, of course, but there are some mix of calls in here.
Ace King O. Smith really thinking this one through.
45,000.
Guess opting to 4-bet fold. Patrick, by the way, doesn't mind getting sticky pre-flop. It's obviously
Jack
a
10
sizable
suited.
4-bet.
You want to be calling the 4-bets against the original Razor rather than like some cold. If his opponent is 4-betting Ace King, you know, obviously Jack and 10 is good for you.
There we go. 4-bet pot alert. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. 96K in the middle, Antonius v. Smith. This could be a fascinating one on certain ball textures. Unfortunately, the 9-5-4 rainbow, neither player connecting, although Antonius with the 2 overs and backdoor flush.
Yeah, the thing is you prefer to be in position when you kind of seek these back doors. I'd imagine, though, given that we are in a 4-bet pot, we will see a smaller sizing, right? Stack to pot ratio is reduced. You often see kind of these quarter pot or third pot bets. We'll just start with check.
6 of diamonds on the turn. Changes nothing. Dan Smith still good with ace king high. Opting to pot control on the flop.
But you know, Dan Smith is very well balanced and will be checking like the big pairs as well from time to time. I'm sure Patrick knows this, so he can't just auto assume when his opponent check backs it's ace king. Looks like he is going to try and attack it.
45.
Comes with half pot, and immediately this ace king of Dan Smith is being put in a tough spot from Antonius. Antonius basically with this sizing on the turn saying, hey, listen, pal.
You might be seeing the rest of the chips come in, so make your statement now, potentially.
Gonna get the whole kebab, mate.
Would be a great call here of ace king. Isn't blocking the diamonds important?
Isn't blocking hands like 10s and jacks as well, but does come with the call. Here we go. 186 in the middle, 128 behind. As the 3 of hearts completes the run out. There's a 4-liner on board.
Well, if I was to say who's more likely to have the 7x, I'd say 100% Antonius. Dan Smith probably unheard of to 4-bet some kind of 7x combos. If Antonius is putting his opponent on the ace-king type hand, this is like a pretty good card to potentially continue. He can still safely value bet sets, although I don't think set is very likely, but 2 pairs. I guess 5, 6. I don't know. There's not that many 2 pairs and sets given the board, right?
With some
Ace
funky
deuce?
ace deuce.
No, they may not call 4-bet. But he definitely does have some 7x's, like basically 6, 7 suiteds. A top set of 9s, though, could play this way and could still value bet on a 4-liner. Just because of the nature of the 4-bet pot.
Wow, Patrick reaching
strong
for chips. It's not the entire amount, it's 65k, asking for Dan Smith to put in half of his remaining 128 with ace king.
So it's a 3rd pot bet, and I like that the smaller he goes, it looks like he's got a wider value betting range. Right, if he goes full pot, he's kind of saying straight or nothing. But now it could even be some kind of overpair occasionally to the board. Especially if that check back on the flop, you're targeting the ace highs. It kind of looks milky.
What a spot for Dan Smith. Last minute entry into this 200k LUXON Pay Invitational. Check, check, flop. It's a 4-bet pre. Squeeze from Antonius in the big. Smith took it upstairs to 45,000.
Yeah, this is just some pure poker right here.
And given the check back, you mentioned, you know, Dan can still have, like you said, aces that check back.
Not at a high frequency, but some frequency. So this would be the bottom of his range. Yeah, he's
staying balanced. Level 3 in a tough, tough spot. And as you mentioned, there are so many different things that factor into this as well. You play 6 more levels, bag for the day. Tomorrow, he makes the fold, and Antonius gets one over on Dan Smith. And with that, Dan Smith down to sub 100 bigs, obviously very early in the day. Antonius.
That, my friends, is world-class play from one of the original poker players of all time, Patrick Antonius.
What a legend.
Jesus. This pro table is pretty tough.
How'd you like them apples, ladies and gentlemen?
I feel like that's a good time to subscribe and like I want to see more of that stuff.
There you go. If you like what you're seeing, 200k LUXON Pay Invitational.
It's these like deep starting stacks that create these like really cool 4-bet pots or 3-bet pots, and we've seen one at the VIP table earlier with the bluff against aces, and now at the pro table.
Note the ace 10 fold from Ido, by the way.
Yeah, noteworthy, of course. Recognizing that, let's just try to VPip a little bit lower at this table. Did he misclick, or is this just a typo?
I would assume that it's a graphical error.
So just 4K. Otherwise, I think people would be saying something.
If he's made it 26 big blinds pre, then there's something that I'm clearly out of the loop on.
Well, I think it would be safe to say that that would be a mistake, if so.
Yeah, as Randy mentioned, if you're liking this coverage, Triton Super High Roller Series in partnership with LUXON Pay, 200k LUXON Invitational.
Right, to break our,
Do drop us a like, click the subscribe button.
So funny.
Help us grow the channel, and more importantly, help us reach the front page of recommendations on YouTube. Bring this free content to a wider audience.
Oh, I remember this. I was on the table.
I know.
We paused our table and took us off.
Aces
Yeah,
in
there was
position.
obviously like it was no.
And it was funny.
It was just pure fun. Like,
It was definitely funny.
yeah. Sometimes it's
A lot
way too
chattier over
serious.
here, Randy.
Yeah.
The home game table.
You know what I mean? It's like.
Yeah. Why take offense?
Yeah.
Let's see. I think.
Anson, what is this? Slides in a just call, 2 aces?
Trappy.
Good timing.
2 Malaysians going at it as it comes. Deuce, deuce, deuce. This could be a disaster for Richard, I assume. Anson got to continue setting the trap on a board texture like this, just in case Richard is bluffing, which we can see he is. Let him connect with a pair.
Yeah, I mean, you practically have the nuts.
Hey, there are 6 outs where Yong gets stacked. That's not one of them.
Richard, just trying to represent that big pair right now.
Trying to fold out ace-X. Maybe 6s through 9s.
Yeah, he's
something like
applying pressure to those middling pocket pairs and snap call. They play fast.
Believe that's a raise.
Oh, is that a
Anson
raise?
trying to play for it all now. Clicking it to 60k. Just in case Richard does have a massive pair. Like jacks, queens, or kings.
Yes. Richard's just thinking, why are you calling a 3-bet and check raising me on deuce, 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 5? And he is actually going to peel here of just king, queen, just thinking, you don't got it, man. Not possible.
170,000 in the river. And is that paint on the river?
It is paint, just the wrong one.
Ooh. I saw the paint before the graphic showed up. Fortunately for Richard, it is not a king or a queen. Anson going for the milky sizing.
Wow.
Showed him.
Is that all?
Just aces.
Talk about situational run good. Had 6 outs to potentially get stacked.
That's a pretty good flop.
He still won a lot of chips there if you think about it.
Oh, dude, that's massive. 170k pot at this stage of the tournament. That's more than 100 bigs.
I don't think
That's
you're
on
any
you.
blind.
No, I'm just helping.
Up to 400k.
Wow. Next level thinker.
I think I'm going to start using my top deck skills and getting dealt good cards.
Next bullet. I like that one better.
The needles.
I can see that happening.
I want to be in a game, Randy, where that's the vibe. Someone gets stacked, you're like,
I'm not gonna
showers,
go off with
back to the
lack of trying.
cage.
4,000.
He's gonna try here. He's down to 60k. Phil Nagy. Short stack.
Did say he's not going to go out from lack of trying. He has been involved and in the mix, trying to get something to happen.
A lot of splashing at this table, as expected.
Oh, I didn't do that then.
Okay.
Thought it was
Very helpful.
almost 500.
Nagy actually flopping best on the King 10-6. Elton with an open-ender, but no, an ace and a 9 blocked in Jenya's hand.
Well, Nagy did say he's going to go trying and he's going to bet out here, bottom pair.
I'm rooting for the Nagy spin.
You rooting for the Nagy spin?
Yeah. Not necessarily all the way
look,
back up to...
If he busts, you can still root for him, as he will definitely be re-entering.
Still has the best of it on the 4 of clubs turn. Elton has now added an additional 9 outs.
Yeah, nice spot for Elton picking up the clubs. It allows him to apply more pressure. Nice semi-bluff here. And actually, it seems like an impossible call here with near bottom pair.
Elton has just been running over this table. Currently 7th in chips overall.
Nagy seems a bit pained, but it's just a pair of sixes.
What do you want to call?
Does that make sense? The more you bet, the more likely I'm going to call.
I would have put it all in by the river.
Needed to bet more there on the turn. Felt a little too valued.
Little too value-y.
I like to
That's
give
semi-bluff.
lessons to people that I'm playing against.
Bet sizing reads?
Especially, particularly when I play against me. You know, just a nice guy.
He is a nice guy.
They'll do with some lessons.
One of the nicest.
Well, just to play against me. Don't use it on anybody else, right?
What if we try it on someone else? Would it be?
Well, because I'm as dumb as a rock.
Hey, stop that.
Yeah, I don't want to insult rocks like that.
You're as dumb as rock, but you're the only man that's played $5 million pots this last week. Still up money.
It's true.
That is true.
That's very strong.
14.
You know what? I actually think playing cash games is what screws it all up for me, because I play so laggy and the lady she named me last night. She said, "Your new name is Laggy Naggy."
I like that, Laggy Naggy.
You know, I kind of like that. But I play so. I mean, playing six max cash, and I'm playing like a 70% DPIP and just finding ways to win hands.
Yeah.
And
Not giving up hope of winning my first hand just yet.
You can't do that in tournaments, and it takes me a little while to like shift gears and change the way I'm playing. But
I can see it.
It's definitely a different style.
I totally understand where he's coming from.
But like
Been there, done that.
Like not at a tournament poker. This is like cash game. Well,
not so much.
Yeah, not for me anymore.
Down to 30%.
I'm in tournament mode.
A chip in the chair.
Little Dave saying he's not given up hopes of winning his first hand. He's been outflopped by Jenya.
Oh, no. This will be, when I win the whole tournament, this will be a great story.
Number
Jenya
13
improving
did
to
it.
top 2 on the turn.
Take off this hoodie.
Like super
Look,
hot.
I wasn't the first person to re-enter. Oh, I'm not gonna.
I suppose that's a good record to have. Not the first to enter, re-enter. It was Punat Ponsuri.
Yeah, that title.
The
tournament last year, you were the first person to get eliminated.
No,
Ivy.
Still Ivy.
Ivy.
I'm the second.
Do you remember that? Ivy
the
being the
first
first one to
yeah.
bust?
Against
Ivy
Linus
was,
Love, second nut flush, nut
Really?
flush.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh,
Why
'cause
would
I
you
bet
He
Pro
tanked too, if I
versus
recall
first
correctly.
Yeah.
I remember I bet Rob that a pro would bust before a businessman. I won.
Four lose.
Yeah.
And
I remember
Good
that bet.
Us, yeah, it was good.
How about today?
Businessman got first eliminated. But I remember because you went down super short. That's why I thought. You went down a lot of chips really early.
yeah.
You also bet Rob about the structure.
Yeah, that was probably the dumbest bet I've ever made in my life.
It wasn't as. I imagine you've had better moments.
What's that?
Yeah.
The man who basically
I
designed the
gave him a
structure.
$50,000 gift. The man, I betting against the man who built it, but
4.
yeah.
Great. 4,000.
I mean, at the end of the day, you thought something and you put your money behind it. That's gotta respect it.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's called what being young and dumb is.
I mean, it's lessons not learnt in blood, never remembered.
Cool.
I like that. Lessons not learned in blood, never remembered.
You were at the table?
Yeah.
Not
Is
too
that one
bad
of
for
the
two
dumber
eights.
things you've seen someone do before?
I've seen dumber, but I mean, it wasn't
But I also gave
ill thought out. I would describe it as. You know? It all happened a bit quickly. I think maybe you taken a moment. You might have.
How much ADHD I have.
You're understandably going nowhere with the overpair. Gut shot. Elton getting there on the ace of spades turn. Does check through. Pair on the river.
Should never bet on facts, only opinions.
Yeah, as played, the ace-9 probably pretty good
Betting
to
on
value
facts,
bet.
Then you better
Pot control to turn.
better know the fact, because the other person probably knows it.
Snap call from Young. Another sizable pot for Elton. 84k, managing to squeeze out an additional 21,000 on the river. With that,
Yeah.
Elton up to like 500k now, I believe.
He's grinding.
Check back turn.
Yeah.
Wow, sneaky.
Dangerous.
Trappy.
Have some chance.
I like that strategy. Can you stick to that against me too, please?
4 pieces and 2 pieces.
Please?
Discipline fault from little Dave there. Ace deuce of diamonds. Jenya wants to play this suited wheel ace from the cutoff. Jenya has connected this pair of fours. Little Dave would have flopped a still will draw.
35.
35, 500.
Wow. Do you see little Dave's reaction there?
Which hand did he fold?
Ace deuce of diamonds.
Jeez. He's going to say something, isn't he?
He literally, his head just peeked forward. He was trying so hard to win a pot earlier on.
Steel wheel gone.
Still hasn't won a hand. Well, he would have had a 6-card straight flush.
Strong. As played, though. Maybe an opportunity for Sean Perry to make a stab.
Yeah, turn did go check. That's just jack high.
Jack high.
Gives up. See if little Dave says anything.
No.
Who's the check again?
That's the time I should have bluffed.
What was the
instead of
check
last
again?
I had Jack 8.
Check 8.
He doesn't want people to know he folded ace-x suited, I suppose.
That's what I was thinking.
But he's like, he's itching. You can see it. He's like,
I wouldn't be able to
"Should I?"
contain. I'm itching here in the
Should I?
booth. Wouldn't be able to contain myself. Like, oh, I made a nitty fold. Got punished for it.
That's never happened to me my whole life. Some raise and everybody folds.
Linus love getting fruity over on his table against Jason Kuhn.
Because I never have anything.
3-betting with 9-6
when I
suited
do, you get
from the
paid
big
off
blind via
a
cut-off
lot.
open.
But today you said every time you've had something, you just won the minimum.
Right. It's been
Seems like
the
the
weirdest thing ever.
perfect
Got 'em right where you
tournament
want
to
'em,
have
please.
the Triton Poker Plus app, as you can kind of
Yeah.
just sweat the other tables
It
at the
really
same
is.
time.
Do our own stand-up game on the side.
Huh?
1K cash each. No tournaments.
Dude, did you hear this? They want to play
Yeah,
a
I did.
stand-up game on the side.
I'm in.
What I'm gonna start doing is
play.
I'm gonna stand up myself, play the stand up game by myself until I win a hand. I will make myself sit down.
See, that's how it will work in a tournament, you know? You use it just cash, like not tournament chips. Otherwise you do. Right?
A side, it's a side bet that is part of the prize pool, kind of like a bounty tournament.
Yeah. Creates so much action.
Well done, Elton.
Should maybe put like Iron Man stand up? Like you can't drink,
Ooh.
eat, go to the
What
toilet.
if you did the stand up game, but you did it for the entire tournament?
I would play stand-up if you guys want. We can do
So
campaign
like the
then.
last it's
Are we able to do this?
the last
separate in cash?
person that doesn't get
I
it.
think so.
Yeah,
Not
it
sure.
doesn't influence any of that.
Technically no, yeah. But I don't know. I really wonder. You
I
know?
would for sure do it, obviously.
Yeah.
Then.
We would just do it on the, 200K, no problem, It'd be so fun.
Well, like the
first
10K
first-
person is small for like how big of a stake. is it?
First table who's ever done it ever.
Yeah, but Sean's not
Just
allowed
tell the
to bet anymore.
grandkids. I was there.
I could see
Are you
this
gonna
table
turn me
coming
into a celebrity?
with some sort of prop
He's
bet.
talking about the bets that we made last year. He's coming back for more.
Looks like Elton's going to go for the squeeze. Rather than flat calling and closing the action.
Yeah, I would love to see them make this side bets on this, stand-up game being the most popular lately. We'll play some regular poker for now. Queen 10's are pretty aggressive from the big blind, offsuit.
Yeah, +1 open. Up to no good with King 9-0. Richard Young going to get out of there as well. Sean Perry. Not interested.
sit down.
Out of position.
I made a big fold.
Elton ruined the party.
I doubt it.
12.8 million
What's that?
I doubt
USD
it. That is that big.
in the prize pool, Randy.
I didn't feel it.
So Henry,
Free car, like Jack 10.
I believe someone else got eliminated and rebought Santosh Suvarna.
No, but big.
Well,
There was a lot of potential.
some sympathy from me, but last night he stacked our boss, Paul Poir, in a cash game, and Rob Young.
But you've been winning every pot, and I
Okay.
was
In the same hand.
superstitious a little. I'm just thinking,
In his elimination here, he actually gave 169 1,000 chips to Punat Punsri, who's rebought into the tournament. So
there we go.
Good for his run. It was Ace King versus Ace Queen. A lot of chips in pre-flop. The rest going in on an Ace High flop bet jam. So that's 2 re-entries so far in the form of Santosh and Punat Punsri.
Yeah, Punat now 3rd in chips. Being eliminated early doors. So 2 eliminations on the VIP side.
So do I.
Reason for obviously Randy and myself not doing an insane amount of commentary is due to the fact that this is a very chatty table. We don't want to interfere with the table talk. We'd rather...
Don't want to ruin the home game.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, we're here for them. As Sean Perry flops a set, it does just go call, and Sean probably licking his lips at the idea that maybe Wilf has caught up in the form of top pair on that turn.
Yeah, definitely noteworthy for just calling the set there, especially this deep. Let's get checked to Sean Perry. Try to extract some value against the Ace-X there, pot controlling.
20.
Should be over.
%80 on the turn. Wilf does mark.
Yeah, this is this Wilf's first event at this stop?
I haven't seen it.
Of all stops for the Israeli player. The very first event, 200K, just ponies it up.
Pretty sure he's a merit regular.
Okay. A lot of those have come to play at this stop.
Yeah. Israeli businessman. Loves poker. I've seen him around quite a few stops in the past. Obviously, first Triton for him. One of the things I love about obviously doing the commentary, we're on a delay, so we see the Jack-10 hand, for example, from Antonius against Smith. We commentate on it, and then we know that in real time they've caught up, they've received that information. So then we have the additional delay waiting for the players to catch up on the information. So I'm very curious.
You been doing any striking with Adrian?
To see if Smith says anything.
I want to, but it's expensive. I really like him and the coaching, but like, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's expensive. And I'm just doing a lot of other stuff.
Well, Haxton just comes with a call, and you will see this a lot with Ace Queen with very deep stacks.
I really want to.
It's like tough to play post flop in a 3-bet out of position, but you know, you keep in those hands that will fold to the 3-bet. Some King Queen is just looking lovely on this board.
Action flop, Randy. Little piece for everyone. Ibinger with the open ender at the lower end. Does not want to see a 7. Ike with the ace of spades in hand. Obviously, gut shot to the higher straight.
With the connectedness of this board, you tend to see larger continuation bet sizings.
I'm blocking all of the pairs.
Lots of different variety of hands you can get value from. Actually checks. Wow. Trying to like invite the button or the hijack to bet. Sandwich the middle guy in the small blind. Coming for check raise. It's quite an interesting line.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So Ibinger does reach for chips. Fire out a bet, 1/3. See if this check raise trap from Chidwick works. So we don't expect Haxton to be going anywhere just yet.
No, of course not. Not with this kind of a draw. And, you know, check raise does come to mind. I mean, look how deep we are. 270K and the dream scenario, right? You laid the perfect trap. The hijack bets. There's a call. Got him sandwiched.
On this two-tone board, see if Chidwick does come for the check raise.
Should be, given how deep they are. Needs to extract value from spades. You know, the queen jacks, the two pairs, the sets. I think sets will likely just call as well on these board textures. There we go.
Snap fold from Ivinger. Hand in the cookie jar. Like Haxton, however, not only does he have the open ender, that ace of spades could potentially be a future bluff card.
Yeah, he doesn't think that Chidwick is really bluffing this board texture, just given that the callers will have a lot of bet calls in their range. Probably looking to try to hit his hand, take out those straights.
Mike does make the call, and all of a sudden we have an inflated pot due to the flop check raise. The 8 of clubs on the turn. Would you believe Ivinger would have turned a set? Ike Haxton has turned the second nut straight on the two-tone board. Randy did manage to get away from the straight v flush situation earlier on against Ben Heath. This one feels a bit dicier.
Yeah, this is I mean, it's a great card in the sense that he did improve his hand to the straight, but like he knows that king queen is a very real hand to check raise the flop.
60K in the middle already.
And he's got redraw to the Broadway, so he can't possibly let go at this point.
Chidwick rocking that custom Jacob & Co. timepiece, of course, after winning the short deck main back in Madrid.
Right.
On display.
We'll probably put a sizable bet in here. He knows that Queen X is still a large part of Haxton's range. Some two pairs, of course. Jack 10 sets come to mind. I'm just imagining just a pure blank on the river, and what does Isaac Haxton do to what is perceived to be a large bet incoming?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Obviously, two-tone board. 50% of the time, a flush draw will complete. I have to defer to Ike. I mean, 50K into 60 would have 200 back going to the river. We saw him make that fold earlier on.
With the redraw, I don't think he's going anywhere with, of course, the nice straight here.
Big river incoming for Ike Haxton. As the board does pair. Jack of hearts. Maybe a river card.
This card might save him, actually. And, you know, Chidwick, with the long end of the straight, he might be worried that he could be up against a set occasionally.
Yeah.
Jack 10 sometimes. Would they call 50K bet into 60? I'm not so sure. But definitely crossing his mind that it may be hard for him to get value from worse. And Haxton looks like he does check. Or did he? Oh, he does check now.
160 in the middle. Ibenko would have gone runner full.
Yeah.
Hard
for him to get there, though.
All he had to do was check.
True.
Seen the 8 on the turn.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if he checks back this king queen, just thinking that queen X would already have a hard time calling a river had it not paired, but even more so. Does check, and nice scoop here for Chidwick, 160k pot.
Kind of nod of approval there from Ike. Chidwick up to over 400k, scooping a massive 160,000 chip pot. Level 3 of the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational. Some early front runners. Jason Kuhn, Panat Punsri, Anatoly Zlotnikov, Brian Kim, Elton Tsang. Of course, last night there was the players' party and the seat draw. Plan is to play 8 levels today. So 400-minute blocks, and then at the end of the day, there will be the day 2 redraw. Be split into 2 groups, 50-50. Half pros, half VIPs is Chidwick. Straight off the bat of scooping. That sizable pot against Haxton now looks down at a couple of aces.
Fold.
Fold.
Ike's done incredibly well to kind of lose the bare minimum, if you will. Still playing a very healthy 202,000.
So my neighbor likes minor league baseball. 70-year-old guy took me to a game.
Mm-hmm.
He took his mother and daughter, he knows. Daughter's like 24 and maybe her mom's like 47.
Okay.
When I told her I play poker, she's like, I know a poker player.
Damn, the story is over. I wanted to hear which player.
Well, as if we need to give you another reason to buy action on Poker Stake, Michael Soiser last night taking down the 75k for over 1.7 million, and we know had a few viewers that got to enjoy that little 23x return. Head on over to Poker Stake. There's still plenty of action up for grabs from some of these players. Bullet 2 in the 200k should Bullet 1 not go too well. The main event.
John Perry. Oh God.
And of course,
I don't consider him a poker player.
the
But
That's
yeah.
shots
short
fired.
deck events. That is shots fired.
Yeah.
Ran into Sean. He said this is
Speaking of,
his final poker tournament of his career. We'll see.
Speaking of minor league baseball, so
What?
where do you live? In Vegas?
He's
You
just
live
done
in
with it.
Hannah,
I don't know. He
No,
just
I bought a place
in a place
in the,
where he
near
wants to try other
Tivoli
things.
Village.
I respect
Oh,
it.
okay, so you're close.
He'll be back.
The,
No one retires from this game.
So the A's, the baseball team, are moving to Vegas. I don't know if you heard about that.
Yes, and I think it's going to be a total clusterfuck.
Well, yeah, but it's going to be cool. But the rumor is they're going to play at the Summerlin Ballpark for 2 years, the AAA stadium, which is like super close to my house and like super intimate. It's going to be awesome. It's like a 10,000 person stadium, super nice, brand new.
It was great going there. I'd go to a bunch of games.
Yeah, it's super cool, right? Like it'd be so fun to go to pro baseball games there. It's right next to Lifetime, you know. It's like 5 minutes from my house. Super small stadium. It's gonna be, I hope it happens.
Good food there.
Yeah. Fort.
Baseball moving to Vegas. Seth Davies, of course, played baseball in college. one of the reasons why he's a pretty mean tennis player, even though he's only been playing for a few months, as far as I know.
Yeah, arguably our most athletic player in the series. No,
whoa,
no,
easy now.
It's close,
You might-
right?
You might upset a few people.
Top 3 guarantee?
I would
Can we
say
go with
so.
that?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be so cool. My kid will be like 4 years old, 4 or 5 years old. Take him to some games so he'll actually kind of know what's going on.
Might rustle some feathers up, but you know.
You've got
Who else
Miley
comes to
games
mind
there?
for you?
Just a few.
I mean, yeah.
But yeah,
you
like
is
Jonathan
great.
Jaffe.
It's incredible.
Okay.
I mean, it's super.
Big
it's like
time into
$150 million
calisthenics.
stadium.
Holy
very
shit.
nice.
Oh,
very, very nice.
Patrick
I mean, you know,
Antonius.
you've been there.
Of course.
Yeah, it's beautiful, but I would have I had no idea.
Yeah,
Even
it's very-
like that level stadium.
Couple of hooks for Davies. Speak of the devil. Be looking to play some baseball here and put these two jacks into bat against Patrick Antonius's ace king. He does, of course, come with the 3-bet.
When you're
13K.
Playing stacks this deep, 2 jacks will lean towards calling at a high frequency, especially from this position +1 versus hijack. 4-betting kind of just puts you more in a tough situation if you get more resistance.
Yeah, not looking to 4-bet, call it off, right?
No, and you might like kind of waste your hand is when you 4-bet this hand and have to potentially fold or call and get it in bad. So as played as is expected, 30K in the middle, 2 jacks, looking okay.
Well, 1 over card, couple of hearts. Patrick Antonius with the king of hearts to go along with his 2 overs.
Ace King is actually a very 2-barrel heavy hand on queen high boards, given that you block Ace Queen and King Queen, the hands that can put resistance against you.
Does continue for just north of 1/3. Love that shot of Seth Davies. Almost half pot, actually. Getting real up close and personal. Some of the best in the business. Patrick, of course, played that massive hand against Stan Smith and now gets there against Davies on the King of Clubs turn. Top for Patrick, who's been off to a great start, courtesy of that bet, or that bluff rather.
Yeah, with the Jack 10 of hearts, that was a nice one. Here he does pick up top pair, top kicker. Looking to extract value. Actually going to check it back. I believe the reason is that he feels it might be hard for him to get a turn and river bet in for value. So maybe it's worth just controlling the pot, letting those gutters kind of like take a stance at you, like Jack 10, 10, 9. Pot control against the 2 pairs and sets.
Davies not going to take the bait, of course, with the 2 jacks. Has plenty of showdown value.
Yeah, as played though, I'd imagine that Ace King is going to try to extract now. And it may look a little bit suspicious, as you might expect Ace King to barrel off on the turn at a high frequency. So there's a chance that Seth Davies may look him up with 2 jacks. Might go polar.
75% on the river. 3-bet pot. Bet, check, bet. See if Davies can get away from this one. Does block some of the bluffs. Ace, Jack, Jack 10, although you could argue... actually, no, Jack 10's 3-betting a decent amount.
Yeah, I'm thinking, okay, so 2 jacks. Yeah, it just seems like a solid laydown. Nicely done, Patrick.
Yeah, Seth didn't even really take too much time there to let go of the hooks.
They're rumored to get basketball too, Las Vegas in the next few years.
Yeah, LeBron wants to own a team in Vegas. So he'll own a team in Vegas. He generally gets what he wants.
And that'd be sick.
As he should. That man's made the NBA a lot of money. Yeah,
Do you
Vegas
ever
is a
follow basketball
good
stateside?
sports town. All of a sudden, it's pretty
I don't really follow it now. I've been to a basketball game, but that's about it.
Just one?
Several when I was younger, though. Sacramento Kings. You know them?
Shout out Sacramento Kings.
Don't know who the opposing team was, unfortunately.
Shout out SK. Yeah, to be fair, I've been to Chicago Bulls game, but I don't remember.
Yeah,
who
you
they
don't
were
remember the
playing
opposing
against.
team unless it's like a playoff game or something.
No. It was a great experience, though. I do love like the sporting environments in America, just due to how passionate the fans are about it. It's just
Right.
crazy.
Personally, I like basketball in a sense, just that it's a game that has a lot of score changes, so it's
Yeah.
exciting to watch at
Yeah.
all times.
So I'm like big into tennis, and
Yeah, it's also a game that's kind of like something's happening at all moments, regardless. Ace-3, just gonna bet and take.
You're just big one, right?
Yeah.
Eddie Tran has taken the chip lead. On the
Nice.
outer tables, flopped a set.
First time
against-
Triton for him.
yeah, against Alexei Platonov, who was one of the chip leaders and is now one of the shorter stacks in the field.
Maybe Davies giving Ido a spin here. Trouble. 2 aces.
Well, as Randy mentioned, there may be trouble ahead for Seth Davies. Hasn't connected in the form of a pair. Has flopped a gut shot. Also holds the Queen of Diamonds. Man, Ido is just so good at poker. It's ridiculous.
35.
I really appreciate Ido's consistency. Not just at Super High Roller Series, but worldwide.
He's been playing poker for a long time, right? I think he missed a couple of the Triton stops, but he's back at it.
Sorry.
Definitely a goated member of the Spanish poker community, along with Adrian Mateos as he turns top set. Seth Davies picking up a double gut shot.
Yeah, one of those double gutties, though, does bring the 4-liner, so harder to extract value if you happen to hit it. So maybe that makes Davies less inclined to continue. Of course, depending on the sizing. It feels like if you're continuing with Queen 8, maybe raising would be the nicer play, just given that you got Queen High and blocking some King Queens. It's awkward to check call here, as it's unlikely Queen High would ever be good on a blank river. Looked like he's out.
Yeah, expect those more creative bluffs and whatnot to potentially start tomorrow. These guys are all about
just hanging in there.
Yeah, you know, you have 8 levels, chasing double gut shots and that kind of stuff. Maybe not the thing right now. I mean, if it's me, I'm saying a river. With Seth Davies.
No, it's just you're right. It's about just kind of taking a low variant route. We've already knocked out a couple of levels so far today.
I don't think it's like officially announced, but like they bought property for a stadium and all this stuff. It's like
telemarketing. You got men at night.
Of course, we can get back here and
basketball fans.
King 10 barreling away on no connection.
It's Barney Dinosaur videos. Seems
Elton
like
Sang.
I think I could sell that. Who would I sell that to?
Top 6
You know
stack.
what? Daycare centers. Wow. Daycare centers would do damn near anything to get kids to sit down for a half an hour and just enjoy themselves. So I started a phone room with 8 people selling Barney the Dinosaur videos, right? And you remember TV Guide?
Is this the same? This and Barney the same Barney? The big
Yeah.
purple.
Yeah. It's this was before he was picked up by PBS. There was only 3 episodes. There was only three. The first 3 were with Sandy Duncan. That's how old I really am. Anyway, so TV Guide used to have like the top 10 VHS sales, which were the most popular. And we sold so many Barney the Dinosaur videos to daycare centers that Barney the Dinosaur made it in the top 10 on TV Guide within like 2 months of us starting to sell it, right? After that, right after that, PBS picked up Barney the Dinosaur and started, doing it for free because it was on PBS, we weren't able to sell him so much anymore. But he was about to go out of business and not exist if we didn't sell them all.
Wow.
Love Barney.
Isn't that kind of cool?
Same here.
Super cool.
I didn't really make any money on it because I was so young and didn't really have contracts.
Oh boy.
But the other guys made tons of money.
Nicholson out-flopped on the Jack 10.
I just did all the work and didn't
Sean Perry's Jack 9 of spades, flopping trips. Nicholson finds the check back. As the board pairs, double paired board on the
for all
turn.
of you out there that hate that song,
Yeah, still a troubling card for him, especially when he checks back. It looks
fault.
very ace-high heavy. Sean gonna attack here. Bit of sizing where ace-high is still gonna call you, as well as the overpairs that decide to play it slow and 2 queens.
See if
Too
little
strong,
Dave-
right?
Yeah, I mean, on the turn feels way too much to just fold queens, but can't be loving life. I mean, really beating under pairs that are turning themselves into a bluff. There are some draws, but you obviously block the hands like king, queen, queen 9. Would Sean really turn a hand like ace-high into a bluff? Potentially. Sean's been known.
But he's probably more likely to turn like an underpair that's counterfeited to a bluff with no showdown value. Looks like he's gonna attack really big here. Wow, quick lay down
fold from Nicholson. Well played, sir.
He knows.
Outflop. Things really not going his way so far today, but at least he's keeping himself in the fight.
somewhere along the way, it was actually just recently that I became that old guy with those interesting stories, right? And like almost every poker table that I sit at, I'm like the oldest guy. I'm at least this. I got to be the second oldest guy at this table. No offense. I got to be the second oldest guy at this table.
That's an interesting.
Right?
That's a very
But-
interesting story for sure.
Right?
That is a fascinating story.
And I've got like so many of those, and it's I don't know how you just turn a corner and now you're that old guy with those crazy stories that nobody believes. There's no way that really happened, but I know too many facts about around there, and age just kind of sneaks up on you, right? And somewhere you start to get some wisdom.
One of
I
his
think that's
earlier
like next
entrepreneurial ventures.
I start to
Phil
get some
Nagy.
wisdom.
It's like a Nagy podcast right now.
Feels like it's
Barney
coming.
the Dinosaur.
wisdom.
I used to watch that
I hope so.
hours on end a day when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about the adult? You got some hours in there too.
As an adult. Or the adult version of Barney the Dinosaur.
There's an adult version.
I don't know. I mean, you're the one asking
I
the
said
question.
as an adult, okay.
Ah, okay. No, definitely not.
I don't know where your mind's going asking the other.
Dude, I don't know. You can be
option.
weird sometimes, as we all can. Looks like a single raise pot. Sean Perry opening under the gun. Young defending the big, but not connecting at all with this flop.
It's okay, I think. And one. I think it's fine.
Here's one of the fascinating things about poker, you know. You sit down at a table and this card game has brought us all together from different corners of the globe. I mean, you look at the VIP side,
I'm so bad at that.
some of the things that these business people have achieved.
I can't even see all
It's
the
incredible, man. And we all just come here because of a game that we all
Yeah.
love.
You get to meet people and,
math is
you know,
hard.
play a game that's fun, of course.
Oh, Dave, of course, very successful businessman as well.
2 re-entries. Oh. What's the other one?
There have been 2 re-entries so far.
Find that out somewhere.
Yeah, it's Santosh and Punat Punsri.
Discipline fold from Sean Perry there. Raggy ace from the big. These 2 small pairs gonna square off.
Yeah, the raggy aces then to fold to the early pre-flop raise instead of fours is looking good.
Finally, Nicholson flopping the piece he was looking for after getting out flopped with the ace jack and the pocket queens. Jenny not going anywhere just yet, only 1 overcard to his black 6s. It's the 5 of diamonds. Rolls off, giving Jenya a gut shot.
Yeah, the type of card where it definitely could create more action. You know, Jenya maybe hits a 3, his opponent sitting on an ace. Lots of value to be had that way. Full pot. That polarizes things with this pot size bet. Maybe that makes Jenya a little bit more inclined to continue. I think it's kind of a draw or big hand situation.
Yeah, I'm blocking top pair. I like going big here.
Yeah, you might not think like a weaker queen would bet in this manner.
Running 5s. Little Dave boating up with 60,000 in the middle.
Yeah,
pretty safe run out, all things considered, for Jenya, of course, facing the pot size bet on the turn, but some of those ace-X that picked up gut shots on the turn do break. Though it does now lose to ace-5, of course.
Yeah, Nicholson's plan here is to try to extract as much value out of the queen X's. Two 6s kind of seems like it's the bottom of his range right now. He could easily have a queen X instead. Might he find a fold? Doesn't seem too happy about it.
Shades off for the Belarusian as he finds himself in a tough spot, but does make the right fold. A lot of these players taking,
You know what's absolutely crazy?
making some pretty
Is
quick
last
folds.
year, when we were playing, you and I were talking about machine learning and AI, and how we had algorithms that were, it's almost beating our opening lines.
Wow.
Right? Look how far technology has come in just that last year. We was talking about the proprietary stuff that we were working with,
Yeah.
in the machine learning and AI, so that we were beating our opening lines. And now, a year later, you've got ChatGPT and like.
Yeah, that hadn't even come out by then.
No, it wasn't even out by then. And now there's like all these different AIs.
It's really changing the world now.
It's how fast technology is moving now. It's impossible to keep up with. It's really, really hard.
Yeah, it's mental. I mean, if you're in any sort of tech business,
Yeah.
it's a real race to stand still, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
switch off for 4 months, you're finished.
You're done. I actually just had a big meeting with the whole company, and I guess it's 2 months ago. I started like geeking out with all the AI and everything. Just last November, I told a bunch of my friends, I says, this ChatGPT is going to change everything. Just look at it, check it out. Everybody's like, oh, sure, whatever. And then in January, they says, what's the thing of 2023? Well, ChatGPT. That's OpenAI. That's what's going to change everything. And so then they finally listened to me. And a couple of months ago, I guess it's been 2 months. I took the whole company, and and I says, okay, guys, we're going to slow down to speed up, right? We're going to start getting into AI and start learning AI. And the first thing everybody says is, AI is going to take my job. Like and I says, no. What we're going to do is we're going to work 3 days a week. The other 2 days, we're going to learn these different AI tools and projects, so that the 300 people that I have working for me are going to be the equivalent of 3,000 people. And nobody's going to lose their job. We're just going to, produce better than anybody else, because, there's so many companies that look at I got AI, so I can get rid of so many people, right? And I can save this much money. Well, that's a race to zero, right? You can grow, you can get smaller and smaller, but you can get infinitely big, right? So I've chosen that I'm going to teach everybody, and 2 months later, I learned a ton, right? Like I made my own, I made my own movie, a 90-second movie using just AI, right? And I'm not like a supercomputer geek. And now the people in my company know more about it than I do, right? And I stopped looking at it for like a month. And it's amazing. And once you start using it just a little bit and start learning it, it's like you learn exponentially quick.
If AI was around when I was in college, I would have graduated.
Well, you wouldn't have graduated, but your name would have been on the certificate.
You would have
Apparently,
the certificate.
like you could just put it in, like you could just have them write you essays, like there's nothing anyone could do about it.
That's one of the things that I was talking with some of my friends is so let's say you've been a school teacher for 15 years, right? You're still frustrated that kids are not using books; they're using laptops, right? And now you have to learn AI that was not even part of your school anymore. I think there's going to be like a gap, right, where there's teachers that are older that just are not up with technology, and kids know more about the technology than the teachers.
They need to renovate the teachers.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. Is there's going to be? I'm worried about there being a 10-year gap or a 5-year gap before the schools can catch up with what kids can learn on the internet and stuff.
Are school programs incorporating AI into it?
I've
never even been on ChatGPT myself, by the way.
Oh my God.
I never even know how to find it.
At the break, let me just go ahead and make your life better.
No, I've heard incredible. I've heard about it.
I'll make your life better, right? You get ChatGPT, you put it on Telegram, right? It's connected with your Telegram, and once you start using it, it's just.
Wait, what would you use it for in Telegram? Exactly.
Well, because it's Google, right? You put it this way. This is how good it is. Google's lost 100 million searches a day to ChatGPT. It's the first time Google's ever taken a step backwards since since the inception of Google, right? Well, Google's pretty goddamn good, but if they're worried and they're losing 100,000 searches a day, or it's 100 million searches a day, and that's why everybody released their own AI. It's Microsoft, Amazon, Google. They're all releasing their own AIs, right? Which is kind of dirty, right? Because it turns out they've had it for quite a while, and they've just been using it proprietarily to sell us more crap, right? ChatGPT forced them, making it free, forced them to release it, right? Which...
Wait, is ChatGPT, you think, the best AI program out there to use?
There's a couple, but they're all
They're all the same. But
ChatGPT... It's OpenAI, right? Is let's call it the parent, right? And then you can make plugins that use OpenAI that do all kind of different whatever stuff, right? And
we use one called Jasper, not ChatGPT.
So like actually ChatGPT, it's really funny. Is if you ask ChatGPT like some basic math stuff, it gives you wrong answers because yeah, it does because it's made for human interaction and speaking and talking, right? But you say, you know what? Write me a 90-second script on for a YouTube video. It's on poker, as if I were Doug Polk, right? And I'll be goddamned if you. It works really, really well. Like it's amazing. I mean, you have to edit it a little bit, and you have to train it a little bit, but it's absolutely amazing. Ask it to do, you know, simple math for like a tournament payout or something, and it'll give you a wrong answer. And I was like, I couldn't believe that. And then I read about it, and there's some AIs that are good at math, and some of them are good at, you know, it's communication like that, just talking, and they're not good at both, right?
Maybe a bit of a hand developing here.
And it had never occurred to me until I just
Phil Nagy show.
Could be the end of the stories for him.
I said, no, that's the wrong answer. Can you redo it? And it did, right? It said, I'm sorry, that answer was wrong. And then it gave me another wrong answer because it's just not good at math.
24K in the middle. Nagy does not want to connect, but he has in the form of an open-ender.
No, that's wrong.
I think he's going to splash this one
and it comes up with a different
24K in the middle.
It's absolutely amazing.
Looking to spin it
up.
up.
Yeah, I mean.
Using AI and it's ChatGPT doing the customer survey.
Huh?
Customer survey.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We try to running the customer surveys.
It's hard though, isn't it? We tried a bit like that.
Tan going for close to 40%. Sorry, close to 50%.
So left behind in any aspect.
Yeah, and you can see he's coming with check raise, so this one's going to go in and might be the end of Nagy if he doesn't get there.
I knew this was your flop.
That's why I'm glad you bet it for me.
Don't think Elton can get away from this.
Not with the amount of blinds they have to start this hand.
He likes it when I do that.
Just north of 40.
All right, let's go.
In it goes. Spin the wheel.
I don't know. What do I have?
Right?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Very shortly.
Some cards to fade. Elton Tang. One
Apologize
of the tournament chip leaders. Early doors here. The 200K LUXON
Tell the
Invitational.
whole room that you're all in right now, or
No, it's spade.
Some interesting.
Or just
Instant delivery on the turn.
I told you, I apologized in advance.
He did apologize.
You could have folded.
You've been running like that against me the whole trip.
Of course, referring to the cash games as it breaks out, and
He
Nagy
pulled that card down. I thought, we're not running it twice.
the 9 high straight. Doubles up to 155K, and right, just like that. Right back in this.
Before he called, how did I look at him and go,
wow, this is max pain when he wins an extra 500, and the last one he was down to like 20 or 30 bigs.
I didn't even think about that.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what
How much?
65.
Oh, they've got some last longers going on as well.
Of course they do. No surprise there.
Oh, yeah, I don't know why I'm acting surprised, actually. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Elton Sang still leading the field here at this feature table, although he did just take a sizable hit. 103 big blind pot going Nagy's way. 3-bet pot flopping the open-ender and getting in his final 65-ish K or so. It's a nice little double up. It's been a chill day. Just been listening to the stories on this VIP side. Rob Yong, by the way, chip leader of the tournament. Again, very early days, but won with 10s against Anatoly Zlotnikov's aces. 3-bet pot came queen 10-6, and all the money found its way in on the turn. We'll be playing, I believe, 15 more minutes or so, maybe not even that much of this level. Players will be going on their second break of the day.
The next time you get all in, just have the confidence.
Look, the most profitable play in poker, right, is get it in bad and get there. Now, getting bad is easy. It's the getting there part that's hard.
Like for cash instead of.
But I definitely had the confidence there that I knew
You can just bet your.
I was going to
bet
get
your hand.
Yeah.
Apparently he's played $5 million pots already this trip.
Can I get a whisk? I mean, just a cappuccino.
Up money. Up money on the trip.
Wispatino.
It's a good thing.
You could insure that to win like.
I'm happy you won, by the way.
400.
I'm happy I won too.
Yeah.
Be like.
I know.
You're still in the tournament and you're already.
That's why.
Exactly, you're up.
Because I knew you.
Why not, right?
You ain't losing.
And then just cheer him in.
Richard Young starting the hand.
Like, I'm happy
100
he
big
won,
blinds
you know?
effective.
Send off?
Exactly. Huh?
Send off out already.
Yeah.
Santosh is out?
He's out.
What would you?
The rebuy.
He's out. He's out. Santosh was in whatever in the last longer bet. Are you on the last longer bet from last night?
No.
No?
Well,
Santosh
usually
was
they do
one
it
of
for
them, so
cards.
that's
but
one
I'm sure
down.
they have a way to do it like.
Is Rob Young still
based
in?
on equity.
I don't see.
Rob Young's chip leader.
Me,
Touch a little juice on
Santosh,
Juice.
Yeah.
I love the juice.
the
People.
I would say like 5%
yeah,
or something.
it's Dow,
I don't know. We get
5
odds.
of us because it's
They do.
400,000 if you
So
want.
when the insurance, the cash games, you do it by card.
I should probably remember that who it is. Oh wait,
Richard potentially saving himself 132k here by just flat calling pre with the ace-king of diamonds.
Yeah, for sure. Undergun +1, though, it's understandable against a small blind 3-bet.
It's a drawing hand.
It is a drawing hand, but it's just kind of like you 4-bet.
Maybe they think so.
It defines your hand quite a bit. It's easy for your opponent to
not
play
that he's a
against.
bad player or whatever, but the last one.
Check on the flop, 10 of spades on the turn.
Rob?
So if I hit an ace, you don't.
It's
Wolf, of course, going to try to extract value, 2 kings. You do see, well, snap call. Rich Young also plays fast. I've never seen him use a time card in my life. Of the history of Triton poker.
You guys just want to chop Santosh?
Yeah, very fast player.
Just get to take 25k a piece. They won't do it, but it'd be funny to rib Santosh for it.
Well, he's gonna have to pay regardless. So it doesn't.
Yeah, he's gonna have to pay. Oh, I guess so, huh?
He already has to pay the 100.
But then I guess chopping is 20. But it's
You guys
still.
just split his money.
We just split his money. That's kind of like.
But then when you do
seriously?
that, you're losing all your money.
So there's 5 of them.
Oh no,
It's
I'm
a
not.
big side bet.
100k.
I did the offer, but I'd never do it.
Last
No
longer.
chance. I'm gonna win. And then I've got the separate one with Elton.
Just half the buy-in on the last
Now
longer.
you've doubled me up. I appreciate
That's
it.
crazy.
Yeah, it's worth double.
That was an extra, huh? I would have collected half my buy-in already right there.
Richard can't get away from it. Looks him up with the ace-king high and gets shown the 2 kings.
I can't beat you in a giant pot in cash anyway, so it's.
You try to get tricky on the turn?
Young now down to sub 100k.
No, I checked off.
Oh. After trying to check raise. No?
Over to the quiet table.
Yeah.
You know why it is that you can't see through this.
The business table.
You can't see through what?
Like it's glass.
Like the center part?
Like why you can't like put it up and see Ben's face.
I mean, you can see it.
Can you?
It's just really blurry.
thought you just can't see.
You can see through it. You can see the color at least. Maybe it's just your eyes. I can see that that's yellow.
Chidwick off to a great start so far in this 200k, of course. Flipping the nut straight earlier on against Ike Haxton, managing to get 2 sizable streets of value out of Ike's ace-queen. Does check through on the 9-5-4, allowing Ike
That's a question.
to spike his 3 outer on the turn.
I feel a little bit noteworthy of mentioning that the play is a bit slower at this table, right?
Yeah.
People just taking max time on each street, it seems.
Yeah, that was an incredibly fun spell at table 2 with the VIPs. Incredibly chatty, fast poker.
Yeah, here you can see Haxton firing away as that clock reached 0.
I think it's some sort of physics thing, like with spoons, how it's like distorted. I think it's.
Chidwick hasn't relinquished it of ace-10. 10 of hearts does block some of those heart draws and straight draws, but still going to take one off, it seems. Trying to pick off the 6-8Xs, I suppose.
Yeah, 2 overs can improve to top pair, but unfortunately for him, Ike has improved to 2 pair on this ace of clubs river, 16-5 in the middle. Haxton looking to get some back.
Yeah, really nice spot for him, of course. Trying to figure out what kind of sizing, and quite possibly a meaty bet here. Probably expects some ace highs to come along. What is he coming with? Did he go small?
I guess.
Wow.
That's what his range wants to do, right? Like from the big, this ace of clubs river would want to block.
It's like a 9% bet.
Going for the bet, 3-bet. Can he bait Chidwick into raising?
By betting really small, he does invite these ace kings, ace queens, ace jacks to try to find some value in.
There you have it,
Jeez.
Chidwick.
Haxton.
Up to 10k. Now we get to see if Haxton was indeed going for the bet, 3-bet, inducing with the smaller size.
Especially with ace-7, you know, he's got strong 2-pair here. Ace-5, ace-4s, you know, he beats those. And of course, the naked ace-X. Yeah, that's a really cool turn bet from Haxton. Love that one. Interesting to see. I suppose at this point he realizes he needs to try to be polar here.
Question is, like, what size do you go for as well?
I feel like he's going like a 40, 50k sizing.
Taking up a lot of time with this river spot.
$60,000.
Wow.
Even more.
60k.
What a confusing hand it is for Chidwick, right? He did not expect the 9% lead pet 3-bet on a card that is perceived to hit him more.
And obviously, given how many gut shots there are out there in terms of blockers on the river, the 6x, the 8x, the deuce x, now the 3x as well. Really wouldn't surprise me to see Chidwick look this up, as crazy as it seems.
Is this maybe one of those cases where we don't think someone is getting out of line too much just because we're still on the pro side of things? Still day one, possibly?
Or you could level yourself into thinking that's precisely why I'm going to make the call, because they might be leveraging that, that fact.
Always a
The
leveling
classic,
game.
he knows that I know that he knows.
So much meta in this. Looks like he's going to lay it down.
Good fold from Chidwick.
Pretty cool maneuver there.
The old Bet, 3-bet.
Like, you lost it to fraud?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's
So how did it go?
I logged into public internet in an airport, right? And somebody got into my Yahoo email, and there were sent emails for bank wires, and they literally it's wired out.
Just by sending emails?
Well, they took the bank wires and they copied my signature, and they were able to send the email from my email.
Let's jump back into this. I know Nagy's mid
got
telling
more
a
stories.
story about some fraud, but Anson has turned the nut flush draw.
7. Yeah, bottom pair still good.
Wow, Elton with the lead.
Yeah, it's that thing we do see when the board pairs, the big blind taking the lead.
Yeah.
You know, just deny some random equity, especially with a pair of 4s. You know your opponent usually has at least 2 overs. Although we've seen Anson make some pretty sick plays, and Reyes is kind of in his camp of strategy. Did he come in with call though? He did grab that white chip first. He thought about it.
He teased you a little bit. Doesn't improve. Deuce of diamonds on the river. Anson with just ace high. Elton with the best hand, now checking it on over to Anson. 32-5. He's going to check behind. Players are going to go on break. Elton scooping another pot. Up to 455,000. It's Elton Tang. For some reason, I can't see him on the app. Where's he gone? 455,000. Should be 6th in chips. But as things stand, it's Rob Young, would you believe, out in front playing a 600,000 chip stack. Chip counts brought to you by PokerStake. Of course, congratulations once again to everyone that had a piece of Michael Soiser in yesterday's 75K. This table is going to move to the outer field. We're going to have 2 fresh tables when we return from break. Randy Lewin alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Randy, really chill one for us in the booth. We're just enjoying some of the stories on the VIP side. And as we mentioned, you know, this 200K just really has people from all over the world and all different backgrounds.
Yeah, you know, I think the VIP table was the highlight here, where the stories were being told, mainly from Nagy.
Little Dave.
Some engagement. But, you know, and they were also splashy and playing very quickly, whereas on the flip side of things, the pro table was more serious business, max tank on most streets. Very different, but understandable given the circumstances of the style of the tournament.
Well, we will be returning in 5 minutes' time. The 200K LUXON Pay Invitational. As we throw it to commercials, don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more continuing coverage from the Merit Royal Diamond. We'll see you guys shortly.
GG Poker. It's the best poker The biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation from pre-flop to river, we've got it all. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
And back with continuing coverage of the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational. Ali Najad alongside Henry Kilbane. In for Randy Liu, who we're going to give a little bit of a break. Not sure why we're doing that. We should just make Randy work continuously. Unbeknownst to the people out there, I did defeat him.
You did?
In rock, paper, scissors to force him to allow me to get the first break. Felt good.
I feel like today should have been the day we should have just done that the entire day.
We really should have.
Best man wins. There's only 4 windows of 100 minutes.
Events I feel like we're lacking on the calendar, if I'm being honest, Henry. A rock, paper, scissors invitational, I would imagine, would definitely be met with some enthusiasm, at least 2 to 3 entries. And then there was another one. No, the Chode ID, for those that don't know what that is. Big 2, I think it's referred to. Common game played.
They've got 100K last longer. Phil Nagy, Sean Perry, some other players as well. It's a casual 500K up for grabs on the side. Santosh also involved in that.
By the way, ran into Punat Punsri, who is on his second bullet. Yes. A very difficult spot that he got put in. Was told that he was up against 2 jacks in that pot where he laid down aces.
It felt like it was an aces spot looking at the hand history.
Yeah. Tough start for Punat, obviously, but not so tough for some of the other players in the field. As we look out there, Rob Yong, the LUXON Pay man himself, at the top of the leaderboard, just shy of 600,000. A slot that has been shared by both VIPs and pros. Jason Kuhn on the hunt for that Ivan Leal Player of the Year award. Lots of points available here. Has been there as well. Sinan Unlu a man that shared that top slot at one point in time, currently in second, and Brian Kim making an appearance along with Triton first-timer Eddie Tran. I understand that it was quite a chatty affair over the last frame?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we really love, obviously, about this 200K Invitational is the attraction of the VIPs that crush, you know, all sorts of different fields. Little Dave, Phil Nagy's sharing some business stories from the 90s. So, yeah.
Still just
really
getting our feet wet here at the top of the broadcast. We'll be playing 8 levels, 50 minutes each, and not far removed from
Short
taking
day
it down to our features. Yeah, it is a short day. And, I mean, listen, this is a marathon event, not a sprint. As I've alluded to, 3 full days going to be required before we find our champion. Notably, Sam Grafton. Didn't see him out there. Didn't make his way out to defend the title.
I mean, it's almost summertime in the UK. They only get like 10 days of sun, so I get it.
They.
They.
I mean, a man with some Irish roots that's throwing stones through a glass house, perhaps, Mr. Kilbane, as we look at the blinds. 1,000, 2,000, 2K Annie, brought to you by Poker Stake. There's a look at the 2 features. Sinan Unlu, second largest stack in the room. Rob Young up at the top.
Rest site is Linus Love at the bottom.
80K. Bit surprising, perhaps, to see him languishing, but
You gotta put it here.
obviously plenty of bigs. Depth that he'll
I
know
should be here first.
what to do with.
I didn't. I
Yeah,
forgot.
he played this really weird hand against Jason on the outer table. He 3-bet 6-9 suited from the big, and then tripled off with it. Spiked to 6 on the river. 6 was good.
Ah, you do? Ah, yeah, because of the habits.
Back to the VIP side. Oh, been off to a great start, up to 390,000. At the top of the counts, I mean, it is mainly VIPs, apart from Brian Kim and Jason Kuhn. 5 of the top 7 over on the VIP side.
Ace King suited for boss does not turn into anything on a Queen High 2 diamond board. Nikolai's 2 8s still in front. Boss not going to follow through, having opened from the hijack.
And Nikolai seems to be very aware of where he's at here. With pool checking, wants a bit of protection, as well as value from his 8s. Deny some Broadway hands, some ace-high hands. Pool not shook. 2 overs, backdoor spades, as well as the best hand a decent amount of the time.
Lovely kit on the turn now. The 10 of spades, if we're not going to hit an ace or a king, is the next best thing. Gut shot, nut flush draw. Still checking his boss.
Nikolai finds the double barrel. Maybe looking to check back on most rivers. Still
And maybe pick it up right here occasionally.
Still has the best hand, so actually looking for some value.
Go.
Boss, too much equity, of course, to go anywhere. This is the stuff he was looking for, other than an ace or a king, when he peeled. And now the board double pairs. Diamonds didn't get there. Straights that might have been picked up on the turn, much like bosses, didn't get there either. It goes check, check quickly, and MV
Yo, why never hit?
will lap up the first pot of this frame.
Boss bricking the world of outs.
Well, in the world of comfort, one name comes to mind. The good folks over at Secret Lab, responsible for our cushy digs, Henry.
I mean, it's about as comfortable as one can be in the booth.
Award-winning features like integrated lumbar support, fully adjustable armrests, alleviating pressure from wrists, elbows, little pebble seat base that guides you into a healthy seating posture. Over 2 million users have already gotten the memo. Join them by heading over to secretlab.co and picking up what they've got on offer. If you could add one feature to the Secret Lab chair, Henry, anything at all, what would it be?
A mini fridge.
Excellent choice.
Thank you. Is that coming with the 2024 edition?
Not sure whether or not they're out there listening. I sure hope they are. A mini fridge would be an excellent ad.
You're gaming.
I would take a 35 horsepower single stroke lawnmower motor that obviously would allow me to barrel around this room.
Get the zoomies around the room.
Oh, yeah. Nothing zoomy about 210s for Boss as he makes it 5K to go. These ace-5 suiteds often activate. Stern-looking Alexei Platonov. Gonna go with the flat. Eddie Tran will come along from the big Queen 10. Tough spot for that holding for the time being. As a three-way affair to the 18K pot, which is King Jack Deuce. Open ender for Eddie here. 2 overcards to the 10s. An inconvenient development for Boss.
Eddie, one of the early tournament chip leaders. With an open ender, obviously the ace busy in Platonov's hand. Don't think he'll be going anywhere just yet. Especially against a 1/3 pot C-bet from Boss. Managed to get an early night last night.
You did?
No, Boss did.
Oh, Boss.
Byproduct of Savannah turning a straight against his 2-pair. They've been out there in the cash game streets.
So the ace-5 suited finds the muck on the flop. Can't say the same for Eddie's Queen 10, which has now picked up a diamond draw on the turn. No diamond for Boss. No issue as he barrels once more. 11 into 30, and we begin to feel a bit milked in this spot.
Incredible that he's found the bet. Again, maybe betting to check back on rivers. And look at that, he gets 39% equity to hit the mark.
Surprised to see the fold from Eddie?
I mean, yes, but also at the same time against the double barrel from early position, your diamond could be cooked, meaning that 2 of your 8 open-ended outs could be cooked as well.
I only have this.
It's a 200K buy-in as well. There's ever a time to maybe not go chasing draws.
Especially non-nutted draws, as the diamonds were already there. The 10 of diamonds far from the nuts. Nice second barrel there from Boss.
Ferdinand Putra. Haven't seen him around for a while.
Got a nose for the big stuff.
He really does.
Does Putra. We've got to deliver that man a proper buy-in if he's going to make the flight out of Jakarta.
First joined us in London. Played the 75K. This is his second event of the series.
Deuce suited, deciding to open, and dare I ask whether or not this has something to do with the passing of Doyle Brunson. Not certain, but obviously that was Dolly's hand, and there it is, bottom 2 pair on a king-high board.
Gotta pay your respects to Doyle.
The homages that I have borne witness to in my brief time in the cash game streets were quite profitable.
Seen a lot of it on social media as well. People playing crazy cash game hands, online tournaments, all paying their respects, of course, to the godfather of poker. Door making an appearance here with 2-pair.
Follow through barrel from MV gets it done as we swing it over to the other table where Jose Ignacio Barbero, better known as Nacho, has found himself with top pair and a flush draw up against just top pair for Ponikovs, the defender against a pre-flop open. Now, mind you, Ponikovs, for the time being, has the better kicker. Nacho going to check back all this equity and get there on the turn.
Oh, top pair check back with a weak kicker.
A little sneaky, sneaky.
Yeah, I mean, Nacho, just so balanced. Got to be tough to play against. Made that massive fold on the bubble of the 75K.
Bonafide. They make frozen eggs of organic chicken soup, no noodles, but yeah.
Ponikovs drawing dead.
Hot sauce in it.
Gonna probe into this pot.
Anything you want. Yeah. Usually put Tabasco. There's this company. There's this Austin, Texas company that makes like jalapeno.
This is so dreamy for Nacho.
It's just really good. It's just jalapenos.
He's trying to figure out how to extract the max here.
Yeah, closing the action in position. Does he just want to extend the rope to Ponikovs? Oh, he's going to click it back. 3x. 24K. It's one of those ones where... do you really check back the nut flush draw? Do you really check back king high flush draws? So is this Nacho now turning a one club hand into a bluff?
Xing to 24,000. Kind of an unexpected card upon which to be faced with this raise. If we're Ponikovs.
Yeah, especially when flop goes check, check, of course. Holding top pair, no club. Does make the call.
River's so dry.
Might be an incredibly tough spot for Ponikovs. Is Nacho just turning a hand like ace-queen, ace-jack with a club into a bluff? You could argue that you'd expect those to continue on the flop, of Barbero with the overbet. Met with a snap fold. Guess when you go that sizing, Ponikov's going to have much better hands to defend with, such as flushes.
Nice pick up there for Nacho, who has advised the entire room, and we in turn have advised our viewers on multiple occasions that it is the year of the Nacho, he claims. White hot run he's had so far this year. Also white hot the pearls for Linus. Not sure I've ever seen that.
Honestly, it's just getting beyond ridiculous at this point that he just pulls it off every time.
Pushing the boundaries and yet somehow doing so successfully. I think you'd agree. We expect that sort of kit on Nan.
On Drake. Justin Bieber.
Yeah, that's the caliber of individual we would expect to be able to get away with it.
Wouldn't surprise me if you just saw Linus show up in a random Drake video.
Or to go double platinum. Coon here.
If poker doesn't work out, I mean.
2.5x.
Yeah.
No takers.
Yes. That's it. Yeah.
Button will slide over to Ponikovs, who appears to have visited the same boutique that Bossman Paul Foy did in terms of tracksuits. The golden velour. Not exact, but in the same vein. Ponikovs, of course, has a multitude of tracksuits that he brings
Arthur,
to the
how many
party.
Tritons do you
There's
win?
the Evil Ponakovs,
Zero?
all black ensemble.
I wasn't trolling. I wasn't trolling, but I saw you won many.
This one, of course, gold member. And then there's Miami nightclub owner, Neon tracksuit, which is a clear favorite.
Yeah.
mean,
A
Jason won
fantastic
6.
question from Nacho.
Yeah, very lucky.
What did he ask?
He's like,
Yeah,
Arthur,
you're very lucky, Jason.
Okay.
how many Triton
Very
trophies have you won? And Arthur
Only
responded
1-6, very
with
lucky.
0.
Hey, me and Arthur were heads up in one.
But they needed to come soon.
Jungle Man beat me heads up in a Triton. That was super tilting. And who else? Somebody else beat me heads.
He's one of the best.
No, it was very tilting experience. Somebody else beat me heads up too. That was like equally as tilting.
Devoris gets a customer.
Charlie Carroll.
He did, yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Linus?
huge one. 1.7 million for first, dude, or something crazy. That's right, that was it. Good
Walliger.
memory. I told you equally as tilting.
Flopping bottom
Wow,
pair.
yeah, they're like, I like it, damn, yeah.
Yeah, it was huge too. I mean, it was just a tilting experience to lose. I mean,
You remember a second place finish where you,
I wasn't tilted.
yeah, what was your favorite second place? I'm assuming it's just got to be the one where you made the most.
Yeah, Ike and I chopped 100K once, and then he beat me heads up. That was.
After you chop is fine, sure.
Yeah, that's okay. That's the least tilting.
Kuhn taking a trip down Triton memory lane. As Devoris takes a trip into a C-bet.
I guess I know
My
most
favourite
Is called.
second
No, I
place.
just forgot about that spot.
It's
That
in a
week
boxing
was such
match.
I don't know
blur.
how that came to me. I didn't know.
Yeah,
That's
that
a
week
bad
was
one to
such a
finish
blur, 'cause
second
I remember
in.
Triton million.
Because that
Ref
was
came
probably one of
first.
the biggest 50s at the time, or I think it was Brian was 50.
Yeah, it was
Oh, you
50.
really
No,
ran
it was
bad.
50. It was the biggest. I think it's the biggest 50 Triton ever had.
So I remember it standing out.
Yeah, it was sick. 1.7, I think. Something huge like that, maybe 1.5. Linus got like 4th. It was a fucking huge tournament. Maybe Linus got 3rd even.
Linus
He got
uninterested
3rd.
Yeah.
right now.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Well, in the conversation, but still
Yeah, I remember
undetermined
getting
whether or
second
not
and I
in
got
this
my buy-in back for the
9-4
Triton
as
million.
his second check
I wanna say
awaits
Chip leader 300?
Devoris's choice.
Maybe Charlie. I can't remember.
Second barrel of 20K out of Dan and Lolliger.
That was
Pearls and
the
all
biggest,
into the muck.
Probably the biggest week I can recall in like ever in poker tournaments. This week was insane. It was a £1 million, and then like a bunch of like between 50 to 100K no limit full decks, and then there was short deck that was like up to a 300K rebuy, like unlimited re-entries, 300K rebuy.
That sounds very degen.
Yeah, you know, it was insane. Everybody was stressed out. It was sick. Like other than the big bosses, everybody was stressed out.
I'm not sure that's the kind of thing that I characterize as, quote, sick. Maybe infirmed.
Listen, I've seen you on the back end of a 12-hour shift in the mixed game streets. The word sick comes to mind sometimes.
Yeah. Catch me on the back end of a day trade session.
I've seen it. Taxi ride from the resort to downtown Hoi An.
I don't control when the market opens and closes.
No, I'm talking about the downswing.
Oh,
You
yeah.
recall being salty in the taxi.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then celebrating when you got back into the green.
The
Drinks on
emotional
Ali, yeah.
Swings can be intense out there when you trade like I do. Pocket sixes. Trading 7,000 in chips.
Oh, no. Rob Young has been dethroned by Nildo Santos. They played an 800K pot.
Oh,
Ali.
my. That feels like it might have been a bloody battlefield, as Platonov, rather, forgive me, defended his big blind with the 3-5 of clubs. That turns into a gut shot straight draw, which is blocked by Ireland's Gary Thompson, who holds 2 6s, a gutter of his own, flush draw, and of course the benefit of a pair.
So the raise was 3.5x from under the gun, by the looks of things. 7K to go. Checks through and well. Okay, dealer. Bloodbath ensued.
Set of 6s for Thompson on the turn. Platonov gonna lead out with the straight. Who can blame him?
Yeah, wants to get value against some maybe pot-controlled overpairs, some one-heart type holdings. Gary makes the call. Needs a heart or a board pair.
And gets the latter as the 8 pairs on the river. Disaster for Platonov, and I'm not sure how often he's going to think a 5 is no good as played.
Yeah, the way this hand's played out against Platonov could be showers. Not showers, 113k back. Really only losing to flopped flushes, which is still certainly something Gary can have, of course. Would expect hands like 8-7 sets on the flop to bet. Hands like 9-10 as well. Continues firing.
That he does.
Sizable one at that.
27 into 41. Obviously, Thompson would have preferred a 4 to a 7 or an 8, just in terms of vulnerability. Got to raise it up, though.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, is this the boat that we would just flat call with? But how many 2 pairs like 8-7, 8-6, 8-4 are leading turn for that size? Maybe they are. Looking for protection, as Gary shouldn't have too many 5x. Oh, it just goes for the jugular. Looking for all of it.
Platonov only has 86k back.
I mean, would flushes now jam on this river, is the question. Was obviously already losing to flopped flushes. But on the paired river against the big blind range, would Gary now jam with a hand like ace-5 of hearts? Doesn't really feel like it.
On his feet, investigating.
It's for your tournament life in a 200k. Maybe this is where you get away from it. Already seen some world-class folds today. That's a good fold. I mean, obviously, bottom of range. Going to have better hands to call with in terms of value hands. Does get away from the jam. Gary maybe going to kick himself for going for all of it. He sees that he could have maybe extracted another 40, 50k out of Platinum. Will he put someone to the test for all their chips in a 200k? You're going to see people making some laydowns, big laydowns.
Good bluff. Bluff or no bluff?
You will see. Have to lie on TV.
Platonov's fold, allowing him to live to fight another day.
For 30 minutes.
So what did you have? Because it's got to show anyway in half an hour.
Full house. That's a nice hand.
Pocket sevens?
Not quite that. Worse.
Aces now for open. Entertaining the conversation with everyone. Why lie on TV? We're all going to see it. Yet some people choose to.
It's fun.
This VIP table certainly not as chatty as the previous one that we had.
Thompson able to close the action from the big blind as aces have a bit more company than perhaps they would have wanted for Orpin, in particular from
comfort zone.
That big blind, which is just so priced in and tough to read, but nothing tough about this board here. We don't anticipate much deuce 3 to be afoot. Top set for Orpin. Note, though, that not one but 2 gut shot straight draws are lurking.
Yeah, this could be a fun one, especially given that Orpin has checked. Looks like Tran's going to take a stab here. Try and thin out the field. Also has equity against hands that continue, of course. Is Mikolai just always getting a massage from the moment he wakes up? 5 hours on stream yesterday.
That's impressive. And soothing. Although maybe at some point the soothing gives way to just, depending on the type of massage, the pain. Just how much can we take?
How many knots can one have in their back?
And take a look at this. Eddie Tran getting after this flop with pocket threes. Orpin check calling 10-5 and an instant reward for the Aussie.
These are 2 of the biggest stacks in the field. The start of the hand, 5th and 6th in chips. It's under the gun, V. +1 as well. Like, how many threes does Eddie really have, bar ace-3 suited? Ace-3 of clubs. Obviously pocket threes. The sick thing is as well is that Orpin beats value. Like 5s, 4s, ace-4, ace-5.
I mean, he's got the ace of diamonds. So that sort of top pair flush draw stuff is blocked.
Yeah, he's unblocking like ace-4, ace-5 of clubs, which is a very realistic combo. There are also some combo draws, like king-queen, 6-7 of diamonds. King-queen not being a combo draw, of course, but a live flush draw.
Set of 5, set of 4 specifically is
Yeah.
what we would love to be up against here, but as we know, Henry, that is not the case, and what a dreamy spot for Eddie Tran, rewarded for his aggression on the flop with that semi-bluff, now facing a check raise 4x. This is an awful spot for Orpin.
166 in the middle, 76,000 to call, closing the action in position.
Time banks set out.
It feels like a flat call spot. Easy for me to say, of course, not being sat there, but you're getting free rolled by ace-3 of diamonds. Getting all of the chips in now, 450k effective, would be a disaster if you are getting free rolled, of course. So I do like this call.
So the flat, and Kisachoglu able to pair the board on the river. Ace is full. And this is now disaster for Eddie Tran, Henry, in a 242,000 chip pot. Now remember, Orpin raised it pre-flop. Check called, check raised.
Sizable check raise at that. With the 4 of clubs, by the way, means that ace-4 of clubs is no longer an option. Still obviously beating 5s, ace-5, deuces. And of course, the ace-3s and pocket 3s. It's gone big. 175k. What a disgusting run out. Calling for a chop.
How confusing is this line?
Makes the call.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. Yeah. Wow. 100.
I said no time in calling that one off.
No.
One of the biggest pots of the tournament so far going Orpin's way.
Nice river.
175.
Yes,
And with it,
I don't know.
a stack that will put him in second overall, behind Ernildo Santos of Brazil, who of course gained the chip lead after his confrontation with Rob Young. Now a confrontation between Brian Kim and Jason Kuhn. King 9 ace jack 7 high rainbow board. For the time being, doesn't rate to be
20 minutes.
all
10
that exciting.
seconds free.
What do you play?
And
What do you play?
Starting. Would I play what? So that
10 seconds
you
pre-flop.
don't even. You just get 5 seconds for the river.
Sometimes
but
they
it doesn't
see
matter
just
'cause you
like
never play
checking
one.
the cards. 5-7 seconds. So it's only like 3 seconds for decision.
Teaches you to be engaged.
I really want more mystery rolls.
Brian tearing one off Henry for 14k, and Binks a king for the lead.
They have one?
No, but it should be really small.
That would be
Certainly
crazy.
a turn card that Jason might continue barreling on. Has the ace of diamonds as well.
People like a lot of yellow.
Potential future bluff card.
That bounty tournament at Poker Go was fun. The 15k.
Yeah.
But it wasn't mystery.
It was super fun and it spent 75,000 on a 50K. It was super fun.
Kuhn checking
Okay,
back,
you didn't break the record.
Yeah, it was me.
allowing the 10 to roll off.
75K each.
No.
And now presumably Brian can
Yeah,
hunt
he played
value.
8 or 9.
I went up, one moment I stopped. I say, okay, no, with 20 blinds, it's so bad, I think.
Yeah, he played like 135k buy. He had to get second to profit.
Once you're there.
Nacho asking for more mystery bounties.
Not alone in that desire.
Action still on Kim. Turn went check, check. Very disguised top pair.
Being late 4-1 on this call is Jason. But he just decides there's not enough hands that he can put Brian Kim on as played that aren't going to beat that ace-jack, so he puts it into the bin correctly.
Behave, Harley. In the bin.
In the bin. What's wrong with that? Nothing wrong with it.
Absolutely.
In fact, everything right when you pick up the Jacob & Co. watch, our official timekeeper partner here at the Triton Poker Series, responsible for the incredible stuff you see on your screen. Diamonds, sapphires, rubies isn't all they stick into their museum caliber works of art. Gambling themed Astronomia Casino watch with that functioning roulette wheel inside the piece. And of course, these special collaboration pieces won by our main event winners. No Limit and Short Deck. Stephen Chidwick, Henrik Hecklin, never far from theirs.
Yeah, we saw Stevie's on display earlier on today.
Indeed.
What would it take for you to start? Not necessarily a collection,
I
but
bet big on the turn. And he like
buying one piece, you know, when you go out to dinner.
snap
Maybe in the
raised
booth.
me, and I was getting 999
What would it take
to
for
1.
me to break the non-watch ownership seal?
And,
The seal, yeah.
Well, he went to table his
Top
hand,
4
and he
finish in
announced
this
it to,
event.
like all his friends. And I had to
Which
check
is
fold the
unlikely
river.
to happen,
1K into 900.
given my lack of registration. I don't play the lottery, so there's that.
On the stone bubble.
Bentleys, though.
What's that?
Bentleys.
Love them.
That's a seal that you're happy to break.
That's,
no, I had Badugi pretty.
I'd rather
Had ace king.
not wear a car on my
King,
wrist and
Jack,
just
Badugi.
drive something,
ace king,
if I'm
Jack,
being
Badugi.
honest. King, Jack, 10, 2 spades here. DeVoris with the better of the Broadway draws, given his nut flush draw. Has dessert. Ponikov's the defender from the big, faces the barrel and gets out of there. Not only do the players start, Henry, with 300 big blinds, with blinds at 500, 1,000, 300K deep. The first 2 levels are flat at 500, 1,000. And the levels are 50 minutes long. So you begin to understand why we are afforded patience.
Second 2 levels are flat as well.
Ah.
After that.
Another rub, which I incorrectly identified as being an attribute of this event, and I'm glad to hear
Give me the nuts every
that
day.
it
I keep
indeed
thinking of those
isn't,
people.
would be the notion that points were available to Jason Kuhn in the Ivan Leal Player of the Year award race. Now, why would that be a problem? Because not everyone is afforded the opportunity to play in events like this. You have to find a VIP that will partner with you. And just because you're unable to get an invitation shouldn't be held against you in terms of actually determining who our Player of the Year is. I think you would agree.
I do agree.
Open events only, counting toward that total.
Dan Smith, case in point. Didn't find a partner until what? Last night? Put a tweet out.
Wee hours.
Weaseled his way in. His words, not mine.
Weaseling is allowed.
It is allowed. Not against the rules.
Gophering,
TOCs.
also allowed.
What?
Gophering.
Gophering.
Just searching for other vermin. Prairie dogging, although that generally has a different connotation.
Prairie dog. Yeah, okay.
I think we'll just stick with weaseling.
We'll stick with weaseling. What did you say though? Gophering.
You know what a gopher is? A gopher. Gophers. 10-8-4 here as Martirosian
I'm just gonna, you know what? I'll just call and hope I get a bad flop.
decided to tax Ponikov's. In there with the 2 6s, which are up against at least a king of clubs on a 2-club board. Not sure what that other sidecar is for Artur.
13-5.
But it's something that's got him wanting to fire 13-5 at this one.
I almost walked away from the table.
Been an incredible run thus far here in Cyprus, by the way, Henry, for Artur. He is 4 for 6 with a staggering 3 final tables. 6th in the 20K 7 max for 150 plus. 4th in the 30K mystery bounty for 200. 10th in the 50K for 109 and 8th in the 75K for 241,000. Needless to say, it has been a profitable series for him thus far. TBD if this pot will be one that yields profit, as Ponikov's hangs tough and the board pairs on the turn.
It's got to be tough though, man. I mean, 3 final tables, and I say only, but only cashing for like 600,000 in total. You fire a bullet here, 2 in the main, all of a sudden you're down on the trip, even though you made 3 FTs because he just came up short of like the really big pay jumps. $195 in bounties. Thank you to producer James. So add that into, yeah, okay, 900K, thereabouts.
Orp the Turk.
60,000 now, fired by Artur. And if I tasked you with trying to determine what that second card was, Henry, what are the handful that come to mind?
I would love to say another king.
Okay.
You have 10 of diamonds.
But given that he's unblocking king 4 of clubs,
Very close. Yeah.
make a ton of sense. As well as pushing, you know, some equity with overs with the live flush draw. You're excused, Nacho.
No, that's what I had. Ace of diamonds, jack.
Ponikov's really in the tank here. What makes these guys so difficult to play against is these kind of spots where to mere mortals such as ourselves, my opinion, I mean, feels like a muck. I don't really want to be playing a guessing game for my entire stack on the river with a pair of 6s.
Ponikov's does lay down. Not sure whether or not he does so with the worst hand or the best hand, though.
It's more fun when you just have it. It's like, oh yeah, cool. Have it again.
We heard Jason Kuhn say the word fun, and when I look up at this screen and find Sean Winter, fun is what comes to mind as he keeps things oh so entertaining here at any table that he's at. Brought to you by bookmaker.eu. We get a look at the chip counts. Brian Kim, top of the board, 250 plus, 500,000 in chips. Jason Kuhn right there, snug as a bug. Can't really describe Linus's stack as feeling altogether comfortable, down to just 55,000, 28 big blinds. And Henry, I know it would seem to be an absurd question, but with those who are heavily rolled, as I suspect the Swissman is there a point at which we get down to a stack so short that we would just take some high variance lines in an effort to spin, and if it doesn't work out for us, to the desk while the blinds are still relatively low, grabbing ourselves another 300,000 and starting over?
Not at all. And the reason for that would be the structure of how this tournament plays out. So 8 levels played today. Tomorrow, VIPs will merge with the pros, 50-50 on each table, and you can actually re-enter up to the start of level 10. So preserving this short stack, getting into day 2, then maybe spinning the wheel. If it doesn't go your way, re-entering and being in a much softer climate.
Sure.
Than the one he currently finds himself in. Only 1 re-entry as well, so
you've only got 30 minutes to make up your mind as well. Ponikov's made up his mind on the button here after mucking the 2 6s. He's opened the ace deuce, and Walliger off of that short stack will defend with ace tray.
I had some crosswalks
Yeah, PLO.
Whatever happened to just playing a tournament?
During the PLO series.
If you win, you win. If you lose, you lose. Like cross-booking, doing last longers. This is a 200k buy-in.
Which apparently isn't enough action for some.
Last longer, Nacho?
What?
Last longer?
On what?
This tournament.
What else you give me? I never seen anybody play better short stack than you. You have a huge
Are we
edge.
short? We got 150
You have a huge edge.
Yeah, but the year of the Nacho, that's pretty tough to overcome.
It's true.
It's like a car salesman.
But you can drive. You can blind.
Versus a
grind 5 big blinds for 7 hours.
Wall Street.
I just like get too tilted and get it in.
Trade
investment banker.
Who's who?
Trying to get the better of each other, you know.
Do we know who's the car salesman and who's the Wall Street?
I'll leave that up to your imagination.
Ace Deuce, a wheel gutty here for Panikos, following through for 7,000. Loliger putting 7K of his remaining 49 into the pot with the better hand. Ace tray, bottom pair. Now an 8 on the turn.
Hey, Brian, can we do it last longer? How many chips you have? Like half of what I have. So it's like, yeah, we could work something out. How much do you want to do? Any amount, is what he said to me.
Sean Perry. Oh wait, I don't think he played.
So I missed out on a lot. Apparently, any amount.
You didn't do anything?
No, we did stuff, but I guess much less than I should have.
Turn card.
Wrong, wrong. Any amount.
No action.
You can
River,
figure it
a
out.
jack.
Airball.
One last check out of Linus.
Oh,
And with just ace high, is Alex
Pierre
going to
Blesnik.
try to lay claim to this 26,000?
Overcard rolling off on the river. Queen 10 obviously getting there as well. Trying to really lean into those 3x, 4x type holdings.
Took that over under. You would have crushed me.
I'll do
Check
it.
through.
83
Linus with the
you got
pickup.
me.
I'm sure.
A man of my word.
You're so amazing, dude.
The only accessory missing,
You're borderline unethical
Henry,
right there.
from Linus's ensemble
Freaking short, man. They're about to bust. You're
would
gonna win
be
your bet.
a rum
79.
punch sort of cocktail in a
Rolls in,
pineapple.
nobody's out. I'll give you 79.
I think you're being a little too results-oriented. It's not how they bust. It's when they bust.
Yes. It's
Umbrella,
no additional
of course.
players
Yes.
busted for the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's kind of what
I could see it.
There's going
Getting
to be
tropical
7
vibes
next
today.
level. And 7 the next
Don't
level
need to
after
explain
that.
why.
I'll give you.
14 right there.
I'll
Jet
give
ski
you
just waiting there.
even money on 100,000 that 7 people don't bust next level.
Looks like
So
a
you
man
just
who
keep
ons
saying
and
numbers.
operates a
Alright.
multitude
I'll
of
take your
tiki
bet.
bars.
100,000, level 6, 7 people have to bust.
Wow.
You just called it.
Great.
We'll just do exactly what you said. I'll take 7.
Action being pursued between Kuhn and Winter?
I'll do 10K on 6.
Next level.
Yeah. 5K.
No, we'll do 10.
Whoa.
10 on 6
Is it
next
on me?
level.
You went from
4,500. Sorry, I thought he still had cards.
I'll do 10. 10 on 6. You got it.
10 on 6. Okay.
Did we get exactly what the terms were here, Henry?
Keep track of this. I'm just
Yeah, look at the
players
board.
left.
right above us.
A certain amount of eliminations by the end of level 6, I
Between
believe.
now and next level.
No, next level. I mean, why is it so
Can
hard?
you just stay on your spaceship?
Dude, I live on Earth.
Forrest getting absolutely binned by Winter.
Go back to your spaceship.
That's what I said to you yesterday.
That was like
And
4
you-
hours ago when you bet folded a boat. Check raise fold.
I didn't bet fold. If you were at the table
Check.
for the hand, you'd know.
Well, you bet the turn, and then ended up folding.
Sean's open. Called by King Queen and 2
25.
sixes for Kim and Kuhn respectively.
Okay, so from here on
Why would
out.
I just bet 6 people plus next letter? Everyone has
It's
a
okay, it's 10,000, it's only
Alright, whatever.
10,000, we gotta
Merry
get
Christmas.
to 8, gotta get to 8.
Nacho
I feel like I scammed
calling
you.
with
I
the
don't think you
cheesy
know how many
10-8.
people have 20 bigs right now.
I believe you.
Top 2 pair promptly delivered to Brian Kim's doorstep here.
That's what you bet?
Nothing really
I
cooking
just gave him 10K.
on any of our other stove tops.
Sean
I want 10K also. How do I
did
get
give
it?
Jason 10K.
Hmm?
In my
There's
opinion.
too many people have 20 bigs, man.
10 bust outs need to happen.
Not quite
on
10. I
level
believe
6.
it's close to 6 or 7. But that just
Negotiated our
seems-
way down, did we?
From 100K to 10K. Jason wanted the full 6 figures.
You call?
Must be nice to be able to fire in that way.
We can try. What do you
I
want
don't
to do?
think I would do it.
Let's check.
I'll bet you 50K.
On?
I don't know. Pick something.
I've got the under, so that's under, okay. Yeah, it's gotta get to 8.
1503?
I have 6 or?
Yeah, you get 6, it's gotta get to 8. If it gets to 8 in 48 minutes, I owe you 10,000. No, 8 re-entries, there's 2 re-entries right now. It's gotta get to 8.
50K that you can't place a trade for 90 days?
Rebuy after. They can have 30 more. They can rebuy next fall.
Whatever,
Not clicking
yes,
buttons
exactly.
for 90 days. It cost me more than 50K historically.
Should we just call this bet off, or do we? Like, I feel like you manheld.
I didn't weasel out now.
Somehow you forced me to
at the
bet
app.
this. Like,
Took a look at the app and all the short stacks.
I'm
Shortest
pretty.
stack is like
I want to be on
48
Sean Winter's side because he's so sharp.
You can have 10,000 if you want.
What's the bet? I don't get it yet.
no, you don't want to be on my side. Like, I think people have.
6 people need to bust this level, 47 minutes. Yeah, just 6. You can have 10,000.
Level 6.
You bet they will?
Won't.
Do you know which side?
It seems as though Jason wants 6 people will bust.
I might have some overlay on a Linus Regen.
Okay, I take 5K.
Book.
What? You see, average stack is 309. What are you doing?
You bet, right?
Yes, but I was forced to bet.
Yeah, that feels like a
whenever,
bit of
whenever there is a bet, I'm on your side. I don't care. I don't even want to know the bet. I'm on your side. You always have an edge. He always does.
Oh, I
trust
know
me.
it.
He's saying that, and now he's gonna go up. In 5 minutes, the bet is gonna go to 50,000.
150?
Started with a little more.
That's why we kept it friendly.
Yeah, you keep it friendly with Sean. You don't want to bet with this guy. I don't know.
I know.
Ace Jack for Winter picked up Devoris, and it's picked up 2 pair on the Ace Jack 9 board as prompt bets aplenty here at our pro table.
Tighten up, guys.
Back in your spaceship, Voris.
Wow, Devoris. Just check folds. A pair of 9s there, Henry.
Yeah, another one of those spots where
Oh my
you
God,
flop
this is
bottom pair, but on this board texture, so connected and
You can buy out for 9,000 if you want.
dynamic.
Tell him you can buy out for 9,000.
I'll buy out for 1,100.
No way.
It's the year of the nacho. Don't worry, Sean. We're winning.
Yeah. Might be like a 4-way all in here in a minute.
Linus.
So now I think
play
Jason's
tight,
booking
please.
that it won't happen. He's got the
Yeah.
don't.
You mind?
Jason's just earned himself
I'm really,
15K.
really
innit?
for you now.
15 grand.
Like, you double or no, what's
9% ROI right there.
It ain't bad.
Easy money for Jason.
Just seen at the basketball court yesterday. That was it. freest money I've ever seen in my life.
You were betting people, watch, I could put quarters on the top of the backboard.
No. Randy Moss.
Jack 10 suited as Kuhn opens. Not sure, Henry, what he's alluding to in terms of the betting on the basketball court. Were you privy to any of that when you made your way that direction?
Yeah, Danny Tang was giving Jason money.
We have
just
like
handing in money, basically. On
I
Jason
hope
not
Free
being
throw
able to-
bets,
Yeah.
three-pointer bets.
Yeah, all of that kind of stuff.
I don't think you know what
I really don't understand it, but I'm on your side.
No, you. I don't have a
Ponikov's
good bet. I was just manhandled.
shoveling 16-5 out there with this ace-jack, dominating the Jack 10, but picking on an early position opener from one to Jason's left.
Is 3 whites in your hand or 4? 4? Thank you.
Nacho just blindly following Winter into the bank of Jason Kuhn.
Call.
Yeah. I'll make payments to you.
Donations feel like they're getting made.
A 3-bet pot, John. Let's.
So Jason's in for 285 or 185K, I guess is the note. Increased price of admission from the Latvian, paid by the American, as 39,000. In the middle, one heart, the only item of note for Jason's purposes. Ponikov's top pair, stranglehold.
Yeah, really nice ball texture, of course, with Ponikov's. 3-betting the ace-jack-o. Complete whiff for Kuhn. See what Ponikov's comes with. 3-bet expected to continue small and wide. Looks like precisely that, something close to what, 15%? Back to the prop betting.
Artur, by the way, has real babushka vibes right now. Like, you know, side of the road, like a push cart with groceries in front of it.
You have this look on your face, man, when I just know when I really wish I could explain it to the viewers, that there's this just glint in your eyes that when you start talking, you say someone's name and you just know the next thing that's going to come out of your mouth is going to be complete and utter nonsense. It's brilliant. It's absolutely fantastic.
Nothing nonsensical about the Open from Sinan Unlu as we slip it back over to our VIP feature. 6K Open defended.
This devilish, cheeky stare.
Cheeky 8-4 offsuit, by the way, from this cutoff. Wasn't a defense. I
think it's the
presuming
massage.
it was the big blind.
Maybe he's born in 1984.
Erase the
Great
flop.
book. Weird one.
Queen nine, erase the flop.
Note that Sinan doesn't barrel through. Just checks it. Does have the ace of spades working.
No. How can you erase the flop? Here's the back door flush, right? No.
Yeah, massively under revved, of course. 2 overs.
Back door. Yeah. Back door.
Unlu's call not rewarded as a deuce rolls off.
What are you gonna do when the 9 don't come on the turn?
Give up.
Oh, the elbow. Love that.
Fire again. One more.
Right into the shoulder blade.
Clap and fire again. 1/3.
That's my problem when the finger is too.
Perhaps the massage therapist is playing this hand. Elbow into the blade. 3/4 pressure.
Mind,
indicating
muscle control.
How much to bet.
Easy.
Doubtful.
No, easy now. Get us both in trouble.
Now the barrel there drew the curtain on that one as Unlu's ace-king is not going to be hauling one in there. We take a moment to remind you, good folks at GTO Wizard are responsible for the #1 app for poker players. Take your game to the next level. Analyze played hands. Practice by playing versus GTO. Study any spot in the game with GTO Wizard. Start crushing at gtowizard.com/Triton today.
Yeah.
Believe you can get it free for 24 hours?
You can indeed.
Henry?
10% discount on first purchase.
Can check anyway, no?
No.
Had the chance to check it out myself. Perfect kind of, you know, morning walk, morning breakfast. Get a few reps in, 30, 45 minutes a day, and yeah, your game's just going to improve tenfold in a very short space of time.
I'm more a cereal, possibly eggs.
I told you. A lot of bluff, that's why.
I used to be
want
eggs.
I told you.
No longer the case.
I played here in EBD Barcelona.
My synapses aren't
EBD is very
firing
tight.
at
Triton
that
is
point in the day. I'm not ready
EBD
for
not
the
tight.
app. Afternoon, come see me. Evening, chomping at the bit. Morning, not so much.
Evening, you're in the streets.
Queen Jack suited as MV in these streets for 5K.
What do you come you
Yeah, you played Doe Brunson and 10 deuce.
Looks like revelations on the delay.
Okay, no GTO this guy.
Boss letting the cat out of the bag. As
I fold flush draw on the flop.
Eddie defended the big, has bottom pair here
You
against
flop
middle
flop
pair.
huh? It's going
Honestly,
you're
one of
not
my
getting
favorite
confused.
things is the stream catching up with the guys after someone's done something crazy.
Yeah, in a spot that everybody's asking, pressing him for. He's like, you'll see, you'll see.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
Big pot. Really is.
Nice pot control from Mikolai.
Yeah.
Middle pair.
Little induction as Tran, who was dealt a big blow to his stack by the aces full of Orpin. Swings for 7K. Flat from MV. 10 on the river. I don't think that's a card Eddie's going to be into. Connects with a decent amount of the check back range, straightiness kind of stuff. Maybe some ace jack, Henry?
Yeah. Jack 10. I mean, everything. Bar a hand like ace 4 of diamonds and whatnot. Mikolai with the check back. Interesting.
Value to be pursued there?
I feel like it. I mean, you've under-repped your hand on the flop, but I can get behind. You know, you're blocking middle pair.
It will come back.
Bit of meat left on the bone.
Feels
perhaps.
like it.
Don't know whether or not the 8-9 was going to call, of course, but less relevant. Just situational, whether or not you want to be betting in that spot.
My man Santosh, one of the first eliminations of the day, re-entered. Things going incredibly well. Third in chips now. Santosh 2.0.
Credit to him for shaking it off. Getting right back into the saddle.
Very playable.
This event folding
Give you
can do pre-flop
600K.
If you open 10-3, fine you.
10-3, no GTO. 10-2, GTO, huh?
Jack 4, 10-2.
Yeah.
And he's got ace queen in the small here. Unlu. Probably going to be ready to bin this one swiftly.
That's fantastic.
Imagine I look at you.
That is brilliant.
Did you look?
No, I just see one card.
Yeah.
Ace, I saw one ace.
Yeah, you want to look? I'll look.
This is the game I want to be in
I'll
for
tell
the
you what,
rest of my life.
that ain't going to happen at the pro table.
No.
You see anyway.
That'd be met with a prompt elbow to the nose.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That's fantastic.
I have automatic fold, like, even if you make me like 5K minimum.
It's a 200k buy-in. Guy just peeks down at your cards. Fold.
Yeah. Double.
Cash
Your
game
hand is
moves.
blackjack, actually.
I love it.
Blackjack, yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of the biggest draws to this 200k LUXON Pay Invitational, of course, is
This table, no good.
VIPs just know how to have fun, man.
Credit to them, by the way, Henry, for managing to create this sort of atmosphere, which far be it from us to understand what it's like to be capitalized in a way that one can very comfortably gamble at these stakes, because they've done as well in life as they have. But oftentimes to get these sorts of stakes, you're playing against people that might be taking things a little bit more seriously. Not here, though, and I'm not talking about in terms of approach to the game. I think everybody here has plenty of competitive initiative. But in terms of just light-hearted atmosphere, why does there have to be mutual exclusivity is probably what these guys are thinking, and somehow we've got the right recipe for them here.
Yeah, I think there's like a very different mindset from both sides. Like, for the VIPs, these guys clearly crush outside, away from poker. Not saying that they're not good at poker, but, you know, the businesses that they've pursued, for them, the chance to get a play at 200k is super exciting in terms of just like the stakes and whatnot. Whereas on the pro side, maybe you're a make-up, maybe you're only up small on the year, maybe it's been a rough trip. When it's your career, there's a lot more at stake, right? So, not surprised to see the VIP tables being as chatty as they have been compared to the pro side.
Not surprised to see two kings 3-bet, as Thompson did there, taking it down uncontested.
Any news on Thompson? See, a relatively young guy from Ireland. Footballer,
Looks to
maybe?
be kind of a no-frills
Racing driver,
guy.
footballer, horse racer.
Being told by producer James, indeed a racing driver. Must be a lucrative enterprise for Gary.
Don't know if you can ever believe
10 levels.
10 level, okay.
James is saying.
Don't think you'd be trolling us in this instance.
Oh, we're level 6, okay. We play till level 8 only, right?
Yes, 8 only today.
So tomorrow 2 more levels. What's the blind?
2-5.
2-5, yeah. Okay, 2-5. We'll make it 7.
Born in 92. Irish race car driver. ...2013 FIA European Formula 3 Championship.
Not expensive. No
Won it.
Asian, pocket 8.
No.
If you bust, you must rebuy within 30 minutes.
Yeah, of course.
Raise and take it for Eddie.
Oh, you don't want to wait till...
Because you're in the pro, if you
I would imagine the
too tough. Yeah.
cash games around the paddock
Tomorrow. Yes.
And then play with.
had to be pretty good.
VIP, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Ah, you got
You ever
everything
been?
all figured out. I like it.
I think that's good.
You ever been to a
Is there
F1
gonna be
race?
a
I think you
tournament
went
just
to
for
Monaco,
non-pro?
right?
Like a 1 million
I feel
non-pro?
compelled to mention, by the way, that perhaps the lowest brow joke of the entire series was just
Done
delivered
that
by
before.
producer James
The first one.
in
Elton
regards
one.
to
1 million, right?
Oh,
the
that's
cash
London.
games in the
Yeah,
paddock,
London,
where he suggested
He's saying all VIP.
that everyone played fast.
Oh, only I film, yeah.
Deadpan humour. He is British, forgive him.
I mean, then you have
Not sure that one's forgivable.
Probably not, but what can you do?
They complain all the time. That gets basic level for sure, yeah.
Private tournament. Like private games. Yeah.
Games, everything turns private.
Queen Jack off suit.
In Australia, I organize private game. I always get the Eddie. You always get all the VIPs, but that's legal, right?
3x plus sizing.
It's your house.
That's
You
the
decide
opener.
who gets it.
Yeah.
It's your right.
Yeah.
It's your turn.
Yeah. But because the rock, they play too slow, they don't give action, and they always want to play. The VIP don't want to play with you.
Yeah, exactly.
When you lift your cards, I can sometimes see it.
No wonder you call me. I'm a fish.
Pocket nines, 3-betting for Eddie.
I think I saw like a red medium, like maybe 10 of hearts or something. I don't know.
No.
Red with spots. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
You saw, yeah.
You say.
Pocket nines, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so it's yeah.
Pocket 8, pocket 9,
four spots.
10, pocket 10s. No wonder you called me ace queen before. Be Fisher. I always open my card very high.
Your right hand didn't cover.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, if you put your hand like this, then.
When I play cash game, my friend always tell me, you lift your card too high.
Yeah.
Use two hands.
2 hands.
I'm an honest guy. I don't look at other people's cards.
I think you
Respect
need to make such
to
a
Orpin.
mistake to learn.
Just
I made
pointing that out.
such mistake, then I learned. So I never do it again.
Okay,
We've all been there.
So sometimes people you look at you looking for tails and then accidentally saw your card.
I know. That's a big tail.
Yeah, that's a big live tail, yeah.
Big tail.
I have to assume if you're at one of the multitude of nightmare tables on the pro side of the circuit and you're just hearing this featured table, tons of laughter, tons of chatter.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just so different.
Green with envy.
Very different vibe. One that we really appreciate here in the booth, of course.
Presume all of you out there streaming us can appreciate it as well. As Alexei Platonov defends with 9-7 offsuit and flops a gutter and second pair. While it's just king high and the bad end of a gutter for Boss, who opened from the button.
One over and a gut shot, doesn't really mind bet folding. There's a few options available to him.
3,000.
Betting certainly being one of them.
3K follow through. Very small. Platonov content to call.
Now, Boss does not want to see a 6, that's for sure.
4, probably not all that welcome either, despite improving him to a pair. 4-liner on board now.
How is Nick doing? Nick? Huh?
Check back, and now the ace on the river. Might this be one that Paul
You probably got the best player.
seeks to rep?
Would be nice to see him try and turn this into a bluff. Kind of fake showdown-ish, you know, turn a pair. You beat hands like Jack-9, Jack-10, 9-10. We'll try and fold out some of those flopped pairs. 5x, 7x, even putting 8x into a tough spot. He's going to check behind.
Very good, yeah.
Orpin just saying to Mikolai, MV, that in his opinion, he got the best pro, Nick Petrangelo.
I would be happy for you and Nick if you guys win.
High praise from Orpin, who himself has definitely struck us here in the booth as having professional caliber chops out there.
Yeah, Nacho Barbero, poolside, a couple days back, was saying that he thinks Nicky P is just one of the best. Saying, you know, it's very difficult to separate the elite from the elite. But Nicky P, one of the names always in the conversation.
Tremendous respect among his peers for his body of work.
Really good at golf as well.
My guess is he's picked up some greenbacks out there gambling on the golf course.
had another elimination. None other than Tony G. Queens into Ramin Hajiev's kings.
Ooh.
Tony G showered.
Cold world.
90 players, 21, 22 rebuys, I think, something like that.
Short 30 players,
Huh? Yeah.
Why do you think it's smaller this time?
The Malaysian boys, four of them don't come there, is 8 players because a few set coming back.
Who got ace queen?
Yeah.
Oh, I got king jack. I didn't raise. Lucky.
Thompson, raise and take.
On the G.
Before, yes, like 1 year before he died, he had a stroke.
What kind of price could I get on racing against Gary Thompson?
10. And then he stopped smoking.
Go with like
smoke e-cigarette,
golf cart.
Drink very little.
Golf cart v golf cart.
Yeah. Start, hole 1, drive the entire course, make it back to the clubhouse.
Once you lose the health system,
I'd like your side. I feel like that's something you probably had a decent amount of practice in. Anything borderline illegal, I think I'd always put my money on you.
You see my card again?
No.
Now, there are those
He has a big fellow.
who might take offense to
You
that,
got me 2 big pot already.
Henry.
Not you.
I, of course, not among them.
If I call my big blind, that means
High
I saw
praise
yours.
from within the booth.
Definitely want your side.
High hopes for the pocket threes. Tran.
Be careful.
Under the gun, making it 7,000 to go. Putra with the ace-10 suited, just flatting, and 6s for MV. Will do some set mining of their own.
Had another elimination as we wait for the flop to be dealt. So see Jiang also out. So all of the eliminations thus far coming on the VIP side.
So he changed his diet, ate healthy.
Potential multi-way affair here. Although open maybe. No? Okay. Queen 8 suited in the market. I like it.
Yeah, he said he has
Just realizing that multi-way, his hearts could be dominated as well as his pair outs.
The water tends to be murky when we dive in with those sorts of hands, multi-way out of position.
For sure. Even
Queen
this
Jack
board
5.
texture would flop best, but you end up playing a guessing game 4 ways.
Exactly right, Henry.
It is a very bad seat.
How's Hecklin getting on? He was with us last night. Said he drew table 8, seat 8. It's like, how do I not win this tournament?
And the reason, of course, that particular seat draw leaves him feeling that way is the lore of Asian culture, where the number 8 is associated with good luck and good fortune.
So he calls Macau home a decent amount of the time.
Yeah, that culture not lost on him whatsoever, being from that neck of the woods. Well, not from, but calling it home as Tran declines to follow through. Putra checking behind him, and now look at MV asking the question for 12K here into 27, and Putra with that jack of clubs, Broadway gut shot interactivity.
MV has found some very obscure bets, and he's managed to just really take control of the flow of post-flop spots, extract value from certain hands. Sometimes you just turn a set.
Binky. Not that he needed it, but obviously much more comforted from this point forward. Will Michalai be? Courtesy of a gorgeous 6 of spades. Gorgeous timepiece as well, for the record.
Any clues as to what it is?
Gonna have to lean on the chat for this one. Although, hang on a second, I think it might be the Audemars Piguet, like music box edition. Some kind. I think I'm almost positive now as I see a little graphic equalizer situation. Yeah, Royal Oak Offshore special edition. Shout out. Putra, Knuckles, 33,000. How do I not own a watch? And I know, I mean, what a poser.
When's your 50th?
Never mind all that, Henry.
Just
At some
thinking,
point, 50
maybe.
years from when I was born, that's when my 50th is.
I was thinking maybe we could like all get the team to pull some money together. Seeing as you're too tight to buy your own timepiece. Although I have heard that you should never buy your own watch. Should always be gifted, although I doubt that that's the case with these guys.
Yeah, I'm sure that's been something everyone here has experienced. Boytas showed up with
a
sweet one.
RM. You love the ceramic white, right?
Oh, my favorite. If you're just joining us, this is indeed a stream about poker, not watches. Although we do take creative license, deviate from time to time.
Well, I mean, on the VIP side,
Only think of the
valuable advice.
Yeah, it's true.
the watch is
only
on
think of the
display.
positives. Forget about the negatives.
Pretty insane.
Go.
Oh yeah.
I guess I was lucky on that hand.
Yeah. I mean, I told you. You didn't believe me?
Orpin just finding out about the aces spot.
I think
And
because
Tran
he has
did
ace
indeed.
3 suited with ace of diamonds, the only chance you had 3 is 3s, pocket 3s.
Yeah.
No.
No pair up.
Yeah, no pair up with 3.
You bet again, I think.
Yeah.
Rest.
Ace 7 shooting it up from the button,
then.
understandable.
I see 3.
Bluff.
You call or not, I don't know.
He does this.
Use 3 or 4.
Gary gets it on through. Do feel compelled to point out the man's initials, given his line of work.
GT.
Motorsport appropriate.
Certainly is.
I'll tell you what. You know these buggies that ferry us around between the 4 different properties here on the Merit grounds?
I do.
Come in various shapes and sizes. Kind of a vintage theme to them. Me versus Gary. Merit buggies.
5 laps.
Yeah.
How
I'm
much we
into it.
burn?
See, the thing is, I'm willing to do what he's not. Fire hydrant, oops.
Someone's toes. Hopefully you have medical insurance.
Cat with kittens. Bumper chum.
GT. Gonna look to race with the ace 3. We'll hit him up afterwards. See if he's down.
After the 200K's over, preferably if he's cashed, that's when we target the man.
Sounds like a plan.
Boss has got a plan with ace-king, understandably.
Teşekkür ederim.
Pretty good shape here against Gary, although Orpin's pocket pair will have the lead, 50% of the equity, going to a flop of Jack 10 deuce, 2 spades, and suddenly Gary's ace looks a lot better.
Yeah, that's a TV flop. 2 overs and a gut shot for Boss. Not flush draw for Gary. Boss did obviously brick that massive draw earlier as well with ace king. What Gary wants to do. Not flush draw, no pair. Just got to come with call. Was a 3rd pot C-bet. Getting a great price, also has a player behind. Playing the pot could open the door for Orpin to deny some equity.
Or as flat calling opens the door for him to maybe be a victim of the nut flush in the event we get there, which we haven't. After a 9 rolls off, Paul C-bet of 8K did thin the field. Down to heads up. Which way does he want to go with 40 in the middle?
I'm a big fan of the double barrel with ace king. Such a great hand to do it with.
Why does this particular board and the double barrel tickle your fancy as much as it does with ace king?
Just because of the amount of equity he has, even against hands that have him beat currently. He has the perceived overpair range advantage. Can always improve to the nuts. How about that for a TV river? As Bossman gets the card he was looking for, Ali.
Big, beautiful queen of spades. But the problem is, it's given Thompson the nut flush. And this is a real problem for Boss. Covered by Thompson, Henry.
Yes, this is a 90k in the middle, SPR of 2.5. Some clear value to be had, of course. Weaker straights, 2 pair. See what Boss comes with, whether he wants to go for the old check call. Wants to get value right here, right now.
Check call ever really a thing in this spot?
No, I think we're still looking for value. It's certainly a thing.
60,000.
Not a thing that we would expect, however, as Paul barrels 60,000. Now, Gary Thompson. Checkered flags swirling about in his mind. As victory certainly rates to be his. Couple of straight flush combos out there, but I don't think that's on his mind. Little salesmanship here. Knows he's got it.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful run out. Unblocking straights, of course. Going to be going for value. The question is how much? All of it, I believe.
Sinking feeling for Boss.
He knows it.
Sure does.
Just, is this guy ever jamming like King Queen with the King of Spades, King Jack with the King of Spades? You know, 200k buy-in. Feels a bit reckless, right? Because Paul can definitely still have flushes.
Indeed.
Let's check this off.
Yeah, ace Jack, ace of Spades.
It's good. It's a spade.
Love this from Paul, though, taking a moment to walk through the hands he thinks he beats, and then, in turn, consider the hands he doesn't.
See, it's going down the route that I was. It's like King Jack, Queen type holdings. With the King of Spades. You start going down that route more often than not. You end up making the call. Give your opponent credit for bluffs.
With 8-9 spade.
Nice fold, sir. Bravo.
I'll show you a fun one. I can show you a fun one. You can guess the rest.
Yeah.
Only ace jack, ace queen. The rest I lose.
Ace.
Takes discipline to find the fold there.
King of Spades? Not even showboat.
I think he's going to feel
Did you bluff?
a lot better about the fold given Thompson flashed that ace of spades.
Yeah, straight away just saying ace jack, ace queen, the only ones that I beat. Special shout out to Shambhala Jewels, the official partner of the Triton Poker Series, crowning our poker champions with exquisite men's jewelry. Shambhala Jewels creates high-end designs with diamonds, precious stones, and 18-karat gold that are braided and polished by hand in Copenhagen, Denmark. See, had the chance to see several of our champions, well, all of our champions, I should say, so far this series hold up the Shambhala Jewels bracelet. The latest being Michael Soiser last night, taking down the 75k.
Yeah.
Boss has got himself a bracelet as well. Picked it up in Madrid, I believe.
He did indeed.
And now he picks up 2 kings.
I beat the king. I have ace king.
Rewarded, perhaps, for the discipline he showed there, and that bracelet. Evidence that he's a man that understands what it takes to reach the summit. And folds like that, obviously, especially in a 3-day event like this one, Henry, all part of the equation.
Makes sense.
You're part of the equation, Ali.
No. If I'm here or not, they're going to get it done.
I think it's more important what Paul.
We're just here to observe.
Huh? Ace king.
Well, 2 of the shortest stacks at
Ace
the
king,
table.
ace king. No spade, nothing.
No spade.
No, okay.
Was ready to fire the river. River blank, I have king queen, I think. Oh, in my heart, king queen.
Only no space.
Once I met the third, that's my strategy.
14.
A good day.
3 betting to 14,000.
3 bet?
Yeah.
Let's see whether or not Paul wants to get sneaky.
Smallish 3-bet from Tran. This has been the norm for him.
6.
100.
$40K 4-bet.
Both of these guys have been on the receiving end of setups and coolers.
Extra 26,000. Not going to be called by Eddie, despite being in position there. That's
2 kings.
discipline laydown from the Aussie.
Yeah, even saying as he folded ace queen, no good.
No.
Yeah.
I want to
TV
stay.
table, no good.
Eddie did play the 25K turbo.
No good. No good. No good. Losing every hand.
Failed to cash there. This is second ever event
I want to get
at his
that
first
ball.
ever series.
I think TV kills the action.
Yeah, no one wants to bluff now, and then no one wants to tell lies.
Everybody's too shy.
Yeah.
Every time we're going to tell you all it's bluffing every single time.
I'll fold ace queen on TV. On over there, I'll call.
Good fold.
Yeah.
You don't want to embarrass yourself on TV. Yeah.
That's true. I mean,
I did pocket threes. Oh, don't talk about that one.
No, it's over.
Brother Paul said don't talk about the negatives. I had to learn.
Platonov with
Have to learn.
the incredibly lean stack.
5.5.
Willing to open to 5,500 at the 1K 2,500 level. Got a customer in Eddie with 8-9 off.
Eddie on the shorter side. Things haven't really gone his way. No, he's just going to flick in the call. Make a stand. In late position.
4-4-7 as Boss speculated and picks up the gutter. Ace King still best.
4 eliminations so far, coming towards the end of level 6.
No follow through. Look at Tran. Just deciding to get after this one. 7,500 in to 20K. And Boss mucks the gutter. Let's see what Platonov wants to do. A bet like this generally going to be associated with some ace-4, I would imagine, Henry, and a bit of the pocket pairs, 5s, 6s.
5s through 9s. Some hands like 2 overs with backdoor potential that can pick up a decent amount of equity on certain turns. Could just also turn top pair in Eddie Tran's shoes.
Dynamite turn. Not sure whether or not Tran was going to be a better on the turn. Without that,
still time, Paul.
Our bet is Rob and Maggie still haven't passed, right?
Not Rob. Phil and what's his name? The Vietnamese guy.
so after the second check from the pre-flop raiser, Tran will fire 25,000 into 35.
Yeah, things just really not going Platonov's way so far today.
Sure haven't.
In a spot where ace-king is going to be good decent amount of the time, but just really doesn't have the stack to defend and play guessing games.
Okay, stay here, stay here.
Alexei. 2 cashes thus far here. Second ever Triton series. 0 for 3 the first time we were in Cyprus. 2 for 5 with a 18th in the 30K mystery bounty, of 12th in the 40K 8 max. Currently sitting with the second shortest stack in the field. 60 runners remaining. Richard Yong, the shortest stack, 45,000 in front of him.
Yeah, Anatoly Zlotnikov just eliminated. He was quite literally tournament chip leader 2.5 levels ago. From tournament chip leader to out after playing a massive pot with aces against a flop set of Rob Young.
Obviously, we use the term eliminated, but one might expect that a majority of the players who do end up being showered on their first bullet will be back at the reg desk, grabbing another one within 30 minutes as 6, 7, 8. All clubs, Putra.
Last night? Yeah.
Looking up at it with King, Queen.
Yeah, Celtic
Not
with big monitors, yeah.
the flop he had in mind. Dynamite stuff for MV, of course, with the King High clubs.
Miami Heat got no hero. Big out, yeah.
The turn probe obviously just taking it down. Ferdinand with just King High, no club.
It was a disappointment in your face that you didn't get paid.
Wow, I'm gonna wear a mask tomorrow.
No, but like he bet and then he folded. He was like super disappointed.
He want a cola, huh?
Yeah.
Is it true? No.
I want him.
You want to fold? You got bad read. You only
Maybe
give...
he has ace and then comes not flush.
Yeah.
Coming up to the break, Nildo Santos still chip leader.
Problem.
First ever time at Triton Super High Roller Series. Calls Brazil home.
I'm going to take this hand a little bit slower.
Do you want to move?
No, it's like last hand for the break.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
I think it's definitely the last hand. Yeah, it will.
Sinan got to take his time.
No
Wants
more
to go to
TV,
break.
yes, let's bluff ball.
I will fold, but I wait some time.
That's all right, they can do it. They can take their time.
Yeah, I know, but in the end, anyway, just make it sure.
Nah.
Because I want to go pee.
Yeah.
Nice of him to let everyone know.
Yeah.
Yes, we are good to go. I'm taking off.
Yep.
Putra. Another playable one here. This time cut off ace-jack facing the open from Thompson. Flat calls.
No bluff, Paul. Don't worry. There's always that gap in the delay where you feel like maybe you've been made a mug of on TV. He had the nut flush. Thompson, that is.
Heads up to an ace-8-5 board. Thompson, open-ender backdoor clubs. Top pair for Putra.
22K in the middle, would expect GT to continue with close to range on this board. Certainly a hand like 7-6, has equity. Doesn't have any showdown. Likes to just fold out Broadway cards or whatnot. About 14 into 22. Could play a massive pot here. I say massive, but a sizable one. 50K going to the turn.
Going to take the right run out, of course, as the extra 28,000 goes into the middle, and now the 9 on that turn, giving Thompson the nut straight.
Like to see him go something close to like 2/3 to 3/4 pot. Set up a very natural river SPR, as he does want to play for it all, of course. By the river. 50K out there.
45.
Yeah, I like it.
Big bet targeting some of that ace-X stuff, preferably aces up as played.
Yeah, unblocking pairs, unblocking sets. 45 would leave 140 going to the river, would leave Putra with 120 behind, and it's not going anywhere just yet. I was about to say, let's see if we go into the break with 61 players. We may be going with 60.
Board does pair on the end, backdoor spades. All of that unwelcome for the 6-7.
Backdoor spades shouldn't be too much of a concern. It's the 8 of spades that's paired. The ace of spades is on board. Be a bit out of line to float with a hand like King, Jack, King, Queen of spades on an ace high texture. Maybe Jack 10. So what GT decides to do. 140 out there. Be more concerned about the board pair. 9-8 suited. 5s that slow played. 8s, of course. Oh, GT opting to check it over to Putra. Understandable knuckleback, Ali. Ferdinand happy to just show down this one.
No idea what to do there. I had no idea what to do with that river. I was like, just so
Neither do I.
Yeah, Gary copping to the idea. He didn't want to open the action, maybe get raised and feel super uncomfortable, though you did point out, Henry, the spades may be of less concern.
Yeah.
The full houses.
Especially when we bet big on the turn. I can understand the check because, yeah, the continuing range is going to contain a bunch of 2 pairs, sets and whatnot. But GT with a good couple of orbits there.
No doubt about it. 544,500 in front of him. Good for second. At that table, Platonov, of course, just 20 big blinds, as we'll be headed to 1,500 and 3,000. Just a couple of frames in the books already here on day one of the 200K LUXON Pay Invitational. Henry, enjoy, obviously, the opportunities to observe the VIPs play, as the presumption, perhaps, that these guys are just wrecks that don't really know the game, I think is fast moving out the window.
It's the only real tournament where we get to see them as a collective, right? You know, we obviously have the private cash games that we're not privy to, but normally on any day one, day two, there's always going to be a couple of pros in the mix. So yeah, I've been really enjoying the banter, the lightheartedness. You know, some of them were saying that they don't enjoy being at the feature because they want to bluff, they want to make light calls, and maybe a bit gun shy due to the cameras. But then you have VIPs on the flip side of that who love running big bluffs on TV. So yeah, I've really enjoyed it so far today. And just 2 more levels. So, you know, now that ICM that we were talking about at the start of the day on the pro side, where if they survive these next 2 50-minute levels, they're going to be guaranteed to then at least have 4 other VIPs at the table tomorrow.
Yeah, real delight for them. And of course, a VIP at the top of the leaderboard currently. Brazil's Arnildo Santos, first ever Triton event played.
5.
There he is.
5 VIPs at the top.
893,500 in front of him. And you're right, the top 5, all VIPs. So we'll see how they fare in the last frame of the day, as Henry and I will step aside and send it to a break. I believe Randy's going to be stepping in for you, and we, of course, as per usual, will be throwing it to a quiz from our good friends at GTO Wizard.
Following quiz is brought to you by GTO Wizard. This MTT chart shows the optimal opening strategy for which position? A, under the gun, B, hijack, or C, button. Do you know the right answer? Take your chance to win a 1-month premium GTO Wizard subscription. Scan the QR code or go to gtowizard.com/Triton. We give away 5 subscriptions every day. Master poker and learn how to crush the competition with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
GG Poker. It's the best poker the biggest poker site.
This is a crazy.
No way!
deals the hand and misunderstood a communication from share hand in her ear. Basically, I think he's in the big blind, and then the small blind is in there, but they were like, we want to see the cards on the graphics. And she's got confused with show the cards as in like, thinks it's a showdown. So even though he's not there, and his hand's obviously dead, she ends up dealing a board.
And he doubles.
No, he doesn't double, he gets knocked out, but it's a bit weird. Now, my hope is that show chips, and never appear. If it does, that's why he's going to use the play.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of the $200,000 LUXON Pay Invitational, the marquee event here at our 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series North Cyprus stop here at the Marriott Royal Diamond Hotel and Casino. Ali Najad, joined now by Randy Liu. Not sure how much of that last frame you caught, Randy, but a lot of it, as we see Dan Smith paying us a visit there, very much centered around the VIP table. Plenty of chatter as you experienced when you were already in here. And as Henry pointed out, just before the break, the top 5 players and chips are all VIPs. If coming into this one, Randy, I would have asked you whether or not you would expect that to be the case, where would you have pinned the odds?
You know, I thought about that question actually, and it was a bit surprising to see all the VIPs up top, but maybe that's a byproduct of them just splashing against each other, some of them just get more being eliminated, and them having the opportunity to find a double up. And, you know, it's not necessarily meaning that they are crushing relative to other players, just that more VIPs are getting eliminated.
That's actually a really interesting point, because obviously with the partitioned field, it becomes a little bit of a different perception if you are playing against the other guys who you think are a little bit more freewheeling with their chips in this situation, whereas on the converse, as we touched on in the pregame, the pros might be even more snug, a little bit less willing to get their chips in motion as they try to punch their ticket into day 2, so it's not as impressive a feat maybe as on the surface we'd like it to be?
Yeah, that's what I would say, and I think, because like I said earlier, I was just surprised to see him up there, and I thought about it a bit more, and it makes a lot more sense that way.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Let's take a look now at those who have not managed to do that well. Just quickly, Alexei Platonov, who we saw in that last frame, currently the shortest stack in the room, right there with Rob Young, who also shares the 20 big blind plight. Richard Young, 59th of 61 runners, currently 21 blinds for him. You get a look at the chip counts at our new 2 feature tables. The blue VIP table is where we find overall chip leader Ernildo Santos. Those chip counts brought to you by Poker Steak.
No, pocket ace.
Dao Min Fu
Pocket ace, you pocket king.
getting a walk with the ace-6 suited.
You know, in hand.
Randy, I don't need to tell you what we might be able to come to expect out of this frame with that ingredient in the soup.
Yes, Dao Min Fu. He was just saying pocket aces, pocket kings or something, but he's got ace-6 suited last hand. You know he's one for action.
Philip Sternheimer directly to his left. Anson Yu there as well. Rob into the muck. Waikin Yong, son of Richard Yong, Triton co-founder. Quite a decorated player himself on Triton Tour. Has a number of results. Three-time title winner with over 10 million in his career is Waikin, as Punat Punsri with the pocket jacks on the button has opened into Sternheimer's Queen 10 offsuit. Philip defends for the extra 3K.
So this is the box.
Punat on his second bullet after losing the bulk of his chips.
Yeah, and he's not allowed to rebuy if he happens to bust this one. Just one re-entry allowed.
That's right. Ace 9-7 here. Punsri doesn't love the presence of an ace, although big blind will defend wide against a min-raise open, so it's not as troublesome as it would be under normal circumstances.
Yeah, you're going to see a bit of a mix here of 2 jacks.
Bit of pot control from Punat.
Little inside straight draw is showing up now. Might be an opportunity to start stabbing.
Another check back from Punsri, and that allows Philip to bink this queen.
Yeah, obviously one of the downsides of pot controlling is you let your opponent catch up. Might be a little bit of thin value. You might be able to find a queen 10 here. If you do bet, you will come in small. Oh, actually a sizable bet here. It's a bit mergy for me. I like it. Keep your opponent on their toes. Can't just read into your bet sizings. Normally this will kind of look like an ace X or better, but you know, he seemed able to find just a pair of queens 10 kicker for this value.
Look at Punat just put the jacks in the bin. So interestingly passive line being taken there from Punat, whose second bullet doesn't appear to be going well for him either. And while we re-rack, we take a moment to get you familiarized with the Merit Resorts here in Kyrenia, North Cyprus. Truly a place to be visited if you haven't already. So much happening in terms of poker under this roof. Cash game festivals, Middle East tournaments. Their retro event coming up around the corner. Head over to the Merit Poker website. Book your trip today.
Wycan cutting out chips here in the hijack with 10-8 offsuit. And by no means a standard play, but I believe he is perceived to be one of the strongest players on the VIP side, so figures maybe get involved in more spots post-flop.
Ensign Yu, the customer from the big blind, understandably with an ace-3, which has turned into top pair on an ace-6-5 board here.
A lot of continuation bets on ace-high boards.
7.
They play fast on this side.
Check call of 7,000 as Wycan just stabbing at it. Obviously, Hansen not going anywhere. 5 pairs on the turn. Check back from Wycan.
Yeah, really nice spot for the king to drop.
Yeah, any kicker issues resolved for Anson, who comes out swinging. Uneventful exchange there between the two Malaysians.
I mean, not every pot is going to be explosive.
No, of course
not. A lot
not.
of one-and-dones.
Anson, by the way, yet to cash here in North Cyprus. This is his 8th effort. Had a couple of cashes out in Vietnam and cashed in his very first ever Triton event. That was a 50K 6-max where he placed 10th. 230K in career earnings on the series.
I mean, we've had many players on dry spells and, you know, like Michael Soiza, Mikita Baziakuski, dry spell, first and second.
Yeah, in the 75K after an 0-for-7 start for Soiza. Picks up the title. I believe same fate for Mikita?
Correct. He was 0-for, and they're like the 2 winningest players of this series so far.
All it takes is one title, and suddenly you can find yourself in the black. Certainly, what a title this one would be to pick up. Not going to have the exact payouts until we know just how many total entries there are. As of right now, we have 66. And there is a look at Ernildo Santos. Such a pretty multicolored stack. Knocking on the door of $1 million in chips with King 7 from the big blind. He joins Anson to take the Queen 10 tray board.
Man, they're just blasting. King 7 just going to work here.
A lot of pace.
Just no connection. Just trying to use those chip leading chips. And wow, look at this call.
Anson, with the gutter in the backdoor clubs, hunts a jack and is given a deuce instead.
And look at this, Ollie. He's fired twice. Just King 7 offsuit. This man has came to play. Anson just has 9 high. He's out.
Well, just got a sense of perhaps some of how Ernildo Santos came upon that big stack. Pure aggression.
That's just, yeah, pure aggression, is leaning on his opponents. And I feel like this kind of play is more expected at these VIP tables.
Tend to agree with you. DMP, 7K open with the ace-queen. Now more involvement out of Anson. Flatting the pocket fours, and Santos with ace-queen. A lot of people might be expecting him to do this kind of stuff with all manner of hands, but legit holding here.
Yeah, and I don't think both of his opponents are going to be laying this one down. You know, ace-queen, of course. 2 4s closing the action. Super deep stacks, more than 100 big blinds apiece.
DMP makes the call along with Anson as the paired flop fails to connect with the ace-queens and leaves you still in front. But of course, with control of the betting and the lion's share of the chips, it is Ernildo who comes out swinging into 112,000.
Dow.
40K.
Did he just raise him just ace-queen high? He sure did, didn't he? What is this, Ollie? This is aggressive.
It's enough to put 2 4s into the muck. Will it be enough to dispense with Santos's? DMP is picking on the big stack.
It should get the ace-queen to lay down, but then again, they've been splashing quite a bit. He is out in DMP.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll tell you what. There is a measure of fearlessness in Dao Min Fu, who we know picked up that title in Vietnam.
Yep.
That is a double-edged sword when you're out there.
Of course.
A little bit of fear is good. Tends to help us avoid dangerous situations. But fearlessness also can embolden us into exercising aggression at the right time, as he did there, managing to pick one up.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen DMP play some of the prior events, and usually when he makes a deep run, he's at the top of the chip counts. As you can see, it takes aggressive action in order to do so. I mean, he's been playing a lot of poker this week.
Perhaps too much poker, as the cash games have been keeping him up late. And in a little conversation with him after, he blasted a couple of bullets very promptly. I can't remember specifically what event it was. I know you and I were front and center for some of it.
The 75K, I believe.
You said, "I'm so tired." And I said, "Well, listen, I'm not here to coach you, but get some rest. You don't have to play every single event if you're too tired, right? We're not here to discourage people from participating, obviously, but you hate to see somebody maybe not out there performing to the best of their ability." Rob Young jamming it in here. A7 suited.
One of us can get a double up.
It is the two short stacks.
Yeah.
Same table.
Platonov.
Oh, great. All behind big blind.
Makes the call. Rob Young has him covered by 1,000. And
Good luck.
Platonov has him covered in terms of equity by pretty wide margin.
How much beer chop?
You don't do chop?
Has to be a lot of high cards to beer chop.
Get you some pairs.
So for 111,000, A7 climbs uphill. Platonov's ace-10 in the lead. Now all of a sudden Rob picks up the nut flush draw.
No chop.
No chop. Too many outs.
Can't connect on the river though.
You got one chip left.
Huh?
Yes.
You got one chip left.
Board pairs. Platonov. Obviously happy to be on the winning end of that.
Yeah, retire from poker tournaments. Just organise and manage them. No participation. Painful.
Yeah, tournaments can be brutal, of course.
No doubt.
And do this.
Ace-5 of hearts for Anson Yu. Clearly a hand worthy of a raise.
Shout if he gets to 300k.
Young. Apparently auto all
when
in
did you win?
on the button.
Oh, free hang.
Dalman Fu saying, "Come on back, you might win." Appreciate the optimism. Obviously, Rob not necessarily sharing the same measure of enthusiasm.
You got to be optimistic in this game. Power of intention.
He's gonna run to get him.
Obviously a big side pot here. We got Wai Kin Young and Anson Yu. Ace-5, 10-8.
Active side pot. as 10-8 fails to connect with the King, Queen, 5 board. Anson, meanwhile, does connect. Backdoor hearts, bottom pair. Check back. Now the turn. 4 hearts. It's a big pickup for Anson. Rob, by the way, has paired the 4. As turn bet of 10K will earn Anson the side pot, and Rob gonna need a 10 or a 4 here. Well, I guess there is a chip and there is a chair. What there isn't is a player in Rob Young, who's already made his way out of the arena, it would seem, as things are official. Courtesy of a 3 of diamonds on the river, giving Anson the main pot. Sliding it over to our pro table, where Justin Bonomo is embroiled in 1 versus an under-the-gun opener in Kevin Paquet, and on the button, Chris Brewer with 2 9s. Well, I have to presume flat called here. Is barreling 7,500 at it, and Bonomo, unconvinced that Chris is going to be able to take this kind of heat, has check raised to 22,500 with just king high.
Yeah, a very unexpected check raise on this board texture, 7 deuce deuce in the big blind. Technically speaking, yes, he's most likely to have deuce X. May feel Chris Brewer's just taking a stab at position, but once you see the flat call, maybe some alarm bells going off for him.
Turn is a 5 of diamonds, as Brewer, of course, wasn't going anywhere. Bonomo's inflated this one to 74,000. Out of position, no less.
It's hard to imagine him continuing on this turn, although I was a bit surprised he did check raise the flop on 7 deuce deuce rainbow. Looks like he does give up. For Chris Brewer, though, you know, it is a hand worthy of a bet usually. Your hand is pretty vulnerable. Very small bet. Trying to, you know, contain the pot, but also charge those random hands out there.
Also demonstrating the Brewer not worried about Bonomo being in the weeds with trip deuces.
No, I don't think so, yeah. Also invites his opponent to come in with like a double check raise and still comfortably being able to call.
Well, I don't know if the double check raise is something we ever comfortably call, Randy, but we can certainly.
But we've
on that
seen
board
it several
call it.
times at our
Yeah.
Triton series, usually
Yeah.
in the form of Mikita Bazikuski.
Yeah, he likes that move, doesn't he?
Yeah.
There he is right there, the Brewer's right. Fresh off of that second place finish in the 75K, losing to Soizal, although losing not a fair way to describe things when you pick up a 7-figure score as he did. Laszlo Boitas. Mateos into the muck along with Bads. Brewer. Getting involved with the Jack-10. Paquet again with King-10. Runaway call. Ace-Queen-4 board.
Yeah, both players have the same type of hand, some inside straight draw.
Hadziakuski looks like he's wearing an oversized bucket hat, but the
it does, doesn't it?
Hoodie up and up. He almost looks like a human lamp.
You know those salons where they just got that big
Yes.
thing that goes over your head?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking about.
Well, Brewer's thinking about a follow-through with the Broadway Gutty. Same kit as you mentioned, Randy, for
I'm
the...
just sorry to interrupt. I'm just thinking like it goes up. He's got a completely different hairstyle.
That would be remarkable, wouldn't it? Oh, my. On the topic of remarkable, Kevin Pake promptly rewarded for peeling. As his check call delivers a Jack of Hearts to the turn.
Not much showdown value here of Jack 10. The big question is, can I get a better hand to fold? Possible, of course. Taking a free one. A safe card for Pake. Some kind of value bet against the Ace X is usually the game plan. You'll see a lot of 2 pairs bet on the turn, so he might think his opponent is just so heavily weighted to 1 pair. With hearts coming in, it's kind of hard to represent a bluff with a check call line on the flop. Did he say 60?
Yeah, almost 2x pot, and Brewer promptly puts jacks into the muck. Big bet there from Pake.
Bit of leveling, but you know, it's important to note these kind of like over bets.
Dust in front of Brewer, who's going to be playing his 3rd straight now.
Looks a little speedy, doesn't it?
1-1. 2 queens. 7 to skate. No takers. Bit disappointing. Not exactly the most socially engaged bunch, are they?
No, they are not.
I get it, though. It's a day at the office for 200K. Obviously, the pressure is there here in these final 2 50-minute levels of the evening.
This is the hang in there level. He's 10 suited. Is this 4 in a row for Brewer? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Like someone's got to put him to the test soon, right? Mateos, Spaniard, Queen 8 suited.
Out of the big, it would seem that he could defend, but who
He
knows
will.
whether or not it'll be a 3-bet. I doubt. Adrian's looking to play big ones here, as we've touched on. These pros so incentivized to work their way into day 2 when the field will combine with the VIPs. Sort of a release the hounds moment.
Release the hounds, yes.
King, King, 9. 1 spade out there.
A dry one. King X more heavily in the under the gun +1 range. There we go. Quick and done. I think Chris Brewer raises this next hand, Ali.
I think he's a dog to do it, Randy.
Yeah.
But you probably thought that 3rd time around as well.
And 4th.
Henrik Eklund looking comfy.
Some orange slides.
I take that back. Footwear comfy. Look on Henrik's face, not so comfy.
216, less than starting.
Play a handful and hold it. That was fun.
Yeah, obviously it's been a bit of a struggle for him so far here today. Off the 300K starting stack. We'll make it 7K to go.
What's it, 7?
Tens is certainly a hand you could 3-bet, but you do see a lot of call with this stack depth against the early position raise, and Makita is going to come along with that. 18-5.
And the flat brings the king 9-5 board with one overcard out there to worry about. Of course, when you got deuces and you haven't flopped a set, it's always 3 overcards. Well, I guess if the board's paired, or there's trips on board, it's actually 1 overcard.
Nice, saved yourself. 2 deuces here, you know, backdoor spades. You will see more likely a continuation bet the earlier the position they are. They can represent the king X. And you can note the sizing, it's about half pot. 2 tens, of course. Well, not pleased with the 1 over, but should be a mandatory call for at least 1.
Call.
As suspected, everything fairly straightforward, although Henrik didn't have to fire with the 2 deuces, taking his swing at it. Not finding the much-needed deuce on the turn as the board goes 2 tones.
Yeah, I believe Hecklin is more likely to continue firing on like some kind of spade. Without the spade, though, it's just a low equity hand, perceived to have very few outs. But if he can find a fire, wow, he does. He might be able to get these 2 tens to lay it down. That's a huge bet. That's a
wow.
Nice muscle.
Very much so. Brute force spot there for Henrik Hecklin. And again, some of the stickiness which we might expect in deep stack poker under other circumstances, be it buy-in or lack of VIP partitions that'll be taken down. Not on display. Passive line pre.
Yeah.
And just give up on the turn for Makita. No criticism, by the way.
No, no.
We have to make the proper adjustments given every situation.
I definitely respect the thought of just attacking these people, these players, who may be gearing towards the side of caution a bit, maybe more opportunity to pick up chips. And Henrik's always has striked me as someone who's willing to just always fight for pots, even deep in final tables.
Kevin, be careful when you pick up your calls. I saw like the white flash. When you're picking up your calls, just be careful. I saw like the white flash.
Brewer with a little advisory.
Got a little suited ace here for Pocket. Just north of starting stack.
Takes it up just north of min.
I mean, starting stack is still 100 big blinds right now.
Right.
A lot of room for play.
Consider, though, that gone from 300 big blinds deep to start with 300K to just 100 big blinds. So that's a pretty significant dilution, despite the fact that we were flat for the first 2 and following 2 levels. Mateos is flat with the pocket 6s, invites Henrik to get on board with Jack 9, which leaps in front of the field on the paired 2 club flop.
See how Pocket approaches this ace high. Looks like he'll check. People have been pretty balanced nowadays when they're out of position. Someone flatting. Especially three ways on a lot of boards. Mateos looks like he's going to take a stance here. Knows his hand's a bit vulnerable. Pre-flop raiser has a lot of check folds. Big blind usually plays honest in this spot. However, in this one, Jack-9 should be able to continue.
I don't see a world in which Henrik just bins this for sure.
The guy who just overbet 2 deuces, right, with 4 overs to the board.
Yeah, exactly.
He's going to continue.
Yeah. Line of clubs, also a consideration as Pocket bows out. And the king of clubs delivers a gut shot straight flush draw to Hecklin, and added concerns for Mateos. Might we see him with a brute force attack?
It's possible. I don't think so, just because of Henrik just having a lot of hands that can continue to a turn barrel. Right, whether it's a jack with a straight draw king. That's a reasonable card, though, for 2 6s still.
Yeah, kind of interesting. Mateos, queens full of 6s after the check back. But where is it that we would put our opponent, Randy, in terms of hands that we can beat when they defend the big blind, check call in a multi-way spot on the queen, jack, queen 2 club board on this run out?
Pretty non-existent if Henrik Hecklin opted to bet out, because the club's getting there. The clubs wouldn't want to bet on a full house board.
Right.
Yeah, understandable. Check through. Nicely done.
Well, right now, bookmaker.eu has reduced juice, low vig, -108 sides and totals on all NBA postseason games. Not a lot of them left. Open a new account at bookmaker.eu now and get up to $500 cash with your first deposit as a bonus. Professional and recreational bettors alike are all welcome. High limits, high payouts, and live betting on all NBA postseason games available at bookmaker.eu, where the line originates. You sports bet, Randy? Have I asked you this before?
I don't know if you've asked me before, but no. I barely know how to play the sports.
Well, one does not need to play the sports.
True.
In fact, you might make the argument it's your way to get your fix without having the athleticism.
Maybe I'll go check out Bookmaker.
But listen, I too am not a sports bettor, although, as we know,
I'll just pick the lucky names, I suppose.
Oh, man. I'll take you to the horse track. You'd probably just nail it. I did have a strategy, by the way, when I was visiting the horse track for a time.
Okay, and what is that?
First, go on Friday nights when it's $1 admission, $1 hot dogs, $1 beverages. This was in college.
Yeah.
And I would play these $2 exacta boxes. It's kind of where you pick 3 horses and you scramble it all up. Doesn't matter what order they come in. You can get paid. They bring the ponies around for a little display before they race them, right? I don't think you're supposed to call them ponies, by the way, but I would look for 2 things. The first, an unruly horsey. If it wasn't obeying the trainer, as we see a very delightful Queen 7 deuce board here for Bonomo in a pot that doesn't rate to be of too much excitement, although Brewer is reaching as the pre-flop raiser with complete air.
Some tournaments? Normally GG. Sunday? Or like even...
I think like after...
See whether or not he wants to be an unruly horsey.
Why do you play all of it?
Like looks like he does.
Or you
Oh, yeah.
Little quarter pot bet.
Small Winnie.
You do see people stab on monotone boards a lot, as it's hard for them to kind of have a good piece to continue. I'd imagine, though, once Bonomo
like to play online to
either calls or check raises, Brewer is just done.
This grind is exhausting here, so like I have no idea how you
21,000.
come and enjoy playing like
So, Ollie, continue.
Bonomo
Go the
behaving
stamina,
as that horsey would be expected to in that situation. Now, when the horsies are on display, I look for the unruly horsey and another strategy.
For me, life is not so essential.
Any horsey that does a duty,
Play 9 tables.
because horsey duties are heavy.
Oh,
That much less weight you're carrying around the track, Randy. Feeling light on your feet. You've been there.
So, would you give your horsey maybe a laxative, potentially?
No, I'm not out there doping horsies at the track, man. I'm betting $2 exactas.
But it would be a strategy.
Yeah. Obviously, I busted my account every Friday, but
How many hot dogs did you get before you
also,
busted?
Before I forget, the gray horsies. Every now and again, a gray horsey. I like the gray horsies. There was no real strategy behind that.
It was just the color.
The unruly horsey, I was like, this one's chomping at the bit. It's ready to go. As Santos ready to go against Wykin with the ace-10. Young targeting him here.
Wow. Just pure check raise, jack, deuce.
Oh, my God. Can you reach into the deck and find a better spot than the 4 of clubs for Wykin as he was way out of line? Button versus big blind, just assuming Santos is out here, as they've probably seen.
There's a kind of a problematic card in the sense, yes, he picks up the equity, but what is he representing right now? He might feel obligated to bet just given how much equity he's picked up. But he should think that Santos has got so many ace-X and a snap call here of ace-10.
Another 80 into the middle. And what a gin burger this is on the end. The 6 of clubs for Wykin. Young, runner flush. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say we're going to see one unhappy Brazilian at Showdown.
Yeah, at this point, he must think that Santos is, of course, have at least an ace, but probably a stronger kicker than a 10 is what he's going to target. The ace, queens, ace, kings, he doesn't think can fold. 3x is obviously not a big part of players' ranges.
$90,000 bet called. Wait for it. No one's saying a word, Randy. I'm pretty sure everyone saw how that one went down.
Look at Dal.
Look at DMP.
He really wants to say something like, this guy, why Ken Young?
Look at Punat. What a stone cold, been there, done that.
Yeah.
VIP he is.
I mean, he's probably smiling. The good thing to wear a mask this time because, that was dirty. Look at Sternheimer. Just like hand on face.
Why can't we get a shot of Santos here? Why can't obviously not feeling any sense of guilt?
Well, because he's fuming right now.
Yeah. I'm not suggesting that we want to revel in the fume, but I wouldn't mind observing.
He did flip up his hand after, but I'm not sure if he flipped up his hand because he thought he was good. Maybe from the distance, you just saw like Jack Deuce, like how can I be down? But did flip it up.
I'll tell you something. When I'm on the receiving end of something that ugly,
there's your shot. He looks a little bit loose.
Yeah.
Straight to the phone.
Taking an undercover photo of Wykin, sending it to his friends.
Yeah.
Like, you'll never believe what this guy just did.
Like, hey, let's play some games with this guy.
Let's play some pocket 8s from under the gun is what DMP is thinking as Platonov from the button with pocket 4s will flat. Punsri joins the party for the extra 3K, and his Queen 9 turns into top pair against an open ender for DMP. Quick check call, or check bet rather.
Yeah, quick bet here, 2 8s. Punsri does know that Dao Minfu is quite a dangerous player. Although it is Platonov first. I think he's out.
Yeah, under pair, a weird place to be, especially with the player left to act behind you who flatted from the big blind and could certainly be smashing this sort of texture. Punsri calls the 6K. Queen on the turn.
That's a great card for him, and he's going to check to the ever so aggressive Dao Minfu. Dao might still bet. Like, he can easily still have the best hand against 7x, 6x, spades.
And also, I think Punat knows that Dao's follow-through frequency is higher than your average player.
Yeah.
Likes to keep putting chips into the pot when he's got the betting lead. But of course, the lead in the hand squarely in favor of Punsri, with top 2 pair facing just 10K into 34.5.
Yeah, and against this kind of bet, he's for sure going to come in with the raise, especially against Dao Minfu. Lots of value to be had. His hand is very vulnerable. Does not want to see the 10, 8, 5 spades. So many cards to name. And here's the check raise incoming.
Looking perhaps to protect against the texture.
Yeah, and there's lots of hands you can get value from, whether it's in the form of like Queen X, even over pairs, draws. Dao's not convinced, comes along with 2 8s, and we've got a 130K pot here, top 2 versus open-ended straight draw.
We sure do.
Not clean. Spades. Annoying.
DMP hunted the 5 or the 10. Instead, the jack of spades. You wonder whether or not Punsri's just going to check and call in case. I don't know.
I feel like there's value to be had here of Queen 9. I mean, he got his opponent to call 2 8s on his board texture.
He is on his second bullet, and he's up against DMP, who we know can just decide in a moment, having him covered to put him to the test.
I was going to say, like, probably block bet is pretty good, but against this opponent it's dangerous because he might just see, oh, smaller bet, let me just put you to the test, and now you're at risk for 177K.
44.
And he is going to come in with this, like, blockerish bet, 1/3 pot.
44.
Snapped.
Wow.
Just want to see it.
DMP calling the river with the 2 8s in spite of the 2 overcards and the spades out there. A non-believer. Not sure where exactly he had Punsri, but obviously it wasn't on anything that had the 8s beat. So a nice pickup there for Punat.
Yeah, you can get a sense of frustration a little bit. Seems a bit tired too. I saw him kind of like hand on head before the hand was dealt.
Sternheimer under the gun, 8-9 offsuit. Not the one. 733,000 in front of him.
It's a good stack, currently in second place. Current tournament chip leader Santosh Suvarna, 944,000. Second bullet though.
Now Wykin, who left Santos's head shaking.
Yeah, he did the dirty.
Jack high flush opens to 7,000 and is going to run into an ace king. Fresh off of that good sized pot against DMP.
With these positions, you know, king, queen, usually you'll be calling against a small blind, especially against the players as experienced as Punat Punsri. Punat's been playing tournaments at our Triton series, several stops now. 100 blinds, position. I don't really see Wykin going anywhere.
Kong, of course, makes the call. Neither player connecting with the 9-7-4 board. 69K pot.
Not the ideal flop, of course, for Punat Punster as a 3-better of ace-king, no backdoor flush draws. Might still find a bet here. Just trying to retain control. But is going to check. Let's see if Whitekin does pounce with king-queen, maybe attacking these ace-highs. It looks like he's going to do just that, Ali, here. What is he coming with? Is that half pot?
32,000.
Pretty good awareness from Whitekin. I believe he feels that the overpairs would strongly consider betting a flop of this texture. Probably has a lot of intention to put in 2 barrels in Punat. Just ace-king high is out, and Whitekin takes it down, just king-queen. Just the power of having experience in deep stack poker, knowing that, sure, you're dominated sometimes pre-flop, but you'll be able to find opportunities to steal it from your opponent when they show weakness.
Nice timing there.
They rebranded and like remodeled it, but they set it on file on accident like 2 months ago.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
But World Series is in the same place that...
It's still in Payos. Yeah.
Oh, well, it's
Payos
both.
West Valleys. Yeah, yeah. But now it's Horseshoe instead of. It's
A little
definitely
bit of chatter
Yeah, it's a
at the pro table
different
as we're
table.
closing in on
Same players?
the end of the night. Still got some runway. Mateos with pocket queens. Raises.
You'll see some players flat here if Jack-10 offsuit from the small blind, some just lay it down. Let's see what Brewer wants to approach this one with. Looks like he is going to call. Might just bring Henrik Hecklin. Ace rag.
Three-way affair to the 4-5-8 board. Both blinds failed to pair, but Hecklin does have the gut shot straight draw.
It might be crossing Henrik Hecklin's mind to actually lead this type of board texture. It's a one that does the pre-flop raiser doesn't see bet too often. You got equity to clean outs. Yeah, he is going to come out swinging. Quarter pot. Overpair here, still fantastic hand to have. Just call.
Turn pairs the board. See how concerned Mateos is with that development after the check call from Hecklin.
No, Henrik actually led the flop.
Oh, he did, sorry.
Yeah, he led a quarter pot. Yeah, I didn't really expect a follow through here on the turn. The player in position, you know, shouldn't really be floating too often.
Took his stab at it.
Round of checks.
And a binky on the river from Hecklin. Not sure whether or not he was going to be coming along on the turn if Mateos would have barreled with the queens, and maybe a product of a lot of that conservative approach to trying to get into day two, influencing some of the play here. Just speculation on our part, of course, but it all allows Henrik to have the best hand now.
Yeah, let's see if... I think Henrik will probably fire, and the reason I say that is because it's hard to imagine floats that would be in Mateos' range on this board texture to not bet the turn. So it does kind of appear that Mateos has got some kind of showdown value. It's a big bet here of a6. Not really scared about being outkicked. Perhaps he thinks that ace high will fold at some frequency on the flop. Mateos must be wondering why his opponent would check a big hand on the paired 5 and then all of a sudden fire huge on the ace. It's just line not really making too much sense to him. But you know, pros, they try to just throw you off balance with these tricky lines, you know.
Yeah, and Hecklin, by the way, has a reputation for some creativity, some trickiness.
Yes,
obviously,
of
in the big, he understands that he can throw some curveballs. That's this 27-5. Awaits a response. You can really sympathize with the discomfort for Mateos, who just has 129,000 back, Randy. And he's going to make the call and be a little sick to his stomach.
Oh, you heard that, right?
Yeah.
Frustration.
How many?
Sure.
Maybe a little bit of regret for not betting the turn there, shutting out his opponent. But hats off to Henrik Hecklin finding that much value of just an ace. I think other players may check or they may bet smaller.
I think he was fairly comfortable that he was never going to get raised as played, given defending the big, stabbing, checking, betting, even if he was up against those better aces.
Yeah.
So if we remove any of that consequence, then you can kind of find a price that he's like, well, I'd call this much.
Well, you know, it's a good point that the bigger bet sizes you come in with tends to not get some bluff raises from some random hands trying to punish the block bets. 2K, 4K.
Last level of the day. $10K open from Bads' ace-9. Bottom
Once
with
again,
ace-queen.
You see that the ace-queens are just flat calling in the big blind, just taking the more passive line.
10-5-4, neither player connecting. More passive play.
Yeah, I mean, of course you could 3-bet a hand like this, but there's value in just calling, leaving these dominated hands in, and also reducing the variance of not playing a bloated pot. You know, just last level of the day when we combine VIPs and pros tomorrow. And you're guaranteed to get half your table of VIPs in the first 4 levels.
9K follow through. Queen of Spades working for Bonomo, so he will peel.
Yeah, and he didn't necessarily need the Queen of Spades to continue, as long as he just had ace-queen high. Was good enough for now.
Turns into a wheel draw for both players. Bonomo knuckling once more.
Ace-9 tends to take the free card at a pretty high frequency here. It's hard to get a better hand to fold.
Check back, decide on rivers if you're faced with a bet.
Because also 4x and 5x is usually coupled with some kind of straight draws. So it's hard to apply pressure on those hands. If you do follow through on a turn, which Makita's actually thinking about, you likely will come in with a third.
40.
He said 40, didn't he?
Sure did.
They
and
really
that
are
is
firing.
Beefy.
It's kind of like I know you kind of just playing a little bit more passive, potentially hang in there. I'm going to step out of that. Try to create EV by applying extra pressure.
Yeah, I mean, leaning here, last level pro table, which, to be fair, Justin Bonomo not going to be particularly susceptible to this sort of stuff and is definitely going to be able to pick up on anybody who's a little out of line.
Nicely done.
Does end up succumbing to the pressure, understandably, as Badziakuski compiles.
Really nicely executed there.
It's interesting because I feel like there are certain pros, perhaps those who have played this invitational format a time or two already.
Makita, yes.
Who, based on that experience, have come up with a very specific approach that they are seeking to take and to really like stick with. And then there are those who maybe, either by product of wanting to deviate, potentially look at it as an opportunity to exploit, or perhaps the product of not having been in the format before, really considered some of the implications, aren't really playing ball, so to speak, in terms of the stay out of one another's way. Let's not play big inflated pots. We're just trying to get ourselves to day 2.
Yeah, there's a lot of like meta and like mind games with the way this tournament is designed, which is pretty refreshing to see.
Certainly. Makes things interesting for us here. Jack 10 suited up front open, turns into an open-ender and backdoor diamonds against Paque's big blind defense, which remains dusty.
Do we know which bad beat Laszlo took to decapitate that bear on his hoodie?
Is it a decapitated bear?
Look at it. Have you not looked? Look. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Like, did he get coolered in Omaha or something?
It's not quite as warm and fuzzy as you want it to be at first glance. There is something deeply disturbing about a decapitated teddy bear. Not really consistent with the vibes I get from Laszlo, by the way. This doesn't seem like the guy to bring the headless bear to the party.
Headless bear.
Nevertheless, he's done it. A6. Button open for Bonomo. Two and a half X sizing here. Laszlo doesn't love. 8-4 off and decides, go ahead, Justin, take it.
And a bigger sizing does dissuade the big blind from defending a little bit more.
If you're wondering what that clapping sound was, it was Randy
Did I get
failing
him?
to act swiftly enough to kill the mosquito that stalks us. We'll get him, Randy. Don't you worry.
Trying, it's tough. We can use one of us as bait.
Well, apparently he likes your blood more than mine. Actually, I don't think they're he's. I think they're always she's. The mosquitoes that bite you.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
Doesn't
Random knowledge.
change whether I want to be bait or not.
Yeah, that's true.
Queens. Mateos has been on a dry run. this tournament so far. Nice spot for him. Especially against a guy who kind of just took some chips from you. Maybe there's a little bit of a rivalry going
Don't forget, by the way, you did it when you held queens.
Yes, true. Sizing is actually kind of awkward given that he's sitting on 25 blinds.
Raise.
We'll come at 3-bet. A tough one to let go here, ace-jack suited. Big blind 3-bets are pretty polar. Crossing is mine. When I say polar, you know, like the ace X, king X offsuits, and then the premiums. Looks like he'll take a flop.
Don't blame him. Now he's going to pick up the gut shot straight draw on a 9-8-7 board. A lot of texture out there for Mateos to contend with, although not sure how much of this board he's going to be giving Hecklin as a hijack opener.
He might just jam all in here, given he's got 72K back, 57 in middle. Yeah.
You called it.
How much? It's just, he wouldn't really be bet folding this board too often. And even the random 3-bet bluffs he's got some kind of pace, so he can just apply pressure. Just ace-jack high. He would need to think Mateos is getting out of line with, like, I don't know, like some... I'm having trouble naming some hands. 10x, is that possible? Because a lot of these hands like to just take it post-flop, pre-flop, starting with 24 blinds. This is, yeah, a necessary laydown. Or he did not.
Oh, wow.
He did look like he was about to pitch it.
Yeah, no. Pick the cards up off the felt in fling position. And suddenly thought better of it. Price being laid sub 2-1.
There we go.
But yeah. Hecklin will release. I think a decision that we can certainly relate to, as the players just about 30 minutes away from the end of day one. And as we come to the close of day one, we take a moment to remind you about our bonus offers available on GG Poker. Open to new players only. Use the promo code Triton_2023. Deposit a minimum of $20. Receive a full welcome bonus and a $50 Global Millions ticket. It's a $1 million guaranteed situation. Be added to your account within 72 hours. If you haven't already, head over to ggpoker.com, where so many of our pros get their online fix. Jason Kuhn, of course, sponsored pro.
And a lot of these guys in these fields are playing on there. Obviously, big binds. We had that GG Super Millions at the beginning.
Randy, when casinos obviously shut down, poker rooms unavailable, live tournaments unavailable. There was incredible action taking place, in particular in the Far East.
Yes. I told you before that Jacks were saying was called Go Go. Do you know why, though? I don't know if I explained it to you.
I came back, so
I think it's Cantonese for...
Come on. Come on.
How's your table?
Go, go.
I think it's funny how he just sneaks up behind them. Keeps looking.
No. Go ahead.
Hooks. It's a hook hook. It's just hook hook. So just like how we say hook, you know, they look like hooks or whatever.
Yeah.
Same thing. You could have figured that out.
I kind of feel like I knew it, then I lost it. I knew it was Cantonese, but it eluded me.
So I am more Asian than you. That's good to know.
I would hope so.
Sorry?
Didn't think I was going to be the person that you were using to make you feel Asian today, Randy, but
that's
Happy to be of service.
That's when you bust out some Mandarin that you know.
A little bit.
And then I go, I'll just sit back down.
Used to get involved in the mahjong streets after the poker game broke
Yeah.
down. Got a little addicted. Own a couple of sets myself. Great game, by the way.
You
Very
only
much like
need
Gin
one
Rummy.
set.
It was half an hour last.
No, I got the mini like travel kind of set, and then I got the big.
Yeah, you're on an
I got the
airplane
set.
just shuffling up.
That would be wild. I don't know of any tray tables that can handle a mahjong game. As Mateo's handling ace-5 on the button, 8,500 to go, and the little suited wheelie ace for Bads.
Man, Mateo's just picked up some chips, so he's sitting on north of 30 blinds. Definitely a stack you could attack here. We'll come in with call.
You surprised at the flat versus a 3-bet, or you think Bads is looking at that stack size and thinking, I don't want to get jammed on?
Yeah, he didn't really want to waste his hand. Of course, ace-3 suited is definitely a plausible hand to 3-bet, but maybe you 3-bet a little bit more against like the 35, 40 big blinds effective. Of course, he's confident in his post-flop abilities. Ace in the window.
Maybe confident in his flop-a-hand abilities, and just look at this board, Randy. We're going to see some action. Bads, aces and deuces. Brewer, nut flush draw. Mateos, an ace of his own.
A highly C-bettable board, but you do have some mixes, and if you do mix, you will check back your weakest aces on this board texture. Check he does.
So a round of knuckles brings the 7 of spades on the turn. Bads and Mateos chopping for the time being. Who's going to bet this?
You probably will see more checks from Makita, as it's hard for him to get called by worse, but it's more chance that he can induce some bet, whether it's from the big blind or the pre-flop raiser, who's usually looking for some delayed bets here and there. Got a king-high flush draw. Looks like he's going to take a stab. 29,000. I was going to say if he's going to bet a flush draw like this, he would size up to try to dissuade these pocket pairs lower than ace from continuing. But I didn't realize he was going to go this large.
Why would he bet this much?
He's trying to, so let's just say he bets like 1/3. These pocket pairs on the button probably will look him up, and he doesn't really want to play that kind of guessing game.
But he knows that there's a reasonable chance that one of these two guys has an ace, despite the round of checks on the flop.
A reasonable chance, but I would say that he thinks that Mateos is the one more likely to have ace-x, and especially when he sees him call in position. I wonder what Baziakuski does here, as he is currently chopping with Mateos.
By the way, it would take a lot to think if Mateos has an ace that we're chopping against it, given it would have to be ace 3, 4, or 5 specifically.
Because Mateos checked back the flop, it is actually geared towards those lower aces. So I don't think he's too concerned about being outkicked by Mateos too often, as a lot of incentive to bet ace 10 plus. But a bit worried about Brewer. Full pot size bet.
Mm-hmm. And the turn is a queen of diamonds. Randy Brewer rewarded for getting after it on the turn. Mateos plays the queen kicker. And if we can assume that Brewer is going to pursue value here into 87.5, the decision for Mateos, Randy, I would imagine is going to be, am I up against the deuce, the diamonds, or just an ace, against which he is likely to be chopping?
All in?
Oh.
Yeah.
Obviously, they're playing 89 effective. So.
Yeah. I was trying to construct some bluffs that Brewer might take with this line, and I think the most likely answer would be the 4-5 or 3-5. Nice laydown. I mean, it's very hard for him to find bluffs. Mateos made his stance and was like, well, if a diamond comes in, I'm out. Still pick up a decent pot there for Brewer.
Yeah, it did feel a little bit difficult to imagine that Brewer would be on a bluff there, and if he isn't, best case scenario, we're chopping. I don't think that's where Mateos wanted to find himself in that one, so sub 100 now for Adrian. Pulled it around to the bear killer, Laszlo.
He did not kill the bear. He's just wearing the item.
So he's celebrating the murder of the teddy bear.
I guess spoke bad, huh?
He's memorialized the demise of the bear. I don't think I would mess with the dude.
What if it was like a cocaine bear, you think? Possible? You know
I
the
mean,
movie?
I used to be a DARE educator. If you're unfamiliar with what that is,
I have
Randy,
no
it's
idea what that is.
Mentors that help steer kids away from substance abuse. And
Okay.
in all of my teachings, I don't remember ever advising that excessive cocaine use would lead to decapitation. You would have to do a lot of coke. I don't really know. Never been down that path, speaking honestly. Ace queen suited.
Did you need to add that statement?
You said cocaine bear, and did you think it was going to go well for us? I heard that was a terrible movie, by the way.
I haven't watched it yet. I want to. It's on my high watched list.
Not so terrible. The ace queen suited for Boitas. Brewer. Gonna dance with him on the button. Dominated. Knocking on the door of $500,000 is Chris. But not connecting with the jack-high board. Same story, of course, for the ace-queen, though it interacts nicely with the jack of spades.
He is out of position, early position versus dealer button. And has been thematic. We've seen just players out of position with deep stacks tending to check. Especially these days, lots of players floating in position. It's quite hard to continue. And he's not looking to check fold by any means. You know, he still has ace queen high, lots of things to work with. Occasionally comes in with check raise.
Five to 1 lay. Laszlo takes a moment before peeling. And that is a delightful turn for Chris Brewer as he picks up both the flush draw and the gutter.
So Brewer knows he's up against a pretty wide range of Boitas here. A lot of that range is pocket pairs lower than the two high cards on the board that can't really handle the heat. Also these two ace X type hands, ace king, ace queens, even ace tens. And even some gutties like ace 4, ace 5 would have some trouble. And understandable bet. It's an overbet, 50K into 42.
I like this from Brewer, who's kind of looking at this spot and thinking, I can't imagine a hand that Boitas would have opened, checked this particular board with, peeled, and then been able to take this kind of heat on the turn with.
Yeah, and if Boitas does happen to make a hero call, you know, he still has high equity with, you know, the clubs, the 10, of course. And I'd imagine that Brewer is also taking this line with sets to keep things balanced so that people can't just read into your bet size and to know where you're at.
Nicely done there from Chris Brewer, as over at the VIP table, Punat Punsri under the gun with 2 aces, picked up DMP's ace-jack and Ernildo Santos's queen 8. Top pair and the backdoor diamonds for DMP, who has jammed, and Punsri has him covered and has his stack mostly out there to do so. Over $500,000 chip pot. The turn now giving both players a wheel draw, perhaps a chop escape available to Dow, who is on his way out the door as the 6 of diamonds fails to deliver that which he needed. Massive amounts of disappointment certainly going to be headed for our YouTube chat, where so many supporters from Vietnam have been sweating him throughout this series. And on the flip side of that, a massive amount of chips will be passed along to Thailand's Punat Punsri on a second bullet.
Yeah, it looks like a cooler there. He had top pair, top kicker with, you know, a shallowish stack. There's nothing he can really do. Punat waking up with aces. Good timing, good stuff for his second bullet. He was our first elimination from this LUXON Pay Invitational. This bullet obviously doing much better.
Recapping that action, by the way, Randy, it was an open to 8K from Punat, a flat with that ace-jack from DMP. Santos from the button came along, the Jack 5-4 board. Punsri checked. Dow did the same.
Wow.
Santos was the man to bet it for 31K. Punsri with the check raise and then the jam over the top of that from Dow. Fairly unexpected, the action post-flop.
Yeah, BBB situation. Punat is sitting on 582K, just under 2 starting stacks.
Six-4 turns into bottom 2 here in a blind versus blind battle.
Queen Jack is still pretty strong given how wide the ranges are. The nut high card hand without an ace, of course.
Young. Limped pre. Checks post.
Might not fold to a bet on the flop. Especially against, well, is that a half pot? Looks like it. Maybe he will fold to the half pot, but against a min bet, maybe would have came along.
Punsri fires and takes it. I would imagine that there's a reasonable amount of jealousy that takes root if you're having a bad day out. Feels like every pot you play is a struggle. And you look over and a guy gets aces and somebody jams an obscene amount of chips into a pot and just showers them with, not showers in terms of busting them out, but with a massive dose of tokens. You're like, why can't it be that easy for me?
I mean, it happens all the time, of course, and you know, it's hard not to feel this kind of jealousy and opportunity. That's why you do see some people who, you know, at tables with looser players may get involved a bit more, trying to present themselves more chances to maybe get involved with a big pot.
That's a good pot. I mean, a good point.
It's a good pot and a point, but yes.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be involved in hands to create those sorts of opportunities for yourself.
Yeah, and also it's kind of like the saying is you give a little action, you get action, right? If you're just playing snug and everyone sees it, even the splashiest players will be on their toes and just play cautiously.
No doubt. Ensign Yu, the opener, picked up Sternheimer.
A nice pair here. A quick one.
It's all over. Phillips had himself a nice day.
Yeah, it seems like he's been grinding it. Aces.
Oh, wow. Lovely pickup late here for Bonomo as Pake interested with the suited connector. King 3 for Boitas.
If you get done, that's going to be very fun.
I mean, you're safe for 2 levels.
Yeah,
So like,
what if you get done twice? Doesn't sound fun to me. Potential, has a potential for a lot of fun tomorrow.
looking from this perspective, today is actually more fun because you didn't bust today, right?
Pake with bottom pair.
All of us, like. Yeah, it's been real fun today.
There are. I mean, maybe they rebought, but Stevie and Nick were out.
Oh, okay.
So we are 4 players short right now.
I think it's important to note here that Bonomo has opted for quite a large C-bet size, 20k into 28.
Is that Ferdinand?
Probably because of the small blind flat, he may feel a certain range that will still continue. More Queen X heavy. These suited connectors that has a little piece.
You have to sit around until like 5 minutes left.
I actually don't think you have, like, you could ask, you know, when are your chips?
20k barrel.
It's usually like, you know,
into 28 gets called, and now on the turn, Pake picks up the gutter as a third club is unwelcome for both holdings.
You will not be allowed to enter because once the clock is stopped and they do final hands, you cannot enter that day. So basically, you could just wait 20 minutes and then you wouldn't be allowed to enter. You would just wait till tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, and then play like one hand. Well, I guess you could buy it and tell them to put your stack and play at that point.
Bonomo checking it back, and now a 4-liner arrives on the end.
I think the 20-minute rule.
It's a card that Pake probably feels he's behind.
Only applies if you're occupied with another tournament. I don't think you can get that by just.
May feel compelled to rep the 9 more clubs.
Because, like, I mean, there was
It's absolutely turning his hand into a bluff if he puts chips into the pot at this point. 68,000 out there, not negligible.
Yeah, you can see he's really thinking about it, and he'd probably have to go pretty sizable. It would be pretty credible, as it's kind of hard to think of hands that he's going to take this line as a bluff. Probably trying to weight how often he's up against 1 pair or 2 pair, and what kind of size would he have to make to get those types of hands to fold.
$35K into 68. is the number he comes with?
So the 35K bet seems like he can still go for thin value of, say, top 2 pair, a set. Whereas if he made it towards pot, it would be polar to kind of just flushes. So he's actually widened his value betting range here to target the 1 pair hands.
Wouldn't be any straights associated with
Some
the
straights,
full pot? Like some 9x combos?
possibly, but I would say it's more geared towards flushes attacking the 9x's
I
in
knew
that
I was
sense.
drawing that to pay a big, so I was at least drawing not to pay the small blind.
That's funny. I paid.
It's
I was like, but keep
an
going, that was
extremely tough call here, 2 aces.
Might have something to do with why it hasn't been made just yet.
Off to the steakhouse after this.
I think he's going to lay it down, yeah.
Yeah. Credit to Kevin Pake for coming with that sizing that seemed very credible in terms of combos that would beat the 2 aces. And Justin Bonomo puts a winner into the muck as Pake pays off his time extension marker.
Yeah, and those time extensions were well used, you know, like just trying to figure out the perfect sizing to appear to have value. Back to the other featured table.
VIPs in a 3-way pot here. Or Waikin Yang. He's got top pair.
Is Anson raised? Because he's just got Queen Jack.
Yeah. Interacting with the 10 of hearts, of course. Choosing to slip an extra 40 on top of that 25K bet from Waikin, who raised it up pre.
Yeah, it is a good hand candidate to apply pressure. As you know, there's overcards that you can multi-barrel. Hearts, of course, represent sets. Very deep stacked right now. Ooh.
Turn does add equity to Anson as he now makes the open ender.
It feels like when you check raise Queen Jack on his flop, you just gotta follow through here. Still gonna get a lot of better hands to fold. Some kind of pocket pair that bet called. It's about north of 1/3 pot. Ace 10 though, still top pair. Ace kicker. What is this? Who was that?
Sternheimer's just keeping busy there. Don't worry about him.
I just lost my train of thought with that.
Well, Waikin's train of thought is obviously top pair, top kick. Still feels like it's got a decent chance to be good against Anson, who just flat called from the small blind pre and does not pick up the 8 Jack, Queen, or King that he hunted. Had plenty of outs, but it's such a dry river. Anson gives up.
The little smile, you got me.
What? I love
something?
you.
Oh.
How about that? Philip
Oh yeah.
sending messages
Yeah.
to us here in the booth. No.
No, it's not
No,
to
it's not
us.
us.
There's no
I
chance
know.
it's to us.
That was kind of cool.
Oh, he did give us an eyeball just now.
That was for
Maybe.
me.
No. Oh, wait. Who's
Get
watching?
me all sentimental. It's been a very talkative
If
table.
turn not 9, I will not bet. I bet because of.
I would imagine his partner out in London, where he calls home.
I think so.
Very talkative.
Say partner, I can't remember whether or not he's married. I want to say he is, but also don't want to be presumptuous. Apologies, obviously, if I'm underselling the union. Pawn 3 now. Has about 600,000 to start the hand, Randy, and given that he's on 2 bullets, it's kind of like a double buy-in for him.
Double buy-in.
It's like, yeah,
Had
about
to spend
600.
many hours. Had some stressful moments, but he did it.
7-4 board here, all Punsri, as Genya Gavrilovic defended with the suited king.
A little sneaky.
Mm-hmm. Check back from Punsri brings a third spade to the party, but not going to enjoy that, but...
No, he's mainly... Well, looks like he's going to keep checking. Interesting. I thought there was value to be had, but of course King Deuce wasn't going to pay off.
Keeping it clean against the Robinator.
You never know. Might Robinate you.
One last check from Genya, by the way, but not yet to act, and he kind of reached down and grabbed his cards like he assumed that there would be a check back from Punsri, and we were just going to roll our hands over, and I wonder what
It's
Punat's going to make
noteworthy,
of
of
that.
course.
Yeah, it didn't feel like a very strong hand.
That would make me compelled to bet, expecting not to get check raise.
I would agree. You know when it gets weird is...
When he check
If he
raised.
check raised.
Because he hasn't folded yet. That would be amazing. Okay. No Robination.
Well, that 14,000 would have been the only thing that got Robinated if he clicked call. Punsri, by the way, partnered up with Danny Tang for this event. Genya Gavrilovic with Daniel Dvoris, who does have Russian heritage, mind you.
So it does
might be
help
some
to have that
Eastern European
get paid
connect
off.
there.
Nice. And we've seen people like, just get their fellow countrymen. I think Platonov with Artur Martirosyan.
Sure.
Both Russians.
Makes sense.
You know, we got Boss Paul Soiza,
There you go.
Malaysian contingent.
Mm-hmm. King 10 now for Sternheimer. Makes it 9,000 to go. Ace-3 for Platonov in the big blind. Going to be the defender.
Yeah, he's getting short stacked here, as you can see. He's got 63K back. Out flopped.
King 9-4. Top pair for Sternheimer on a super dry texture. Checked over to him. Takes a beat before barreling 5,000, and Platonov not interested with just 63,000 remaining in front of him. Shortest overall stack remaining in the field is Alexei.
This is last hand, right?
Yep. The finale of this stream. Last hand, it seems.
That the announcement. Pocket Kings. Going to be a nice cap to the evening for Punsri, presumably, as he's able to raise it under the gun. I think most at this point will be fairly content to bag.
Do we
Come
play
back
7 deuce
tomorrow.
last hand? Just
Be serious.
bounties.
Not lost on Wykin the idea of some heroics and a bounty, perhaps, as Punat will take the last hand of the night. Marius will come over with some bags and the good news. Everybody's made it to day number 2. Philip Sternheimer will be headed there with a very lovely 761K stack, currently 3rd in the overall field. Platonov, of course, with just 12 bigs, going to be coming in as the shortest in the field, as 55 runners do remain of 70 entries total, Randy. And as we draw the curtain on tonight's coverage of this 200K LUXON Pay Invitational, what stood out for you?
Well, I would say that the VIP tables were the ones that were splashing a bit. They were willing to get involved, play very fast, and very friendly vibe. Whereas on a pro table was much more serious, bit grindy, and, you know, I'm not sure what else to say. I mean, it's just the main point.
I mean, I definitely hear where you're coming from, but for a time, we were talking about how the top 5 stacks in the field were all VIPs. That no longer the case, as Ike Haxton has jumped into second. Santosh 2.0, the hot man coming in here in North Cyprus, finds himself at the top of the chip counts. Infiltration, by the way, Samuel Ju, Kiat Lee, but he's got a little bit of company. First timer, of course, is Ju Lee, the veteran. And, well, that brings us to a close for the night. Certainly appreciate all of you joining us here for this highlight marquee event at the Triton Super High Roller Series in North Cyprus. We're going to rack it back up and start again 2 p.m. local time tomorrow with 55 runners and a massive payout that we'll talk about tomorrow. Until then, on behalf of our entire crew, my partner Randy and Henry not with us right now, we say good night, and we'll see you tomorrow.